Oh boy. Testing, testing, 139. All right, me I move, shall move. Yeah, yeah. All right, Grand Risings, family. You don't know it's myself, 90 for 99, back in the building, aka Coon Slayer 999. Yeah, man. So, Grand Risings, today is the 23rd day of the 5th month, 2023, and we're officially in bipolar season. Yeah, so big up all the Geminis out there. Get me bully season done into Gemini season and that. So yeah, man, big up everybody. Anyone that celebrated any type of strong anniversary, any type of celebration like that. Hope you had a good one and a blessed one, and you was able to celebrate it with family and friends, because that's what it's all about. Oh, I see my sister Mel in the building, early US settings. Come on, always nice to see my sister early in the place. Probably on her way to the plantation to get that bag, to secure that intergenerational wealth and all that good stuff. So big up to my sister Mel all day, every day. Love, 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 love. So yeah, man. So like I saying, yeah, man, 23rd day, 5th month. I think there's another half term coming up for those of you that like to plan in advance. There's another half term coming up, so you can do something with either yourself or the children's. And yeah, it's been a little bit bright, but still nowhere what we need, because we need more sun. But we give thanks for the little brightness still. Oh, my favorite family man in the building. Big up yourself, Code, man. Hope you and the family are well. You don't know the rest. One love, man. So yeah, man. Like I said, bipolar Gemini season we're into. So yeah, man. Celebrate. So yeah, man. Welcome to 90s breakfast. And you can see we're back on our colonization series. You know what I mean? We know the people them love it. Or love to hate it. Take it as you may. But yeah, man. Yeah, man. You know, so you get that, my girl. You know you have plans. You know. Anyway, enough for the woman them have plans still, you know. Truth be told, man. Only for the woman them have plans. All right, there we go. All right, Gemini in the building. Well, tell her happy Earth strong for when it come. You know what I mean? Obviously, following on from a strong bully season, but you know, big up my sister Divine, Grand Rising sis, Grand Risings. You know, so you're there in your yard, busy too. So big up yourself. So yeah, man, I'm saying now, colonization series part 5. And today we're looking to tackle the issue of superiority, and obviously the opposite to that is inferiority. You understand? And there's a few reasons for this discussion still, but there was a little bit of a conversation had. Big up my sister Kushti, Grand Risings to you and your little queen. Come on, let's get it. Yeah, man, there was a bit of a discussion on the block yesterday, and I think it brought up some interesting points. So I thought we might as well give it a bit of a discussion. I believe some people believe that I weren't trying to see it from their point of view, and blah blah blah. So, and seemingly it's not one or two people that are saying a similar thing. So we can definitely look into it, man. Okay, so yeah, man. 1 second. Yeah, and there's definitely feelings and emotions in this particular topic, although I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure if the way it's being packaged is correct, but we're gonna try and get into that still. But yeah, man. So what is the time? It's 11:13. I'm gonna get some water. Hold on. Trying to drink more water, family. Apparently, you're supposed to be drinking all 2 liters a day and all this malarkey, man. You know what I mean, struggle to do a fucking. But anyway, that's a different story. But yeah, get your juices in. Get your juices in. Listening in more, so big up anyone who come true. All right, big up. All right, so first and foremost, you know how we do over here. Mind the people, them with them there. Jeez. You know the thing, family. You know the thing. You know the thing. You know the thing.
Grand Rising class. All right. Today we're going to learn about non-ether. Y'all ready?
Yes.
Let's go.
I'm calling segments on this one. Non-ether flow. Non-ether flow. Non-ether flow.
My crown, kinky. My skin, melanin.
Right.
I'll say it again. My skin is melanin.
Right.
9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. 9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. My crown, kinky. My skin, melanin.
Right.
I'll say it again. My skin is melanin.
9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. 9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in.
That 9 is so divine, it's infinite, the highest number.
Highest
Mathematics
number.
multiply any number by 9. Add the double digits together and watch you get back. I don't think you overstand, so Jay, won't you bring it back? That 9 is so divine, it's infinite, the highest number. Supreme mathematics multiply any number by 9. Add the double digits together and watch you get back. Now that you overstand, let me tell you who I am. Let's get it. Heaven, that's me. Hell, that's me. The originator, me. I am the avatar of 9. Check the follicles that I produce all the time. This my scientist flow. Don't think it's solely a rhyme. I'm the first physical being. This ain't no diss track. I came from Adam, then I was formed to an atom. That's a fact. I'm bringing awareness to my peoples. You are burning star. I'm serious, B. Watch me ignite your whole being so you can see the truth unfold. This is no unsolved mystery. We are the creators, the all in the all. I said we are the creators, the all in the all.
My crown, kinky. My skin,
Melanin.
I'll say it again. My skin is melanin.
Right.
9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in.
9 eat the flow,
And you know I'm about to get it in.
My crown, kinky. My skin, melanin.
Right.
I'll say it again. My skin is melanin.
Right.
9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. 9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in.
I need to get away, away. Take me to
That
a
will
place
be
that's
me
tropical,
soon.
so rock
Trust
can shine
me.
down on
The
me.
badge is on
me.
its
Can
way.
give me what I need. I need that ultraviolet.
Out.
Vitamin D, that's serotonin. Calm my nerve. You know I'm on it. By the way, Rob, produce me some more melatonin. I'm the fifth element. I'm lead low in this. I can make Zor go by boom in this. I'm metaphysical and alchemist in this. I ain't cursing on the track. My daughter gonna dance to this. I'm earth, water, air, and fire. I'm a walking planet. I'm here to give you what you desire. I got the right knowledge, the right mind. I can't go wrong with this. I got the right knowledge, the right mind. I can't go wrong with this.
My crown, kinky. My skin, melanin.
Right.
I'll say it again. My skin is melanin.
Right.
9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. 9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. My crown, kinky. My skin, melanin. I'll say it again. My skin is melanin. 9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. 9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in.
Jeez. Always, baby. Melanated, baby. 9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. 9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. 9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. 9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. 9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. 9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. 9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. 9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. 9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. 9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. 9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. 9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. 9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. 9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. 9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. 9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. 9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. 9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. 9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. 9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to Oh, love it, love it, love it. Jeez. Yes, family, come on. You know the thing over here. Yeah, no apology. But yeah, man, you know that always hypes me up still. So yeah, man, big up everyone in the building, the good ones, the bad ones, and everything in between. You get me? The silent ones, big up yourselves every time. You're my faves, to be honest. You know, the silent but deadly ones. But yeah, man. So yeah, as I was saying, sorry, just drinking some Indian tonic water for my cramps, man. Okay, now. So yeah, man, like I was saying, a conversation was had on the block, and yeah, man, I think it's something that could be discussed still, because maybe there's ignorance on both sides, and you know, maybe a truthful and honest conversation, you know, might get some results. So yeah, so what I'll do is I'll start off by probably just playing some of the stream to try to give some context, and then we can kind of take it from there. Yeah. But before I even do that, you know, say we love tune wrong, yes, sir. So if we just draw for one more tune. Get me, make sure the people them know some of their bold, slap the like button and all that good stuff. Ooh. All right, when my boy do, when my boy there, hold on a second. 1 second. Yes, family. So Debo again. Sorry about that. So yeah, man. So we're gonna just play off one more tune before we get into this. Cause you know our thing already. You know what I mean? But I love we saying what I said. The thing said, "Come on, bring it in, bring it in, bring it in." We don't want no more attack. Tribal war. I know that we are different. I give your praises in the morning when I hear the people sing. They start sitting up and leading a cup. One by one, they take a little stop, say that the war is over, over. We now see ourselves in unity, celebrating with better calling now that the war is over, over. Tribal war. We don't want no more attacks. Tribal war. I know that we are different. family. You know, so big tune, Tribal War, John Holt settings. You see what I'm saying, Stu? And I'm playing that tune there just to make you know, so well, boy, the way in which I was coming up, you get me? It was all about love and everyone joining as a one. Yeah, that's definitely the sort of generation and vibration in which I came up in. You know what I mean? And yeah, definitely I thought that there was a gap being bridged in a certain way, between Africans and Caribbeans when it came to certain I don't know what you want to call it, theories, let's just call it for want of a better word. But anyway, let's get on to the show in terms of what was said on G Block and give some context to where we are now. And I think, to be fair, although this was sort of arts on the block, etc., I do believe that there's potential wider sort of permutations to this subject, especially actually under the colonization series. Do you know what I mean? Because, let's not be silly. There are real life effects of colonization, and how we deal with it is a whole different story. You know what I mean? Some may sweep it under the rug, some may try to fight it, some may try to fuck. You know what I mean? You've heard me talk about that before anyway. But so before I play that, let me just play something, because as you can see, big up yourself, Raheem, and thank you. That's always nice coming from someone like yourself, Raheem. Get me? That's always nice when man them like Raheem give us a little pat, so we appreciate. So yeah, you can see I've got a particular sort of thumbnail on my whatever you call it, and it's actually a name of a book by a gentleman called Xavier James, right? And what I'm gonna do before even go into it is just play a little extract from this book. Yeah. Again, just to maybe try and give more of a maybe historical sort of context to this topic. Do you know what I mean? And not just maybe come from it from just like a purely emotional sort of YouTube type of settings. Yeah. And then yeah, we'll take it from there. But let me see if I can play this through this big speaker still. So this is just an extract from a book, like I said, called The SuPeRiOrItY and InFeRiOrItY CoMpEx and Their Relevance to Behaviors and Attitudes in Black Culture. Yeah. So I believe that it's probably more related to American culture, but as we know, when America coughs, England sneezes. And even going forward, that's another conversation actually to be had in terms of, going forward, do we need to try to actively separate ourselves from the Black American experience, because they are quite different. And it could be argued that some of the things that we piggyback off of them are maybe even quite sort of dangerous to ourselves here in Britain. You know what I mean? Because they are slightly different. But anyway, I'm going to play this sample. Again, like I said, it's from a book called, what it says on my thumbnail, by someone called Xavier James, okay? And it's narrated by someone called John Fior, and these things are available on Audible books and that good stuff. So let me see if I can get this to play. It's not long, it's just a couple minutes still. So let me see if it comes out. Sure. 1 second. 1 second. All right, we're good again. All right. Let's have a little listen. Nines, what are you doing, woman? Chub.
Superior, high or higher in order, degree, rank, quality, or estimation. Inferior, low or lower in order, degree, rank, quality, or estimation. Complex, intricate, complicated. The darker races of mankind, and the black race in particular, will keep the white race busy for the next 100 years in defending the interests of white supremacy. The black singer is coming with his song, the poet with his dreams, the sculptor with her conception of beauty and awe, and the scholar with his truth. The greatest marathon race of the ages is about to begin between the white race and the darker races of mankind. What Jack Johnson seeks to do to Jeffries in the roped arena will be the ambition of Negroes in every domain of human endeavor. The Reverend Reverdy Ransom on white supremacy in an upcoming boxing match between Jack Johnson and Jim Jeffries. And after the black champion Jack Johnson whipped the great white hope Jim Jeffries, a word to the black man. Do not point your nose too high. Do not swell your chest too much. Do not boast too loudly. Do not be puffed up. Do not let your ambition be inordinate or take a wrong direction. Remember, you have done nothing at all. You are just the same member of society as you were last week. You are no higher, deserve no new consideration, and will get none. No man will think a bit higher of you because your complexion is the same as that of the victor at Reno. The Los Angeles Times, July 5, 1910. Well, Jack Johnson's crushing victory over Jim Jeffries caused white folks to riot throughout all of America, not just in the South. After all his victories over white men, black men were lynched across America as a substitute for Jack Johnson. They first had to defeat the champ in the boxing ring. You have to realize Johnson didn't just publicly beat up a white man, but he openly beat down the white superiority complex within the psyches of white Americans, and he smiled the entire time. Thoughts manifest words into being. If you're told that you're superior, well, you'll act superior. If you're taught to believe you're inferior, you'll behave accordingly. When I say the words white supremacy, the first thing you'd think about is the Ku Klux Klan. White sheets, skinheads, neo-Nazis in the Third Reich. But it's much more complicated than that. These words, by their very utterance, evoke feelings of hate, fear, and helplessness that usually leads to emotionally charged actions of violence, disrespect, and immobility. Although not physically locked inside a plantation, psychologically many blacks have been bound since slavery. This is due to the inferiority complex. But the superiority complex was the key. You didn't have one without the other. So what does the superiority complex have to do with white supremacy or homosexual supremacy? People with a superiority complex do not value or respect other people's cultures or customs. In fact, they will unknowingly as well as overtly destroy it. People with an inferiority complex will not maintain or practice their own customs, culture, or disciplines, but instead try to assimilate into a culture they feel is superior to their own. Many blacks accept and champion homosexuality, although it was never a part of their history, ancestry, or spirit, because they know white America will laud, applaud, and love them for it. They do not wish to fall out of favor with whites. In fact, homosexuality was greatly shunned by ancient Africans and Native Americans when Europeans first brought its practice to their shores. We know that the superiority-inferiority complex was created by the master to better control his slave. However, since slavery, extreme emphasis has been placed on maintaining this lie. Before white children were of age to reason, they were programmed to think their white skin was the end-all and be-all. And to further that thinking, their parents painted everything around them white. Whites-only eating facilities, water fountains, hospitals, buses, sports teams, schools, hotels, and movie theaters. They not only controlled the number of blacks on the movie screen, but the subservient, ignorant buffoonery rules they could play. White folks across America saw these images and for generations believed them to be true. It was through television, newspapers, and magazines that these white supremacists controlled the mental images white folks had of blacks, creating the scared, lazy, watermelon, and chicken-eating stereotypes that are still around today. By the time Tarzan came along and for years saved white folks from black cannibals, Birth of a Nation had irrevocably destroyed the image of blacks and spurred lynching, rapes, murders, and vicious assaults of black men, women, and children across this country. I like chicken and watermelon, and so do most people. Can you imagine the power in making the entire nation think there was something wrong with people who ate chicken or watermelon?
All right, family. All right. So, like I said, that was just an extract from the book, like I said, entitled The Superiority and Inferiority Complex and Their Relevance to Behaviors and Attitudes in Black Culture. Yeah. So, I thought that was quite interesting because obviously within that small extract, he did touch on a few things. Like I said, obviously more related to America. Yeah. Which is a fair point. However, like I said, when America coughs, England sneezes. And it could be argued that there are sort of similarities in the hangovers, yeah. And yeah, Mel says she likes chicken and watermelon too. Mad. And apparently that even goes back to a particular nursery rhyme and this and that. So it just shows how these things are maintained. Although there are definitely people that still refuse to believe in such things as, you know, institutionalized racism and this and that. But that's a whole different story. So yeah, inferiority and superiority complex. So let me play the video. Yeah, and big up yourself, Block. You know, send me a comment on your video, bedroom. Don't burn me, don't burn me, don't burn me. All right. So let me just get this up. So you don't know, make sure you tune in to the drive time a little bit later. Make sure you interact with his community page. You don't want the big bad biggage onto you. But yeah, man. So right. So let's play a bit of this again to give a bit of context, and then we take it from there. But like I said, it's not even just about all of what's being said right here now on this particular show, yeah. But I think it's certainly more wider reaching. But we'll get something from here anyway.
And if you know who the Hausa are,
oh my goodness,
they're Afro-Asiatic people whose language started in Chad and Sudan. Sudan is obviously the land of ancient Egypt and Kush. Yeah, that's how I know. You just have to know which ethnic groups and where they're from.
Fair play, Bab. So apparently you're Caribbean, Betty.
Yes, I am Caribbean. 21. No. 21% is Caribbean, South American, and North American.
Okay, so with that being said, Betty, because you know you're obviously known to throw quite a few daggers in the direction of Caribbeans, yeah.
You're not known for throwing a few daggers at like Nigerians. What?
That Nigerians or Africans?
Nigerians.
Well, yeah, because a lot.
Okay, so snap.
No, it's not the same thing, Betty.
Snapping it.
They're known to just fuck us off in it, but you were just straight anti-Caribbean. So let's say
no, that's not true. That's not true.
Yeah, it is.
That's not
anyway,
true.
Regardless of that, Betty, how did you feel when you found out you were 21%? You must have felt a little bit like, oh my god.
What no, you know what? I was happy because some of them were Bayesian, and obviously my niece and nephew are half Bayesian, so that was like a coming home.
That does make sense that you would be on the Bayesian side, to be fair.
Say that again?
I said that does make sense that you'd be on the Bayesian side of the Caribbean, to be fair.
I don't know what that means, but
I'm hollering, don't do it.
I know you Caribbeans like to fire shots at different islands.
No,
you know what I mean, like
so can I ask you something about this DNA thing?
You can't say you now, Bab.
Oh, I know. Sorry,
it's quite significant. But you have to now say us.
Okay,
so
fraudulent slip. No, but you
so
know
you
what?
know this
One moment, brother. Naifa, I am happy that my ancestors, after being enslaved, were able to come back to Africa, and the BBO people who they married into and had children with welcomed them. So I can only be happy that after that hundreds of years of suffering, that they were able to put that behind them. And the memory of slavery was wiped out.
Betty. I like the ending bit. Put it behind them. I like that bit, Bab.
Yeah, because you have to, because at the end of the day, nobody in my family knows anything about anybody having slave ancestors. So obviously it was wiped out, and obviously they were welcome. Do you know what I mean? Because it's not just one or two.
So let me ask
21%
you a
is
quick
quite a big
question,
amount.
Betty. Now that we know that you're a little bit of this and that, and
yeah, I'm a hybrid. I'm a hybrid.
Let me ask you something, because I know on some days you can be very truthful, on other days, well, you know what it is, yeah. So let me ask you something. Do you think that some African people feel superior to Caribbean people because they have not been enslaved?
Yeah.
But
why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they? Because if you are African, you're more likely to have more African. Well, for one, you've got family in Africa. Yeah. You might know your native language. There's less interruption in African ways than if your ancestors were taken out of Africa and we're never able to come back.
No, well, thank you for your honesty still, Betty. You get me?
Yeah,
thank you for your honesty. Because you know I'm doing a CoLoNiSaTiOn Series, right? Did you know? I don't know if you know about that.
But do you think that some Caribbean people, or not just Caribbean people, anybody who's descends from enslaved Africans, do you believe that they believe that they're superior to Africans? Because that is what I got as a young person growing up.
Definitely not.
You know, I'm going to disagree with you, because there's actually a lot of Caribbean people that run around and say how they're.
All right, family. Yeah, pick up yourself, Biggage. No problem, man. So I'm gonna pause it there because I think that that's sort of like the interesting dichotomy it could be argued, right? Because you know, Betty acknowledged or admitted that, you know, why wouldn't Africans feel superior? Because basically they didn't get sold. All right, so that's cool. And I believe that there is definitely that sort of sentiment amongst many, well, let me say amongst some Africans at least, in these YouTube streets. Yeah, we've definitely heard certainly East Africans speak about that. You know what I mean? Nah, that's not our thing. We're different from you. Blah 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 blah. You know, we've heard of the Asketis, you know, talk about how, you know, we walked onto the slave ship and how we wanted the sort of slave master's surname and all this other shit that, you know, he has said in these darkest of days. Do you know what I mean? And like I said, you know what I mean? If there's one thing that I've heard in these YouTube streets, and it's fine, do you know what I mean? And maybe if I was on the other side, maybe I'd do the same thing, you know what I mean? But I'm not. But, you know, there's definite separation of us and them, i.e. those that were sold and those that were not sold. Okay? So obviously those are the slave masters, all this bollocks. All right, then, cool. And then we just heard, like I said, Betty say, you know, why wouldn't they be this, that, and the other? So even if we just start from there in terms of this whole superiority complex thing, because there's a thing that's where they're saying that, well, at least Betty's saying that she believes that Caribbeans have a complex over Africans. You know what I mean? And I think she's here now, actually, so that's even better. And hopefully she ain't got no barrels open because we're doing it with love. So let's see what I got on.
Morning, Naifa, Queen Naifa.
Grand Risings, Betty. How is one?
Good morning. And can I just thank you for letting me on, and can I just big up the chat room and like and the show? Okay, I'll go on mute so you can do your introduction.
Oh, well, thank you very much. And welcome back, Betty. It's been a hot minute still, but welcome back, my Caribbean sister.
Let me just go to the little ladies' room.
It's all right. You go and relieve yourself, man. No problem, girl. But yeah, man. So yeah, man. And give thanks Betty's here still, because then it won't even be like a third party thing or whatever. Because I do think it is an interesting discussion to have still. You know what I mean? Now I don't know what's going on, but let's see still. Grand Risings, Mr. Gold.
Hey, yo, sis.
Oh,
yo. Hey, yo.
Gosh.
Yo, sis. What's happening now? Honestly, what's good, man? You right? Yo. Yes, Grand Rising. Cosmic Grand Rising, you know what I mean? Cosmic darkness, love and light.
Yeah, man, give thanks, man. You know how we do over here, man, with love and understanding, yeah? So it ain't no issue thing, yeah? So don't come with your trolling, bro. Big up yourself, Mel. Definitely Grand Risings to you. Coming on says well into the AM, which part you
Yes,
there?
it's very early. I'm over here getting ready to go
Pick
get
that
the bag, as you
plantation.
said. Yes. Grand risings, to everyone in the chat, everyone on the panel. You know, I like this conversation. You know, we definitely need to
Mel,
Mel?
you just cut out. You just cut out, Mel. Just quickly, I just want to say, you know, I
kind
want
of
to join.
talk about some diasporan issues. You know, and no,
Yeah, well, that's
Mel,
hello.
good,
repeat
Mel.
that again, please, back 1 second, because you
We
chipped
didn't hear
out a
you.
bit this. So if you could just repeat the last bit again.
Oh no, I was just saying, like, I'm looking forward to the conversation. How we definitely need to kind of address and talk about some of the diasporan issues and how we relate to the continent, and so that's all.
I just wanted to say that I just wanted to say I kind of ditto that. It's been a topic that's been, you know, probably the most prominent, right? Most spoken about topic, race and all of that. Obviously, like me and Betty, advocate most for the Caribbean community, and we've shown the most love over the years. So obviously, that's why we're here today to support, um, you know, conversation regarding it. But no, but
Yeah,
really,
big up to the bun bread, that Caribbean bun bread that I think they call it Caribbean bun. You know that thing that you put malt in? That's almost like a cake.
cornbread, you know. Right?
Can I just say, I might have been very critical of my Caribbean cousins, but you cannot doubt that I've always been very complimentary of your culinary skills, especially the Jamaicans. You cannot doubt that.
And let me just add, let me just say,
big up, Lady B in the house.
For cocky, Betty, just
the culinary skills, like the good food that you can cook.
Oh, you talking about real food or man food?
No, real food.
Because I know you know. All right.
Wait, why did your mind go there? Bless up, everybody. Bless up. Why did your mind go there?
Because we know Betty's known
to about ackee saltfish, curry goat and rice. I'll talk about all those good foods. Patty, you know, I'll talk about all those good foods. She was talking about another food.
Chitlins, Manish water. Honestly, you know I'm joking.
I thought that was American.
Do you still eat chitlins though? Do you still eat? Do they? I don't even know if they taste good because I've never eaten them.
I thought chitlins was American, African American.
It's American. It's African American.
But you don't let a king go tell you no nonsense. He knows we don't love chitlins. Yeah.
All right, so let's not veer off straight away. Yeah. So let's try to get to it, right? So like I'm saying, I'm gonna play some of the conversation, Betty, and indeed, you know, I mean, as you're hearing as well, it makes it even better, yeah, because you're sort of not even claim, but you're saying, right, that you believe that some Caribbeans have a superiority complex over Africans, correct?
Yeah.
And I was sort of disputing that, and I still am, because I have thought about it, and even yesterday when I was asking you, do you think like superiority complex is the right word? But that's what you wanted to use, no problem. So that's what we're going to work with still, because I think it's a serious issue. And even when I played, I don't know if you sort of heard that extract before that I played, although it was like from an American author, but I do believe that some of those issues, we do have the remnants in England. Do you know what I mean? In terms of the remnants of colonization on both sides, right? Because, okay, it could be argued that if we were going to keep it sort of black and white, like you said, Betty, you get me, over there are the Africans that weren't sold, and over here are the Africans that were sold. You see what I'm saying to you, yeah? And we know definitely that was a divide and rule tactic used under colonization, right? Because when both sets of people then converged on this island, that's what I'm saying. I do acknowledge that because as a young person growing up in the whatever, there was remnants of that in it. You get me? So I know that there was that sort of thing between Jamaicans and not even Jamaicans, Caribbeans and Africans, whereby one was seen as the seller and one was seen as the, do you know what I mean? That kind of thing. So I definitely acknowledge that. But I do also acknowledge that was also a divide and rule tactic, unbeknownst to many of us. And I also believe that there was a lot of ignorance. Do you know what I mean? Because I think when Betty, you were saying about in the playground and that, when you were being like called certain names, this, that, and the other, right? And I said, I hear that. But again, I wasn't sure if that was down to superiority or like what Divine was saying, just like ignorance and then way there. Do you know what I mean? Because at that point, a lot of Caribbean people didn't even have any real, what would you call it? Exposure to Africans, except from what they've been told. Do you know what I mean? That sort of colonial thing and whatever you'd see on TV and all that bullshit. But let me not veer off. Let me play some of the videos still. Big up yourself, Kel, Lady Divine, Melanie Goddess. We've got King Gold. We've got Betty on the panel, man. So big ups to all of you still. Yeah.
Big up some people on the panel.
Big up.
Big up, man.
So are we all right to let me just play a little bit more of the video and then we can get some more context, yeah? And then we'll take it from there, yeah? All right, cool. Big up yourself, Kushdi.
Better than Africans.
Superior how?
What would you call the mocking of African names, even though these people are African Caribbeans? And
everybody does that.
I would call them
everybody does that,
and ignorant people. But
even we do.
But you
those
wouldn't
people, I think.
You wouldn't say that those people believe that they're better than the Africans.
I don't think they think they're better. I just think that they're lost and they're delusional as hell. Because if they can't understand that they come from these people that they're mocking, something's wrong with them. At this point, they're unsynchronized very badly.
They can be unsynchronized, but
if you were to go with
you believe that they believe that they're better. It's just another way of saying it.
Yeah, but Betty, wait. Even if we were to go with that assumption, right? What do you think that would make them think they are better?
Because of 400 years of enslavement. If you have 400 years of white people telling you,
yeah, go on, sorry.
If your ancestors have spent 400 years being indoctrinated, we all know the Willie Lynch letter, telling you that we did you a favor, now you're out of Africa, and we civilized you, we brought Christianity and stuff like that. That is 400 years of being able to maintain slavery in enslaved Africans.
Right, so I'm gonna pause it there, yeah, because that was an interesting thing that you said, Betty, because obviously you're seeing it on the other side, as it were, right? So you're kind of saying that we as Caribbeans may feel superior because, say it again, Betty. Say it again, man.
Yeah, because basically we have proximity to whiteness. Is that what you're saying? Like,
basically, and the inferiority of Africanness. You're like 400 years, 400, 200 years
diasporans feel inferior, like we're not real. I think continental Africans. I call you guys continental Africans. I don't say real Africans and fake Africans, right? But from the continent, like on the land, continental Africans will definitely tell us, diasporan Africans, that we're not real Africans. But I don't feel, I don't know. Maybe there are some that feel like they walk around feeling inferior or less than. I think it's kind of like a person who is visibly Asian and they were adopted by white people, right? I think that they know that they're Asian, right? They're not confused about being white. So I think that whether I know how to speak Yoruba or not, I've never felt like I'm not from Africa. You know what I mean? Like I don't. That doesn't it's never resonated. And I'm just saying that
I can find hundreds of African Americans and Caribbeans that will almost fight you if you mention that the African. I remember when I was living
think
in the
that that's the
Netherlands.
work that Nandita was talking about. She was talking about the like, see, the difference is I don't have that colonization mindset.
I know, but we're not talking. If I'm talking about Caribbeans or African Americans that think they're superior to me, because I'm Nigerian, then obviously I'm not talking about you. I am talking about the African Americans, the Caribbeans that who used to insult me, used to insult my name and my fellow African schoolmates because we were more closer to Africa than what they were. And to this very day, I can still come across Caribbeans, because let's face it, I don't mix with African Americans unless I go to America. And they feel that they're superior. If you mention, when I was living in the Netherlands, I ran into one of these Caribbean sisters that was from one of these Dutch, colonies. Yeah. And I said, it's nice to see another African. This girl went, I'm not African. I was like, okay. And we all know what she means when she says, I'm not African. Yeah. So there's 101. You can be. I'm glad that you're positive about your African roots, but let's not try and whitewash the fact that
no, Betty, I'm not. I'm definitely.
Betty, even if we use that as an example, even her saying that she's not African, does that imply superiority though, Bab? This is really the bit that I'm trying to get to.
The way you say it does. The way you say it does. Because how can you as a Caribbean say that you're not African when you are African? You're just African Caribbean.
Well, you see, now it gets a little bit circular because many Africans have accused many Caribbeans of not being African. You get me? So you
speak your language, you be one of that kind of stuff.
So for you to then sort of find a problem with her saying that, I find it a little bit strange.
Can I construct a scenario, please? Can I
finish, please?
No, don't put a scenario. Let me finish the tip.
Based on what you just said, Betty. Just based on what you said.
Why are you still talking? She just said she was still talking.
Yeah, go ahead, Nine. Sorry.
Thank you. So I don't know. I don't think
I don't know. I think, tell the truth, I think you as Caribbeans and African Americans, you need to sort out your own community first before me as an outsider can sort out the thing. Because I do get kind of fed up of dealing with African Americans and Caribbeans that go, I'm Black American, I'm Black Caribbean, and we were the original people, I ain't African.
None of that stuff happens on the continent. I think identity issues happen with everyone. I don't think it's fair for you to say, like on your side of town, y'all got your own internal beast too, right? It's so that those things
have our own internal identity issues. That is not your issue. You are the African American.
You're pointing the finger. It's not happening on your side.
African American. Deal with your own self-hate.
Exactly. Like you're stating the obvious.
It's not my responsibility for you to deal with your abusive, self-hating members in the African American community. Yeah, I'm the outsider.
We're trying to have
what is she talking about
superiority.
You know exactly what I'm talking about. You're trying to put, sorry, Nigel, you're trying to put the onus on me to come and educate people in the African American community. No, you're the American. You're the African American.
Can I just suggest a question?
Trying to speak. 1 second, please. Go on, Kush.
Well, I just want to suggest a question to you. Maybe, okay, so you're asking, maybe we can ask on the side where Caribbeans have felt superiority on them. So you've asked Betty as an African woman.
Yeah.
So you should probably, because you're saying, because you're there's a lot of conversations happening once, and I get that you're trying to just lock it down.
Right.
So you've asked Betty now.
Yeah.
So you but it's not hitting for you, right? That's what you're saying. You can't connect where it equates to superiority.
No, because from what she's
I'm saying, and I hear you on that. What I'm saying though is because so why don't you say as a Caribbean what you've experienced, the type of superiority complex you've experienced from Africans, so you can give. Hold on. What you say, sis?
I'd say big up, rising.
Big up, sis. So I was just saying, so then you can give, maybe once you start listing it out, everyone can get an understanding of what you're meaning by this superiority complex. Do you understand? So just list out what you've seen, or other people can list out what they've seen, which class as that from Africans.
Right. Well, I mean, because this isn't necessarily a sort of argument that I myself bring personally. Yeah. However, if I were to name instances where I believe that could be the case, it's definitely persons like Asketi. Do you know what I mean? Where I've even mentioned before other persons that definitely divide or make sure that there's a separation. You know what I'm saying to you, between those that were sold and those that wasn't. Do you know what I mean? That's something that I can definitely highlight. And that comes from
say that falls under the realms of being superiority complex.
Well, yeah, absolutely, yeah. They believe that they're superior to us, definitely. And if you heard, even when Betty just said before about the children of the slave master, this, that, and the other. So yeah, there's that definite vibration of, like I said, those that have been sold. You know, you've heard the great man himself said it was just business and all this type of malarkey. So yeah. I think that's a fair example, but that's what I'm saying. But remember,
does any other Caribbean people on the panel want to give any points or examples when they've seen it happening?
Yeah, big up to everyone. I would like to say that as a 70s baby, and that is that some of us went to the continent when we was very young, and coming back is that this is what you face growing up. In the 70s, 80s, is that non-African people, they will call you African booty scratcher. They'll assassinate the name Africa, everything, right? So growing up and having the Rastafari movement, who marketed Africa, civilization, and the image, was very important for a child. And we keep forgetting these things, is that when the our brothers and sisters came over, because they've been out there for a long time, is that a lot of the African Caribbeans are doing activism, etc. And the brothers and sisters from the continent, what I remember is that the way how they would look at you, right, would startle the African Caribbeans, which is why when the Somalis came over, which they've been over for a long time, on about the ones who were in refuges, etc., they will do the same look as how our brother and sister would do, as though you're nothing. Now, I know with African Caribbeans, the contributions of the civil rights is that if you do all that, naturally they're going to want to fight. We used to do it to the Europeans, etc. That's why there was a lot of bullying. I didn't go to school with the Somali people because I was a bit older than that. I know my little brother who's like 80s. But when you do that certain look, what the non-Africans used to do to us, it makes us want to do them things. That's why our brothers and sisters were getting bullied on the continent by the African Caribbeans, just like in Birmingham, just like in London, etc. Because it's that thing of, why are you making us, why are you deeming us the way how the non-Africans do? So that's why there was division, from what I remember growing up.
Mel, did you want to come in and say something?
Yes, I would say that I've experienced well, one, I want to be just totally fair. I believe I have witnessed, experienced, or whatever, observed the superiority stuff on both sides. Especially like with Americans. I'm not sure, like, you guys over there, Americans feeling that they
I think, you know what, I think I've had this conversation before about superiority, because obviously I have heard this complaint from Caribbeans, and I've also, even that guy, the African American brother, Snoop Dogg, he said the same thing, that Africans have told him, look, you're just African American, we are the real ones, we're the Africans.
For us to speak our language, we don't have the language because we're so continental. I don't want to say homegrown.
Yeah, but Goddess, can I just like
I'm
my
cutting in.
mum,
So I mean,
the same
but
level.
on
There's a
my end,
level
it
of
doesn't come across
respect
that I'm
that I
cutting
think you
off.
don't
So
have for Africans. Like, there's no way I
hello,
could
can
come
you
and tell
hear
my
me?
mum that
Wait,
I'm more
1 second, 1
African
second.
I'm about to
Let's
drop
get one
off.
at a
than
time.
her.
Let's get one at a time, and I don't think Mel realizes that she's cutting out a little bit. So
Right, I didn't recognize. I'll just drop off and listen in.
or if
Okay,
not,
cool.
go out,
No,
come back
come
in.
out and come back in.
Go back and come back in. That helps.
You know, the
sometimes.
fact that this is only pointed towards Caribbeans is very anti-African, and I'm going to make a stand right now.
Kingo, let me just finish and then forget about all
Go
this
ahead.
we're trying to dialogue.
Yeah.
Don't be putting in any stupid
All
sound
right.
bites, yeah.
No, I literally just want to say something.
Don't try and sidetrack the conversation. This is supposed to be an adult conversation where we debate. Yeah.
Why y'all talking at the same time?
Stop with the sound bites.
I can say what I want as well.
Can you let me finish?
If you want to say something, you can just get in the queue and you wait your turn. Yeah, there's only one person that can have Tourette's on here, and that's me. Okay. All right, go on, Betty.
Right. One of the issues that I've had with Caribbean people and African American people over the years is the idea that they don't have to play their position and understand that there's a pecking order to Africanness. Because I could never tell my mother, who's born and raised in Africa, that I'm more African than her. I have to show respect to my mother and her African roots, that understand that she grew up and was raised in Africa and she has something to teach me. Yeah? And I think this is what I find African Americans, African Caribbean people don't seem to understand. When you are so removed from Africa, there's a pecking order, whether you like that or not. Because when my mum starts telling me that, oh, look, you were born here, I have to shut up. Yeah? Because I understand what she's saying. That there's always things that my mum's going to know about Africa more than I could ever know. Because I was born and raised here. And I think many African Americans and Caribbeans don't want to appreciate that there's a pecking order.
So when you say a pecking order, Betty, what do you mean in terms of? So you're again, yeah. What do you mean, bro?
Well, how can I know what it is to be an African and speak a language raised in Nigeria when I wasn't? Right. You think that I could talk that type of thing to my mum and dad?
So how do you believe that Caribbeans or even Americans do that?
Because you're saying that you're just African and that you're just as African as the Africans.
But that's not saying more. That's not saying more African. No one's saying more African than an African.
Can you actually let me finish?
No one's saying more.
Since you want to do sound bites.
Well, thank you. That's good. That's good because I didn't get to finish my point. I left and came back. So thank you so much.
All of us
Betty,
that you
really,
know
really
here,
kind.
yeah, definitely we're definitely pro.
Oh my days, 9. Can you hear Mel?
Because I just came back and she went on mute, so
I don't know if she can hear you. I don't think.
Oh Lord, I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna leave and come back again.
Hold on. 9.
Yeah, I can hear. I've gone on mute in it. Sorry,
I'm gonna come back.
Right, come on, man.
No, I can hear you, Baba.
Oh.
Go on. Go to.
So what? I did want to highlight another issue. Well, when you the question was like instances with the superiority stuff, right? And one of the things that, on one hand, if we are your African cousins that were taken, right? With the reality is we're part of the family that was taken, and some continental Africans align more with freaking invaders more than us. And that to me is a superiority complex because they're like, you're one of us. You bigging up invaders more than your own family that people kicked our asses and took us. It ain't like you can't big up your chest like you're so strong because you didn't defend. And you know what I'm saying? Like everybody took an L, and not just us took an L. Y'all took an L too. People came in your land and took your people. Point, period. That there's no way to dress that up and make it sound good, but they would align with freaking, oh yeah, they go, Zubaida, my African sister, that bullshit, right? And we're slave babies. Like that shit right there, that's some superiority complex shit. I'm on mute.
Like for me, yeah, this is why I say I don't think it's actually that. I don't think it's that complex. I just think it's a level of ignorance and self-hate on both sides. Because this is why I asked, because big up Betty, because Betty's like the only person of African descent currently talking for on the African side. So I just wanted to kind of just be the mediator in this, right? So that's why I asked all of the Caribbean people, because when Betty was listening at what she was listing, it just didn't seem to hit. So I was like, okay, why don't you give examples where Caribbeans feel it on the other side? And it's kind of equal to the same that what Betty was saying, right? They're both equivalent to self-hate in words, attacking on each other, distancing themselves with each other. Like this is what I'm saying. This is why I say it's happening on both sides. But maybe one see it as you think you're better than me, but it's more of a self-hating fact, right? So if a Caribbean goes up to an African person in a scenario that we know of, right? So you're in a scenario of a Western school, majority white, the black kids are probably less population there, and Caribbean go up to an African and call him a booty scratcher. Is that really a superiority complex, or is that just a self-hating complex? Is that just moving yourself as far away as African because to be African is to seen as, you know, dumb, primitive, and do you know what I mean? Like,
no, I agree with Betty when she says that it's more to like there are those people with the mindset that they are happy to have proximity to whiteness. There are lots of people that are like, thank goodness. You didn't hear about the lady who said slavery was the best thing that happened to black people? You didn't know about there's a black woman that said that? There's some sick, crazy people.
Well, this
She's
is
American.
what I mean, but we've got coons on every, like, I don't know, because I'm not this person who think Africans and Caribbeans. I think that is blatantly the work of supremacy, just working into that. I believe of us as one people, and as one people, we have ignorance within us. If you want to divide it up and be like Africans and Caribbeans, you're still going to have coons on one side and the other side. You're going to have ignorance from one side to the other side. Like I've been on panels with Caribbean.
Well, Christy, that was definitely big up.
I've been on a panel with like Naifa where there has been a grown ass man of Caribbean descent who's been here all his life, and he said that he didn't know his connection to Africa until he saw roots, and that is a predominant thing that happened. People didn't know their history, so when you saw an African, you genuinely didn't believe that that was you. So they're gonna suffer that, and if you don't know the context of that as an African, you're gonna come and be like, these people are mad. Why are they just attacking me? They're the same as me. So it's the context, and it's like, hold on, it's the context. And if we don't like love on ourselves and look at the beginning of it, like we can have an open conversation about it. We should, because certain things are still happening and we should bun it off on both sides. But is it really that? Like, is it really one thing and they're better than the other? Or is it self-hate, ignorance, not knowing anything? Everything we're trying to fight out of now. Like, where is the superiority? I'm like hearing looks
it's not
from
people. I've noticed no one's added in the jealousy part yet. I'm waiting for someone to add that in. I'm listening.
Who's jealous?
Listening.
Go on.
I believe there's a lot of jealousy. I think that's what the deep-rooted issue is: jealousy.
From
I
what
said it
way?
before, and I'll say it again.
What do you mean? What do you mean
So
jealousy?
I'll give an example. So last night, you saw the catastrophe happen over the whole Windrush thing, innit? Why should I give them any credit?
Wait, what happened?
Well, hold on. Yeah, so I'm painting, guys. I've got to be quick here. So basically, I think there's a lot of jealousy from certain particular groups of people online that happen to be from Nigeria, and I think it boils down to the Windrush. They don't like us talking about the Windrush and what we did in the UK for other people as well. They get their backs get turned up. They use, and then they probably see it as though we use that as a superiority. When I'm thinking, no, it's just the facts of what happened in English history. It is a part of history. It's not a case of us using it as a weapon. It's just, these are the facts. Can we just get some flowers and move it along? It's not a more, but I think that some perceive it as...
think it's a weapon as? You're using it as a weapon to
say, if it wasn't for them, because I think Reggie brought up the thing of saying, if it wasn't for that, then he wouldn't be here. No one's ever said that. Nobody's ever said that, but you see how they hear things, how they interpretate things, and what's actually said. I find that interesting. Hence why I'm listening. But big up.
You know, it's sometimes these conversations really do mirror a lot of the conversations that happen on the American side.
Yeah. because we're all going.
Can I just say this is? Can I just say, look, I don't think you've completely not understood what I'm trying to say to you, and I think this is an issue that maybe you should speak to your own elders in your own community. There was Caribbean lady, little old lady that was a former nurse. I always used to call her Auntie Madge. May she rest in peace. And as long as I knew this woman, I always called her Auntie Madge because she was my senior. Yeah. Regardless that she was a Jamaican, that was what Nigerian culture taught us. That as long as she's your senior and she knows more than you, you're gonna put that auntie on it, yeah. And it's the same thing when you encounter people from Africa that were born and raised there. That regardless of whether I think I've read and I know this, that there's things that Asketi, my mum, other people that were born and raised in Africa will know that I will never know. And that I should not try and compete and pretend that I'm just as African as them. Yeah. Whether if you want to talk about DNA, yes. But to be an African isn't just about DNA. It's a lived experience. And I'm sure you would not be able to tell your elder African American people and Caribbean people that the Caribbean elders do the same thing. If you are born in England, they will tell their youth, look, listen, you English person. That's what they do. It's no different from what Asketi is doing. He's saying that, look, you are the one that's on the outside. Put some respect on my name.
No, that's not what he. Betty, let's be
He said a
honest
little bit more than that, though.
Let's be honest now. That's not what Asketi does. Let's not do this. If we're going to talk the truth, let's talk the truth. So
yeah, but if we're going to talk about individuals, it's going to go down a different route.
You cut me off. So let's be honest. When Asketi comes on panels, he calls us slave babies. He talked about how we walked onto the slave ships. That's what Asketi does. And then tries to make it that he's more African than us. But hold on, you're a whole Swedish boy. What are you doing?
Are you using
if that's the case, we're going to say that you're Swedish then.
No, you can't use them as a good example.
Yeah, I can do that. If that's the case, if that's the stupidest
I've never met anybody like Asketi.
Exactly. This is what I mean. It's just gonna. That's why I say. It's why exactly. I didn't mean to cut you. I'm trying to save you, sis. Like, there's no point using the most coonest example, like as an example for all Africans. You're gonna lose. So you could just say like the concept, but Asketi is like, what about the point that Betty was saying? Like, you can say no. There's other occasions, but using Asketi, you're just gonna have a bunch of this, like Asketi.
Okay, but what about your own community? You cannot deny that elder Caribbean people will put younger Caribbean people that are born and raised in the UK into check, play your position. We know more than you. You English, we know more than you.
Can
you go and tell them to keep quiet and then say that? Well, I'm Caribbean too.
What do you think about what Betty's saying there? What do you think about Betty saying that? I think you are having two different conversations. Because Betty's talking about having reverence of elders or people who are in the but I get.
Yeah, I agree with that.
What she's saying exactly. So this is what I'm saying. Are you not even knowing what you are arguing about? Like, because I know what she's getting at. Mel understands that. I'm sure you understand that, Nine. So what are you not like? What are we doing here?
No, reference to elders and this and that. I mean, that's something that is common on both sides, no?
Okay.
Not just the elders. Okay. So which Betty was explaining, I've actually experienced that in my own family. That, like, because I wasn't born in the country, they treat you some kind of way. Just like people who was even born there, if they come to America and they here for 20, 30 years. EIE is very Jamaican, but when he go back to Jamaica, they're going to tell him he come from foreign. He's a foreigner. They're going to treat him like he's a foreigner. And he speak patois all the damn time. You see what I'm saying? He's in his culture. It's just by proxy because proximity to whiteness. Proximity to whiteness.
More specific to diasporian Africans, Betty. So is this something more like someone like yourself then gets annoyed that someone like, because I don't think you're even speaking about me, to be honest, or are you? Because if you are, give me an example whereby you believe I do that, for example.
No, but I just relate it to your. I think you say your family's from Guyana. When you encounter your elderly Guyana people, can you start talking about what you know about the country and not telling them that you're just as Guyanese as them? if they, as long as they're born and raised in Guyana, I'm sure they're not going to allow you to just start talking about and almost try and be on the same level.
But that's what I'm trying to ascertain.
Like,
who does that though?
So basically, it's like from Betty will. I'm sure you'll let me know if I'm wrong. But what I'm hearing from Betty is that if an African person from the actual African continent is talking on African matters, they should have the final voice on it, right? They should be the respected voice on those matters. I think what Nine is saying is, I don't know if you're saying you agree with that. I agree with that. Does anyone else, anyone who don't agree with that, just say I don't agree.
So are you saying, so for example, let's just use a specific, are you saying, for example, that because Reginald, is by heritage Nigerian, that if me and him was to be having a conversation about Nigeria, that his Nigerian superiority through genetics should be made like the trump card? Is that what you mean? And as such,
so I never said anything about genetics. I never mentioned Reginald.
Well, you know what?
From an Nine, like this is what I'm saying, like to facilitate the conversation, like allow people to finish. I remember it's okay if we don't all agree. Like what I'm saying is okay, so I said if a all right, so let's bring it to what you really want to say. Let's just do that. So someone from Reggie now, you're saying that this is where I think the real crux of it, that you're saying that Reggie as well is not from the continent, so that was a total different example. So let's just keep it with Reggie. Reggie is now born in the West with 2 Nigerian parents. Nine is asking if she has a conversation, in regards to Africa, is she saying that his voice holds more weight, right? Or he should be the only one to talk about it? So that's 2 separate questions there that I'm going to pose to Betty first. Right. So Betty, do you think that he's the only one who could talk on those matters? And do you think that whatever he says goes because his parents are both Nigerian and he's having a conversation with a Black Caribbean person on African matters?
Yeah, I think like Kushti, thank you, sis, for you explaining better than what I'm explaining. But that's what I'm saying, that it's not that, look, you're not a Nigerian. I'm not talking about genetics. I'm talking about the cultural experience. Even though, yes, some of my ancestors are African American, African Caribbean, I'm not an African American and I'm not Caribbean in the sense of I may be genetically, but I don't have the cultural experience to be Caribbean, to be an African American. It's a cultural experience that I don't have. So I'm an outsider looking in. And I have to be able to humble myself to learn about that side of my heritage, you see? And that's the same thing. Even though genetically your ancestors would have come from regions of Nigeria, you still have to humble yourself and understand that the person that is Nigerian, that grew up in the Nigerian culture, has something to teach you. We all have something to teach and to learn at the same time, with the student and the teacher all at the same time.
Yeah, but let me ask you a question then, Betty, though. If Naifa and Reggie's having a conversation, right? And they're both being brought up in the West, right? I think that they equally have a right to talk about what is fundamentally theirs anyway, right? And I know that you've said that fundamentally they're both African anyways, in the roots, the genetics, whatever. You know that they're Black, they're Black African. Yeah, they're both been brought up in the West. So they could I believe they equally have a right to talk about Africa. Whether or not Reginald is more attached due to the fact that his pet, because the reason why I say this is and I understand what you're saying about the nuance, what I was trying to explain to Nani, for that is way different than an actual born person continental. But when it comes to Reggie, his connection is just through his parents is where he's closest to. But he was brought up here just like Nanifa was. It's just that Nanifa's one
of them diasporian African.
Well, he was born in a Nigerian household. The Nigerian culture is not the same as the Guyanese culture, the Jamaican culture.
I hear what you're saying there. So it's certain aspects in the conversation. If Reggie is going to be talking about what it is to be growing up in a Nigerian culture in the West, he should have a preference voice in that conversation. Right? Yeah, because he only knows what that means. But if he's having a conversation in regards to the state of Africa with Nine, they both have equal weight in that conversation. And if we don't understand that nuances, we feed onto white supremacy to divide us.
Well,
And
this
I
is
will
the
say,
debate, though, where in terms of, I think, like, and I will reiterate because I reiterated yesterday, if you are trying to fight white supremacy, yeah, and you use racial epithets, and I am guilty of it myself, you defeat your purpose. If you are demanding respect from your fellow Nigerian cousin, who is clearly telling you that I don't like these words, you know, like Brother Raven has told us, all of us, stop using racial epithets. The word is unsynchronized, and many of us are falling off the code. We've got to be on code because you can't claim to be fighting white supremacy and using the very white supremacy words in order to dispute your fellow African. And another thing in terms of division, look, Julius from the Economic Freedom Party said something really beautiful when he said that we are all African living in a house, but we're living in separate parts of the house. So Jamaica has a house. The African Americans have a house. The Somalians have a room. The Somalians have their room. The Nigerians have their room. We're all in the same house, but there is a divide, and that's all right. We don't all have to be the same.
That's cool. That's a beautiful way to look at it. I think the point about the question that Christy asked about, like, if Nines is having a conversation with Reggie, I think that it's definitely possible for Betty all the way across the pond, right, to know more about New York City than me. It is totally possible for her to know the history of Central Park and black people who have been killed in New York, or the school system ratings, and like it's possible for her to just take an interest and know more and be an expert on New York. Now, if she talks about what New York is like at 2 a.m. and she's never been there, that's where the conversation's not going to go well. But I think a lot of times, especially in these environments, even having a level of expertise in economics and politics, it's almost like because a person is not born on a continent, they can't know more about politics, or they can't know more about history, or they can't know more about economics than a continental African. And I think that part, the conversation gets really, it falls apart because, if I would be wrong if I told Betty, you don't know nothing about Central Park. And she's like, well, yeah, actually Central Park became this blah blah blah, and she's telling me the history. For me to tell her she's wrong just because I'm from New York and she's not, that doesn't make any sense. That's faulty argument.
I think, you know what, I'm going to respectfully disagree. You can know something theoretically, but then there's a lived experience. It's not just about the theory, it's the practical. It's a pity that Aleri's not here, because Aleri is very similar to what I am, where his grandmother is from Barbados, that came to Nigeria as a teacher and married some Yoruba, a man. Yeah, so he's like African Caribbean and African, type of thing. But it's just like, I think sometimes, like for me, you can't be just on the theory thing with me. Everybody can know something theoretically. You got to know the practical. So I can know most what I need to know about Central Park. But if I've never been there and there's someone that's actually been there, I've got to yield to them and say, oh, so you've actually been there. Let me listen to what they've got to say. And I think sometimes people are forgetting that, there's a way to disagree with, homegrown Africans like Asketi and Uncle Hector and all that. And I think just sometimes some of the Caribbeans and the Americans, they're not used to the way Africans, offspring, children like us disagree with them. There's I'm sure, but you know what? You should know how to disagree with your own elders. I'm sure you know how to disagree with the old Caribbean, African American aunties that were just ready to pick up their handbag and just whack you for taking that and backtracking. I'm sure you must have done the same thing. That it's not so much that you can't disagree, but there's a special way of disagreeing people, and you just got to acquire how to disagree with them.
Did something happen, you guys, that I'm missing? Did something, because you guys are referencing something from yesterday, and Betty keeps talking about elders. So was there an elder that was disrespected yesterday or something? I just feel like
no, I'm just
maybe
talking
I'm missing something.
I'm just talking about the whole thing over the years, like, because obviously Uncle Hector said it was just business, and a lot of Caribbean people got very upset about that. But as a Nigerian, I understand what he means, because that's just how the way Nigerian people speak. Even that mixed race girl just said it, isn't it? When people asked her, "Would you live in Nigeria?" She went, no, Nigeria's they're too upfront. It's a very rough society, and that's just the way a lot of Nigerian elders are. Nigerian culture
I think we're veering off again still and going somewhere else, which I'm not quite sure. Hector ain't no elder to me, so that's the first thing. Yeah. So,
but he is to me, Nine. I know you're around about the same age as him, but
he's not an elder to me in any shape or form. And respectfully, even if I was Nigerian, yeah, like I wouldn't consider him an elder. Yeah, because for you to get my respect as an elder, you got to have a certain way of. You can't just be old and get that respect, especially at my fucking age. You get me? When I was
I understand, but it's not like that in Nigerian culture. You understand that?
No, but we're not doing that though, Betty, because now we're just being a little bit silly, because I've seen Nigerians disrespect Hector, and I've seen Hector disrespect Nigerians. We're not doing that out here.
Yeah,
but he can disrespect. It doesn't mean that it's
individual coons to represent a culture. Like she's telling you that's not the culture, isn't it? Like whether that's good or bad.
The word is unsynchronized, sister. We've got to use the word unsynchronized.
Oh yes. Yeah. Well, I'm on Nadiva's platform now. So.
We say coon around here.
No, ladies.
Hold on. Let me get to the point though.
Unsynchronized.
All right, thank you, Betty.
I'm just telling you what Nigerian culture is. I'm not saying that they are not Nigerians that would disrespect their elders, but culturally, what we are taught is, regardless if we disagree with an elder, they're still our elder, whether it's 2 years, 4 years, etc. And I think many people don't seem to understand that when they encounter, Nigerians, that there's just a fucking pecking order.
And that might not be a good thing. That's not always a good thing, but that's just the facts. Like that's just the
what do you mean a pecking order? What do you mean a pecking order?
No! Think of your son now.
Wait.
When you see your son, can you just say, Mom, what are you cooking tonight? I'm hungry. Get off the computer and cook me dinner.
Wait.
Can you say that to you?
No,
all right, 1 second, Christy. Let's bring it back again, yeah. Like we've already established before, yeah. In terms of a respect thing for our elders, this, that, and the other, calling people auntie and uncle. I think we've already established that happens on both sides, yeah.
Exactly.
That's not unique to Nigeria or Africa or whatever. No. Yeah? And if you've heard my story times, as it were, you've heard me talk about.
But that's what Betty was just saying. So what are you saying? You don't understand the pecking order, then?
But how is that concerned with what we're speaking about, though? That's what I mean.
I think you don't understand the extreme amount, because when you're saying it happens on both sides, but I don't think you understand how much extreme it is in Nigerian culture.
But remember, they use it on making reference to. We got here because you started making reference to Hector. That's how we got here. So.
But Hector's not the only one. Hector's not the only one. Hector's just one of the elder Nigerians that comes on the panel.
How old is Hector?
I think he's about 53.
So.
He's my senior. Anyway.
Betty, I'm your auntie girl. Betty, I'm your auntie girl.
How old are you?
Let me just tell you, I ain't know that's how old Hector was.
Yeah, no, that's his age. Is that his actual age, though? Is he not older?
You got the elbows.
54, 50.
And even if you want to drop it like, that, Betty, yeah. Even if you want to drop it like that, yeah. Big and serious, Betty, yeah. Even if you want to drop it like that, right? What I'm saying, me, myself, Nainefa, yeah. And I've told him this from years before, right? If he was showing me uncle kind of vibrations, you get me? and them type of way there, then he might get that back. But he's never shown that. Betty, you've never.
I know.
Several times.
I know, but unfortunately, I think this is one of the problems in Africa, that they have such a hierarchical system of respecting elders, even elders that are taking the piss.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, like I can't find
that's where we separate.
But that's the point of culture, right? This is what I'm saying. Like, ain't something that's been going on for eons and eons of years. Yeah, don't give a damn about what you feel about. Do you understand? So a fact is a fact. Now, if that's the facts of that culture in Africa, in Nigeria, right, then that's the facts of the culture. Now, there's going to be times where that ain't the right look, and like we've got plenty of examples. But what she's saying is the facts. Like, I agree with you,
That's nothing to do with superiority, though, is it?
No, but
it is. It is. Do you not see Mugabe? I think the issue of elders, even if they're fucking up, we're not allowed to challenge them. I mean, so you've still got to respect them. Is a problem. Look at Mugabe. Didn't he stay until he was 90s because he believes he's earned his place? He's elder. What did they do to have to remove him? Eritrea, the guy is in his 70s. Cameroon, the guy is in his 80s. He's been there 30 years. He spends 2 months a year in Switzerland because he's an elder. That the youth don't have a chance, and they have to respect the elders. They're not able to challenge the elders, even if they're fucking up. That is a problem all over Africa.
You know what it is, though? We as a people has lost the reverence of culture. If you replace culture with religion, people understand it. Do you understand? It's a culture. It's attached to people. It's a way of life. Do you understand? Like, it's intertwined, whether it's good or bad. Like, it's just what it is. It is. It exists. It's been. It's so. Just so.
Because I've got Ghanaian friends, and my Ghanaian friend is complaining the same problem that she's having with her parents, that her parents have been insulting to her, yeah, and that she's a grown-ass woman in her 30s with children, and sometimes you don't speak to her parents because of this idea that they can just be abusive and insult you, and you're not allowed to challenge them because they're your elders.
Okay,
it's not just Nigerians that are having a problem.
Yeah, it's a bad issue.
Are you saying wait? So are you saying that as culturally, then, as Africans, that hierarchy comes before anything? Is that?
Yeah, I mean, but it does. Go and look at. If I'm lying, go and look at all the leaders in Africa, yeah, and look at the age and how long a lot of them leaders have been there, and what they're calling youth in Nigeria is people like my fucking age. Like, how someone in their 40s
can we at least appreciate that we're having a different conversation?
Yeah, I think you're having three different. That's why I keep on saying, remember, this particular conversation is coming back because you were having a conversation with Betty in regards to you not being able to see Hector as an elder. Right? So this is why this has come from that. So that's why I keep bringing it to that. I don't think that this is in relation to you saying about superiority. This is about the new conversation you started. I don't connect
no, but
those
the
two.
culture is what you're superiority is a cultural way of doing things. You are calling it superiority. We're just calling it. That's just how the Nigerian and many African cultures are. Play your position in the field.
Yeah, see, that's when I say it's getting intertwined. This is what I mean. I don't see it as superiority. That's what I'm saying. I just see it as ignorance because I can't see it. I'm not seeing the superiority coming out of it. Like, you're thinking that you're better than someone due to what? Like, I don't know if that's actively happening. I'm still seeing it as removing yourself from the Caribbean side, but from the African side, when you're there calling people a slave baby, and Cal said that when it comes to African matters or when they're in the continent, they're getting looks or they're othered. That's another issue of not accepting. Do you understand? I don't know. Like, I don't know if it's necessarily that. It's just, I think there's so much more than just that. I don't know. Because I can see both sides closer, more so. It's just, I don't see that. I see the different underlying issues of ignorance, not knowing history. Do you know what I mean? It's just, that's what spills out. But I understand when if you're someone of a Caribbean descent and you're aware of your roots and you meet an African person who tells you now that you're not African, that's an issue as well. But this is what I mean, is that what does that African person mean when they're saying that that Caribbean person is not an African? Do they know the history even? Because a lot of African people at a certain point were even taught the fundamental history of slavery. That's been documented. So I don't know what is in that. Does that mean, but because that Caribbean person has not been born in Africa, they're not an African? Because when you're looking at a Black Caribbean, they look just like you. So what? Do you know what I mean? So to me, there's maybe, as usual, now, do you know what I mean? I'm just looking more into it, but I just think there's more layers to it than just cutthroat thinking that someone's better than the other person.
Right.
No, but that's why I related it back to the whole colonization, right? And even when I played the extract from the beginning, because obviously, although, you know, it could be argued that some of these conversations that we're trying to have are a little bit clumsy, this, that, and the other, right? What we can say factually is that there are different remnants, you see what I'm saying to you, from colonization. Oh, and you could even say mixed with culture as well. You get me? Because I'm hearing what Betty's saying. Do you know what I mean? And yeah, but again, I don't, even from yesterday and still today, I'm still not, I can't over the superiority bit, especially on the Caribbean behalf, because even if we're going to go with the sort of narrative, right? Like Caribbeans, or even if we use Americans then as well, because, you know, that's quite a hot topic at the moment, they see themselves as being sold. So someone that's seeing themselves as being sold is not going to feel superior. You get me?
Yeah, but why don't you stick it on the Caribbeans? Because it's Caribbeans talking now.
Okay, the same thing though. I don't think so. Caribbeans then, yeah, and I've grown in Jamaica, so I know the thing in it. There was never a superior. I wouldn't say it was a superiority thing. Yeah, there was definitely acknowledgement. Some would acknowledge that they were of African descent also. Some would say that they are not of any sort of African descent. You see what I'm saying to you? Now, if you're saying those that are saying that they're of no African descent, if you're saying that that's like an element of superiority, I don't know. I didn't see it then, and I'm trying to think about it now. And again, I would just
so when you went to school, yeah, and the typical thing of, I know you said you never saw it or it didn't happen in your day, whatever, but you're knowing that this is a prominent thing, right? That everyone's talking about, it's been documented, whatever, that Africa, and you've seen the amount of African people come on and talked about their experience on it, right? So if you're at school and you disassociate yourself to someone who's clearly African, right? You don't see that as a superiority. You don't see that. I know that if there's 6 white kids around me, right? I'm cool with the white kids, and this African kid comes on. Me saying that you're an African beauty scratcher, you're not African, and making myself appealing to the other white boys, being normal, being what felt as normal, right? Quote unquote. What's feeling like I'm with you, quote unquote, and not of him, because I'm with the whites, the better. You lot are dirty, black, stinking booty scratchers, literally. You can't see that.
I mean, when you paint a scenario like that, and
that is not even just a scenario. That is like, you know, if you opened up the thing now, do you know how much heads will come on and say that this is, I've not even been over exaggerating. I did the bottom barrel. You're with kids in school, you're just scotching, you see an African boy come by, and you disassociate. That's standard.
So like I was saying, yeah, because see, I wouldn't necessarily put that as superiority in it. You get me? I am hearing what you're saying, and I can see how you could in it. You see what I'm saying to you? So I'm not trying to be.
But this is what I'm saying, because you see the under levels of it. You're seeing it as self-hate, and this is what I'm saying now. So what you see as self-hate, just let me hear me out on this one.
Even saying about self. Sorry.
But that's what you said to Betty. You were like, well, that to me is just someone who don't know nobody. He hates himself. He's calling himself a slave. He knows that he was sold. He don't feel right about himself. That's what you said, like.
I'm not sure if I said that, but what I was about to say here and now is because what we were saying yesterday is that we were calling it more ignorance, yeah, in terms of not knowing self, this, that, and the other. You get me? Now, in this scenario that you just given, I could see, in terms of this conversation, I could see how you could look at it and see that you might think going over to that side might see himself as being more superior than the guy over there. I guess I can see that. Probably I would reason it out differently, but I can, for the sake of the conversation, I can see how you could say that.
But this is what I'm saying, Nines, to you, because you can see the underlining of what I was saying before. It presents itself like Mel. Hopefully, is still on the panel because I can't see because I got a job on. She's the person who's good for this, right? But she might be able to articulate better because this is her field. But what I'm saying is, what presents itself as what you said was ignorance, right? What is ignorance presents itself as superiority, right? So how that what that Caribbean person's doing is ignorance, yeah. But how that African person felt it as superiority. And
yeah,
so
but also you can't insult African people's names like the Caribbean people.
But what I'm saying, one second, babe, I'm saying that goes both ways as well. So what that African saying is out of ignorance, what that Caribbean person is hearing is superiority. Do you understand? It goes both ways.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter if it goes both ways or not. The harm that is done when you basically got Caribbean children, the only Caribbean children that were nice to me was the Rasta children because they were the only ones that didn't deny their African roots.
Exactly.
But the ones that the special type of Caribbeans that would pretend that they were superior because they were offspring of slaves, they didn't want to acknowledge Africans, and any chance they got an Africa chance to be around Africans, they were just insulting us, our names, African beach, all this type of disgusting like racial epithets.
Ignorance.
And then God knows when the Somalian came, it got even worse, didn't it? The minute the Somalians came, it was like, fucking Somalis, fucking this. And the Somalians actually hadn't done anything at the time except to come from a war-torn country.
Yeah, no one wanted to accept Somalis as African.
Yeah, what did they actually do?
And what was that out of the game? Ignorance. And this is what I'm saying. Like
they only came from a war-torn country. I don't actually remember any Somalians actually doing anything to justify the anti-Somalian sentiment that they received.
No, but I've just said that I've seen all that done. Because remember, the question was asking those Afro-Caribbeans of that. I've seen all that. You understand? Especially with the Somalians, etc. Remember where my mum's from? So my mum used to do like aid for the East Africans. Do you understand what I'm saying? In that in Birmingham. So when they used to come over, right? The way they used to it's that kind of thing with the way they look at the African Caribbeans. And I said to myself, like, what's that? Because I'm not used to that because I've grown up, in them places, especially in Northeast Africa, the Middle East as well. So I did used to see certain things, and I know that African Caribbeans, they're not going to get down like that. But I just wanted to say something with Sister Kushti in regards to this thing. It's definitely unsynchronized, but at the same time, Sister Betty said something very important. Who was marketing about the Rastafarians? You understand what I'm saying? And that's Afro-Caribbeans. Because when it came to the other brothers and sisters, they gave up on us. Do you understand? You weren't, for myself, okay, I went into Nigeria when I was younger and that, but when you go back over here, the West Africa, they're not like drumming it in your head all the time. Oh, you're African. It's the African Caribbeans. So while you're getting attacked at school, right, it's the African Caribbeans from the Rastafari movement are telling you, no, Africa's this, Africa's that. They never would give up on us. That's why I find it strange when people keep attacking the African Caribbeans movement because they were the ones uplifting it. Do you understand? Without them,
I think again, you need to like what Caribbean African was getting it. Like this is what I mean. Like you have to. Like this is what I don't know. Like you got for me, you got to be very clear in what you're saying there. Yes,
what do you mean getting it, Kushti? What do you mean by getting it? What do you mean by getting it?
Because in his scenario, he was saying that as a young African Caribbean, when you're getting it, you go to the Rastas to get told about Black people. But this conversation is in relation to Black Caribbeans and Black Africans. So what scenario in the West would you be getting attacked by other Black people as a Caribbean about being Black?
No, what I was referring to was, no, you've misunderstood, beloved. What I was saying was, because remember, in the UK and Europe, right, being an African from the non-African perspective is low, etc. You understand? So it was the Rastafari movement, right, and the Pan-Africanist movement that when you go into school and non-African people saying that, They would never give up on you. The West African brothers and sisters, right, is that they wouldn't kind of like remind you all the time. They'll look at it as, oh, you just lost, etc. Do you understand? Whereas the Rastafarian, the empathy what they had was, you know what? That is that. But you're an African. African is where the civilization came from. They would drum that in your head. Right.
You definitely got to give reference to the Pan-African and the old Rastas, and I say that with like the old Rastas mentality of talking about black love and things like that. At the time of, I don't know, an influx of Africans or freshies, do I expect them to now galvanize to a Caribbean community and talk to the Caribbeans about blackness when they're just trying to survive? No. So when you're saying that pretty much sounds like West Africans, and whether that's good or bad to other people, again, that's just a fact. I think there's elements to understand to why, but I agree with you that within the Caribbean sect, and where I learned most of my stuff growing up was in the Caribbean, Afro-Caribbean sect, there was a set, because it wasn't all, that saw a need. That's why they were doing this, to educate their own Black Caribbeans, but it was open to any Africans or whatever that wanted to come. And this is what I mean, like there's nuances, like, and there's reasons for things, right? We understand there's different stages of things. So there might be a reason why a collective group who've just come to a country are not setting up about champion where they've come from or whatever. Like, come on, like there's nuances to stuff, but I hear you.
But Sister Christy, what you got to understand is that a lot of us growing up on Pan-Africanism, I know 101, right, is that in West Africa, you have Nimamba Izikwani and Kwame Ture was very prominent in those regions. They studied under the Honorable Marcus Garvey, right? Yeah. West Africa, East Africa, South, Central, Pan-Africanism was thoroughly there. Do you understand? So what I'm saying is that it's like, for example, right, I'm just gonna go off sidetrack a bit. I got family in New York. Now I was very ignorant because raised up on Pan-Africanism, the Afro-Caribbeans and the African Americans, right, and the rest, our brothers and sisters on the continent, they united together with the Pan-Africanist movement. But then I didn't know about this division too much in America. And then when I analyzed and assessed, I said to myself, but wait there a minute, right? You got the African Americans who are for civil rights, etc. And then they understand, they also participated in wanting to help Haile Selassie with the war, etc. and that, right? And then our brothers and sisters are going over there, they're not having a treaty with them, and they're exploiting the situation. Listen to non-African people. That's gonna make them want to be a bit tribalistic and say, okay, I'm black, you're not. I understand that. But the fact that we don't get that, right, is very unsynchronized. Do you understand what I'm saying? And that's what it is all the time, is that, oh, because you're not from me, I'm not going to accept you. You know what I mean? And it's damaging because non-African people exploit that and use us, and we're back to square one. So we do have to be truthful with our situation, is that regardless if you come on for working, we all the same, we've gone through the same situation, Pan-Africans on the continent. So there's no excuses, beloved, to be honest with you.
Yeah, but I don't think that didn't apply to anything I was saying. I don't think you got what I was saying there. But yeah, if everybody's going through the same thing, they should all make their efforts to support the cause as much as they can. But that's not what I was saying. But I hear you. I agree with you on that aspect. I think Mel's trying to come through. I think, you know what? I think Mel's trying to come through. I don't know. I'm sorry. I thought I could hear you, but we keep talking like. I'm sorry, sis.
Right.
Go on.
It's okay. It's okay. I didn't want to say. I didn't want to stop his flow, so I just said, "Can I say something when he was done?" I think what Christy is highlighting is that what the dynamic that happens to me is not. It's not any different. Like, all people are all doing the same thing. They're all trying to find the best position closest to power, what they associate as power, right? So right now, if there happens to be a new ethnic group that floods the UK, then Somalis are going to move up, and those people are going to get targeted. You know, it's just like, at one point, when the Haitians came to America, that was after the Jamaicans, after the Bajans, after the Guyanese. Boom. All these Haitians came. Everybody talking, oh, look at the Haitians. Da, 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 da. You know, being Haitian was not a cool thing until the freaking Fugees came out. When the Fugees came out, they was sac passe. Everybody, they had so much pride in Haiti that everybody was like, all right, well, y'all pretty cool. But before that, it was like, if you was from freaking Africa, people like, oh, that's why you a Haitian. And they'd be like, no, I'm not. It was like an insult. That's why you a Haitian. Literally. So everyone wants to have this proximity to power. It's like, I've been around the white people longer. The white people like me. White people accept me. And we don't want, if you come around and start being all proper and getting high on the SAT, all of a sudden now, what does that put me? This is this dynamic that happens. It's happening with continentals, Africans. It's happening with the Caribbeans. It's happening with Canadians. Everywhere. The diaspora. Everyone is basically like Hunger Games for white approval. That's what I think.
Because even the African Americans going to Africa now, they're getting done for problem.
You wanted to say something?
I couldn't hear.
It doesn't make it right just because you're closer to proximity to whiteness, and if the Haitians turn up, you know, then you're going to move on to the next person to insult and victimize. It doesn't make it right. That's the whole point.
We're calling it a sickness in their mind. We're agreeing.
In terms of, I just want to make a point about Jamaica and Rastafarians. Look, one of my Jamaican friends said that one of the things that the Jamaicans that are not Rastafarians were doing was discriminating against the Rastafarians, cutting off their hair. And one of the reasons why many Rastafarians wanted to leave Jamaica and run off to Africa is because of the Jamaicans who are more Europeanized, felt they were better than the Rastas that were going towards Africa. So the idea of it's not just Caribbeans hating Africans. They're hating their own Rastafarian people because they're exhibiting too much African culture. And I've seen stories of, you say if you're too dark, you can't go and work in a bank in Jamaica. There was color discrimination. Like, I gotta be honest, when I grew up with a lot of these Caribbean girls, I thought Caribbean people just don't like black people. Because if you were too dark, especially as a woman, if you were like dark brown, mahogany brown, everything seemed to be blamed on being black. The reason why you're poor is because you're black. Oh, she's pretty, but she's black. These Caribbean girls that I used to go to school with were like my color. They weren't even light skinned. They were just like medium brown. But they thought they were the shit just because the other Jamaican girl she was plump like chicken and she was dark skinned. So that is what I got from Caribbean girls, that whatever you do, don't be too dark. Don't be too black. But I know my Nigerian friend that was dark skinned, like mahogany brown. You know, she had all hell. She had the Caribbean girls ringing up, mocking her dad's accent. She used to chill with them. That's one of the reasons why I didn't chill after primary school. I said I got cut loose these Caribbean girls because I've had enough of the mocking of the African thing. But my Nigerian friend that used to continue to hang with these Caribbean girls, they felt that they were better because they were brown skinned and she was mahogany brown, and used to ring up her dad to insult her dad's accent, and she used to pretend like she was Caribbean. So, do you know what I mean? It's just like Caribbean people, especially Jamaican, they have problems in their own community when it comes to treating their fellow Rasta brothers with respect, especially the colour thing. Because why are there so many light-skinned people that are leaders in Jamaica? It's like you can't see a dark-skinned person to lead Jamaica, even though they keep going on about how proud they are to be Africans. Why are there so many red-bone people that lead Jamaica? I can't really understand the dichotomy. You got all these Rastas talking about, oh, I'm proud to be African, Africa's the root. But when you look at who runs the country, and go back, and you'll just see all these red-bone people, and then later on you get those white colonial Jamaicans that descend from the slave masters. But would you ever see a dark-skinned mahogany brown person lead Jamaica? Be honest.
Are we saying that didn't happen on the continent? Are we saying that never happened on the continent with the lights?
Why can't we just
but
say that she got a point?
Cal, the
Why
best.
can't we just say she got a point?
Yeah,
Why
exactly.
can't we
Like,
just say
this is
she
what
got
I'm
a point?
saying.
Like we
Like,
don't, like you don't have to
she
say
doesn't
it. It doesn't
point.
happen.
That's not.
Listen,
No,
so are you saying no? Her point is that there's a colorism issue in Jamaica, and that's true. Like when she's right, just say
literally,
she's
like,
right. Oh my
it's
God,
like we
it's
need
not a
to be
point.
able to accept
but there's a
and just say
colorism
that
on
it
the
happens.
continent as well. But there's a colorism on the
Okay,
continent
that's a
as well.
separate conversation, though. Why,
No,
like,
no, it's not.
of course
Because
it is.
saying
Of
that,
course it
when you're
is.
saying that it's just Jamaica, that's specific to that, right? What that is being disingenuous, because we know already when the non-Africans came into Africa, whether it be Asians, Middle East, etc., and that they would
But bro,
also
she
breed.
never said it was
Hold on,
solely
beloved. Hold
Jamaican.
on,
She said she
beloved.
listed a bunch of reasons. You're turning it in her saying that it's only Jamaicans, and that's
What
the
I'm
problem.
saying is the
That's why
colorism.
they'll say yes, accept it, and then maybe say, but we all have these issues. You know, well, we can say if we're going to talk about colorism, there's an issue in regards to bleaching our skin in both the continent and the Africa, the continent and the Caribbean. Like this. It's like what Mel's saying.
Hang on, Nigeria. In Nigeria, there's no light-skinned person can come and run Nigeria and say the reason because I'm light-skinned, that's why I can run. Like the people that run Nigeria are brown skin, dark skin, etc. I don't even think they've really had any light-skinned people run Nigeria. So it's just not the same. In Jamaica, where are all the dark-skinned people running the thing? Why is there so many red-bone people? And don't get me wrong, your leader, Andrew, he's a handsome man. But why there's so many light-skinned people running Jamaica?
Okay, but Betty, if it doesn't show up in the hue of the politicians, I'm sure there's plenty of examples, right, that we can think of where colonization or self-hate or depressive, or like what Mel was saying, the need to be attached to whiteness or westernness, it's prevalent. We've got loads of examples on the continent where it shows itself up on that side. And this is what I was trying to say to Cal, to match it tit for tat is foolishness. Just say that in the Caribbean, this is where it shows up in us. In Africa, this is where it shows up on us. And this is what me and Mel was trying to say to all of you lot on the panel. Like, where you can give an example of one thing, we can match it somewhere else. So just say yes. We know it. We're not trying to do
it. It is a total sickness and a poison that through
the whole of us.
Enslavement, colonization, it has changed the mindset of us on both sides. Right, that where you're literally looking at your sibling or your cousin, and some of us are not recognizing that that's family. Right, I had to check my own cousin. She thinks listen, this woman dark like Whoopi Goldberg, son, like Tay Diggs, Morris Chestnut black. Right, all of her features, she looked like she's from Togo, Benin, somewhere. Right, she thinks she's a fucking Spanish person from Spain because she speaks the language. She's crazy to me. That she actually looks at people from the continent and think that that's not her people, but she sees some Jennifer Lopez chick and that's your fucking fam. That's fam. It's crazy. It's a sickness in their mind. I know that's the stuff that Betty's talking about, that they think they're better because they want this proximity to this whiteness. In my own family, I had to shut her down. We ain't even fucking Facebook friends. I said, I'll see you at a family reunion. We ain't even got to, don't see what's on my page. No.
But I just, this is a genuine question because obviously I had a Black history teacher that was a Jamaican guy, and the dichotomy that I see when Jamaicans try and promote Pan-Africanism and the love of Black people, but when you look at who leads their country over decades, where are all the Black people? I'm thinking, are these red-bone people mixed with the slave master? Because I can't understand that. Where are all the Black people, like the mahogany brown, the blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice? They're trying to teach me to love myself as a Black person, but they can't even get a dark-skinned Black person in leadership.
One of the most influential Pan-Africanists, right, of the 20th century was the Honorable Marcus Garvey. He was
Jamaica.
Black, beautiful dark skin complexion and he's more influential all the Pan-Africanists.
Could Marcus Garvey run Jamaica with his dark skin tone?
The Honourable Marcus Garvey was the president of Africa. You see what I'm saying in that? Because when you keep talking about could he run Jamaica, hold on. You keep talking about run Jamaica. We know that the non-Africans put the light-skinned people in charge.
That he came from. Was him as a dark-skinned person of African descent be able to run Jamaica? No, because they don't like black people there. You've got to be red bone. If you're too dark,
the colorism is everywhere on the continent and the Caribbean. What are we dealing with? What are we dealing with?
Black people running Africa, Mugabe being one of them. Don't come and try and tell me it's the same. It's not. Maybe North Africa.
Was the colorism. The colorism.
Yeah.
But the colorism is everywhere.
You can't have all these light-skinned people running the country and telling people that have a darker hue that you can't even lead the country.
So Kel, I know she's talking about colorism, but the point she's talking about is leadership, right? So she's not saying that colorism exists in Jamaica. She's saying it actually exists in the leadership, and the imagery is not healthy.
Yeah, but what you guys I'm trying to say is that
you're going off topic. You're going off topic.
That's what she's saying. What do you mean going on topic? You said I'm going.
Listen,
because the show was called the colonization superiority in that, right? Now, Sister Betty, all due respect to you, right? She's talking about the Caribbeans were calling it this, they're calling it that. And so Caribbeans call each other that too. You understand what I'm saying in that? So when you're just making it, I was affected by that, right? So that means I'm going to keep away from them. We have to codify that. We've all suffered from colorism.
No one's saying that. Like, you're going to create that. This is what I'm saying. No one, even Betty did say that I'm going to stay away from them. No one's saying that. No one is saying that. We agree with you here.
When she was younger, she said when she was younger, did you not listen to what she said, beloved? She says when she was younger.
She gave an example of something experience, just like when you said that you went to Africa and people gave you dirty looks in Africa for being Caribbean. And
excuse me? I've never said that. Who said that?
You said something about the looks. You said something about the looks when you went. Remember when I said, has anybody else in the Caribbean got anything to say? And you said about people going to the continent and getting dirty looks or whatever and getting looked at.
I never said that. I never said that.
Okay, no problem, bro. You can rewind it and see where I got it wrong.
Yeah, we can, because you remember you asked me about.
I'm not going to stick on the point. This is what I'm saying, bro. I think you're bringing argumentative energy to this. Because
how, sister? When I didn't say that, I never said that. I said that when the African brothers and sisters came to the UK,
talking with cutting in 9EFA. By saying that Betty's saying about be all or end alls, talking about Mel, talking about colorism happens everywhere. But we already said that. That's what we were trying to say. It's what I'm saying, bro. Like, just take a breath and realize no one is trying to attack or create that energy. I think you're bringing that energy by just accusing it everywhere.
Yeah, I ain't bringing up no energy, sister. What I'm saying is the show is very perfect to what we're dealing with, right? And there's misappropriation when it comes to our cultures. What I'm saying is that any African descendant, whether you are Caribbean or not, right, and you feel superiority towards each other and that, make sure you don't misappropriate each other's culture. For example, the African Caribbean culture and that. If you are superior to the African Caribbeans, don't emulate their culture at all. Same with the African Americans and that. And then we're going to see who really is for their culture and tribe.
Yo,
I just want to go back to my point about color. Thank you, sisters, for understanding my point about colorism. But I want to reiterate, as I have my niece that is a dark-skinned, beautiful,
no, we can't hear you properly,
Asian sister, and I will reiterate my point that you're not going to keep on popularizing Marcus Garvey and not look at the fact that someone as dark as him could never run Jamaica. That the colorism in Jamaica has to be dealt with.
Can I get a word in there? Wait a minute, yeah.
Okay.
So let's because we don't have to be silly about this, innit? Okay, we know that colorism exists, yeah, and we could argue that colorism is another hangover of colonization, and we know various reasons for that, yeah. In Jamaica, certainly, yeah, and I'm sure I'm gonna ask Betty if it was the same as in Nigeria. So certainly back in the day. Maybe not so much now, but certainly in Jamaica, the more browner skinned people would get the top jobs. Yeah. So if you're going to the banks and all of these type of things, more time, it's going to be what they would call a browning, etc., etc., etc. Okay. Now, Betty, was that the same in Nigeria at any time at all? Whereby in Nigeria, maybe in more like the government jobs, is that never it would be more the lighter skinned Nigerians that would be getting better jobs.
No. If you look at the presidents
that's
of Nigeria, you will see a multitude of colours. You're probably not even going to be able to see a light.
I'm not even asking about the president, Betty. I was just that's why I even tried to take it down a few rungs in it. Yeah.
Don't look at the Nigerian Senate, though. They don't have you can't come in Nigeria and say just because you're a red bone, you're going to get a government position.
Man. It's not a tit-for-tat thing. Just say it shows up in different ways. It doesn't mean that they're African.
Maybe in Nollywood,
you might be able to get away with any more less, or there's any more less sellouts on one side or the other. It just shows up differently. Like, we can understand that, right? And then move on from this point, or no? Like, I don't get what's confusing.
I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm saying that as a Jamaican, yeah, because Jamaicans keep on telling me how proud they are to be African. But when I take a good look at Jamaica and then I look, I said, why are there so many red bone people running that thing? And then when I come tell me how proud they are to be African, yeah. But they managed to run out the Rastafarians out of Jamaica, yeah, and Marcus Garvey out of Jamaica. How did that manage to happen if we're so happy for black people and Africans?
This is
ridiculous. You are just so easy to fall in a trap. It's just sad.
No, I'm just asking you the question: how did the Rastafarians get run out of Jamaica and Marcus Garvey with his pro-African sentiment? Yeah, and that how can you explain that you don't seem to have any dark-skinned people running the country? And it's been going on years.
Can you stop saying that, please?
No, I can't stop saying it because it's the truth.
Sorry,
I'm just asking you the question, isn't it? Because how can I?
Are all African dark
people to understand? Can I ask you a quick question, Betty? Do you know Jamaica's? Do you know Jamaica's previous prime ministers, Betty?
I had to look at them. That's why I'm saying it. I was looking for the darkest. All I could see was these like red bone, and then they had one or two brown skinned people, and then all suddenly all the white people turned up. All these slave owner people.
Can I just say there's been two different reactions from people from the Caribbean, yeah, by Betty, yeah. So I've seen Fiona. I've not been looking at the chats properly, but I did notice Fiona and Mel because she's on a panel. And you know what they said is, yeah, there's a problem with colorism. Yeah, there's a problem with that in the upper classes. That's a problem. And then there's the other, but what about you? We can't talk about this, but then about you. And what about, I can't hear this, what about you? Anyone noticing that? Like, just putting it out there. Like, why is it so easy to trip up? Like, once you own the crap of your own, it don't matter. Like, if someone's going to tell me something about the Jamaica or Nigeria, I swallow it. No one can tell me nothing. If I know it's a fact, it's a fact. I could turn around and I go back and say, yeah, it's a problem. This is what we're doing about it. We notice it. There's enough of us that see that it's a problem. But, oh, what are you doing? Or what about Africa? Or what about here? Or in this scenario? Like, what is the point, Star? When you know it's a problem. If you were on another given day, you'd be saying the same thing, that it's a problem. So I'm just saying, that's what it is. Like, if you don't want to do it,
but we've already what are you
saying? No, that wasn't happening.
Nine, that conversation was getting so bad that Kale was basically like gangbanging on Africanism and culture. Kale literally told an African person, "Oh, let me finish. Kale was basically telling an African person, "Well, since you got so much to say about Caribbeans, y'all don't be copying our culture. Like Caribbeans didn't get their culture from. It's a fusion. It's African culture that is fused with when in your new place you create a new one. It didn't come out of drop out the sky. Like that's just.
This is what I'm saying. If you truly see
so
things
wrong
as a
to
unity,
say that. It's so wrong to say that.
Like if
that's
you
so
really
wrong.
truly see things as unity,
Are you
you can be
all right?
Pan-African talking.
Are you all right?
Are you all right? Are you all right?
Wait, calm down.
You all
You're not
right?
my elder. You're not my elder, so you can get it.
Wait. So Betty, just to address your thing, in terms of the the prime ministers of Jamaica, etc., etc. And I appreciate what you're saying, yeah, because definitely in Jamaica there's been a few prime ministers that have definitely been of like Syrian descent, etc., etc. And that could be for varying reasons and obvious reasons. You understand what I'm saying to you, Betty? So I definitely appreciate what you're saying there. What I would say though is that in more recent times we're definitely working, you know, away from that sort of colonial mindset in terms of having light-skinned people as representations, and we have in more recent years had persons of darker hue in it. That's why I was asking you the question in it. So I'm definitely agreeing with you that in previous times, because this one here, and we can just go through it in it. It's not even a biggie, man, because this is normal history in it. Yeah, but in terms of
slave master, a descendant of the slave master. This stupid Sir William. He'd be a slave master, in it, offspring of slave masters or whatever, or the colonialists.
Well, these are all from independence and that, you see. Yeah, so first one being Bustamante, as you can see here. And on another day we can go into it. All right. But there you go. He led from 1962 to 1967. Okay. Why he was anyway, fuck it, I'll read it. Okay, as you got me here. So Norman Bustamante. Okay. When Union Jack was lowered and the new black, green, and gold Jamaican flag was raised, it was also meant we would need a Jamaican as our new leader. Yeah, so like I'm saying, he was the first after independence. This leader would be Sir Alexander Bustamante, the founder and leader of the Jamaica Labour Party. He would lead from 1962 to 67. The Hanover native was also the founder of the Bustamante Industrial Trade Union, which is still a functioning organization. The Bustamante Hospital for Children and Port Bustamante is named in his honor. Whilst his cousin and fellow national hero Norman Manley was also instrumental in negotiating Jamaica's independence from Britain and was actually the first premier of Jamaica, he was never prime minister. So that's the first one. This is the second one. This is Right Honourable Sir Donald Sangster. Yeah, still quite red-boned lesser, as you would say, Betty. Donald Burns Sangster was born in St. Elizabeth, and if you know about St. Elizabeth people, then we need to say no more. The breadbasket parish of the South Coast. When Alexander Bustamante fell ill in 1964, Sangster took the reins of the Jamaica Labour Party and the leadership of the country as acting Prime Minister. In 1967 elections, he and the Jamaican Labour Party were successful for another term in office. This made Donald Sangster our second Prime Minister and leader of the JLP, albeit a short run at the helm. Donald Sangster offered a I don't know what that word is. Subarachnoid hemorrhage. Oh, he suffered. Okay, he suffered some sort of hemorrhage. Sorry, just a few weeks after being sworn in as Prime Minister. He died on April the 5th, 1967. Just after forming his cabinet, which makes him the shortest serving Prime Minister and the only Prime Minister to die while still holding office. I'm actually raising my eyebrows at that. In came the most honourable Hugh Lawson Shearer. All right, see, there you go, Betty. He's a bit darker, right? What are you saying, Betty?
Yeah, but I'm sorry, sis, but the picture's black and white, isn't it? So I can't really.
Yeah,
they don't look that dark.
He looks Nigerian. Come on, Betty.
No, but sis, you must understand. We had the conversation ago about the beauty queens, and when I was talking about Miss World, and then you were saying that but that Jamaican that represented it was, I think she was Indian, African Jamaican, and you were disappointed. Because you understand my point of colorism and where even the beauty queen.
Listen, no one here is
understand the point.
Yeah, we would be silly to not, like I said, Betty, accept colorism. Come on, man. A dark-skinned 90 like me. Come on. However, let me continue. Following the ultimate timely death of, if that's all right with you, are you all right with me to finish it off quickly? Or would you like to move on?
I mean, I don't mind you going on or moving on. I'm just saying
Patterson, he's a Jamaican.
Did they get any darker?
Dark brown. You see? I
we went back again to Norman Manley, which is the cousin of Bustamante. All right, and this is when it started to get all political. And you got to remember the other backstories behind these things, yeah, because you got to remember the whole America and blah blah blah. But anyway, that's a different story. In came this big pussy over here, this fucking guy here, this big pussy here, man, this big pussy here, yeah, Siaga, Mickey and take the boy here. My granny, you couldn't fucking tell her a bad word about these fucking idiots. But anyway, that's a big different story. My granny was a labor rights. So that was Siaga. Get me, done a lot of damage to the country, a lot. And then boom, we woke up. Do you know this one, Betty?
Yeah. Big up to the brother.
Thank you, Betty. Thank you. We had to work hard to get
proper representation.
We worked hard. Anyway, we'll just quickly on by.
Is this the current person? Is this the current person?
No.
We got another red bone with green eyes.
Yeah, went back to St. Elizabeth still, but he was there though from 1992 to 2005. So he was actually the longest serving prime minister. You get me? So
QC is a barrister. Is he a barrister? Because it says QC.
He was a QC. The Right Honourable Percival Noel James Patterson, ON QC, was Prime Minister of Jamaica from 1992 to 2005, which makes him the longest serving Prime Minister in Jamaican history. Yeah, so at least it was a darkie that got the long spot. You get me?
Yeah. Finally, proper black person. Like the sweeter the berry, the darker the juice, man.
Come on. But yeah, so that was him, and then like I said, he was there, and he done all his little bits. He could have done better. Then came my girl. She was actually the first female prime minister. This is Portia Lucretia Simpson Miller. Yeah.
Well, big up to have a female one, but she is red bone, though, isn't she?
Oh, I wouldn't call her a red bone, Betty. Come on.
That's red bone. That's not even. She's lighter than me.
Oh, Betty, come on.
Would you?
Oh, that's a bit up. Kushdi, is that? Would you call that red bone, Kush?
That's like Raven's colour.
Oh no! Stop it, Betty. Now you're doing too much. Come on, man.
Betty is stupid.
Nah, you're doing too much, man. Nah.
That's like Raven's color.
Nah. Come on, man.
Yeah,
so
hi, yellow.
At the end of the day, we've got issue. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Cal.
Thing is that not all the presidents of Nigeria were dark skinned though. And this is what I'm trying to explain to you. Like, people think that this argument, right? But I know where this is going.
In Nigeria, we call the red
hold on.
Does
the House, hold on. So what about the House of Presidents?
For being red
at the House of Presidents.
We'll make native.
No.
The point is, your side against my side.
Here's the point, right? The point is, the show's about colonization of superiority. And I'm telling you, right, when I was at work, right, I was listening in, and it's the same thing, right? People keep on putting down each other's tribes and then using, right, what's marketable upon that tribe to get ahead of what they need to do. And we need to stop all that. I'm saying is that if we're not going to Pan-Africanize the whole thing, right, hold on. I'm saying if we're not going to Pan-Africanize,
the Prime Minister of Jamaica, you're not no Prime Minister.
I know, but you're putting a full stop on my sentence and I haven't finished. I'm putting comments, right? What I'm saying is, if we're going to misappropriate
Betty, let him finish.
I wanted to actually see as she finished showing her presentation before he starts talking.
I'm going to finish, right? What I'm saying is, if we're going to practice tribalism and put down each other,
no, it's not about tribalism. It's about representation. My dad was a dark-skinned black man, and he has a right representation. Yeah, don't come and tell me that.
Here's the solution. Here's the solution.
Probably light skin. That's why you don't fucking care.
Here's the solution.
Oh my God.
Here's the solution.
Black people.
Right. Here's the solution, right?
Hey, let him finish. Let him finish this, and then you can reply back. Let him finish, and then you can reply.
Here's the solution, right? We have a strategy called misappropriating the culture. It's just like with the non-Africans and that when they start speaking the patois, especially the Asian people. When you start speaking Tika, they don't like it. So the thing is, if you have a problem with each other's tribes, don't misappropriate it. Because if you misappropriate, we're going to check you and say, hold on, you have a problem with Nigerians, you have a problem with Caribbeans, etc., but you're copying the culture. So you
What I
can't do
got to
that
do
no
with
more.
colorism? How you changing the topic again to say the same point? You said that
No,
point already. Why you keep repeating
hold
it?
on, sister, because you've interrupted. Because if we go back to the
You
show,
keep repeating this
Joe,
gang banging
hold on.
nonsense.
I have to repeat because we're going off topic. The show's about
You're talking
yesterday.
about colorism,
Me,
and now
the,
we no the topic we were just talking
no,
about was colorism. We're not going to talk about.
sister.
Listen, we're not. No. We're not going to talk about the title for 8 hours, right? There's a conversation can't progress. So just now we were talking about the colorism thing, and then you start bringing back misappropriating culture. So please help me to understand the misappropriation, what that got to do with the colorism. Like, how did you jump to that topic from?
Okay. So
How
what
did that
happened
happen?
was the colorism and all that, right, was used to get out the fact that there's a problem that there are those who are unsynchronized that likes to look down on other African tribes and like to exploit what's marketable to them to get ahead of what's happening in their life. Now we want to stop all that. You understand? Because yesterday's show, I was listening to it, and people can't take away what the African Caribbeans were doing, right? And people were saying this, etc. So what we're saying is that you can't do that, because if you're using patois, which is a broken African dialect, etc., and you're using certain mannerisms, etc., and putting down African Caribbeans, you have to be put in your place. It's the same for the African Americans.
For the white man they couldn't go. White men tell you what
I can't see the pictures.
and dominate
Can
you.
you take the
So, well,
Jacob thing off the screen, please, so we can see the pictures better?
The banner.
Get the banner, please.
Go ahead, Mel.
No, I was.
Like my mum said,
Listen,
the
he
true
jumped
Black
on.
Beauty. I want to see the true Black Beauty represented.
I wanted
True
to ask
Black
a question. I wanted to ask a question. Is the imagery of the leader in leadership positions, is that important or not? Like, because all of the, like,
make a tick for tat, it is, isn't it?
No, I'm saying it isn't important. I'm not talking about whatever nation. I'm saying in general, because it seems like it gets personal when you're talking about a specific nation. So I'm saying in general, is the imagery important?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, well then and I understood that was your point, which is why I didn't get personal. If you're saying that, I didn't take it personal. Like you're saying the leadership is like fair skin in the Caribbean. Yeah. It to me is more validates that mental sickness, that people who have experienced this trauma are wanting to bleach their skin, or wanting to be to say white is right, and the whiter the better, the lighter. We already know these dynamics exist. I don't understand why we're getting touchy about Betty saying it. Like, we understand that people, the island of Hispaniola is one island. People look at Dominicans to be more favorable because they are lighter than the Haitians in Haiti. We already know this happens, right?
And yeah, but we are accepting that colorism exists on both sides, right? I mean, this is
but that's the problem.
When like crazy in Nigeria, we understand.
But this is what I'm saying.
Everyone affected is affected. Everyone involved has been affected. So no one.
Do you need to hear that repeatedly, Nine? If someone points out in the Caribbean that and you've just demonstrated it now, right? And I won't even say that yet, but I would assume that in another circle, another time, you would have even said that. But
I acknowledge.
Let me finish, Nine. This is the problem.
Yeah, it was You don't like being told that the red bone mix has got too much power.
Caribbean. And this is why people laugh at us, because this is a unique problem to ourselves, and we can't even have a decent conversation about it. Like, for real.
It's a decent conversation, man.
It's not, Nine. Not if you can't, because it's nuances, Nine. You can't cut off halfway through something, because the thing after that, it's just different with us. It's not just what I'm asking you, Nine, is it that Betty had to have said, or someone else, that okay, there's a lot of colorism in it's a lot of light leaders in there in the Caribbean, Could she not just leave it as that? Does she have to say? But in African, there's a lot of colorism as well, because this is what I'm kind of saying. Like, it's like this. It's coming off like this.
Okay, then. So
we need to be secure in ourselves. Like, do you understand? Like, if someone could come and think they can tell me just because they're full-blooded of one thing that I'm not of something, that doesn't affect me. I do not now look at the rest of the content that where that person is from and now and like take shots at that. Like, because I have enough security within my blackness. I'm proud. I love my blackness. So when
I'm getting a bit confused now because I don't know who's taking shots and all that. So am I missing something?
But we've just been talking. Have you not just been hearing what me and Mel's been saying about the constant shots that are getting taken without just taking ownership of a fact? This is the problem. We're not. There's two people. There's like two separate conversations that are happening. And then when we try and explain, it's like, well, we know, and then we have to reiterate, well, that's not getting demonstrated.
So let's done this part then, innit? Because clearly this is.
Can we play the Nigerian leaders, please? What you wanted to play to illustrate my point that we don't have lots of red bones running the country.
Well, we
just because they're red bone.
Is this Nigeria that's up on the screen right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the Nigeria.
Oh yeah, you gotta zoom in so I can see all the handsome men.
And this, yeah, 63. So this is
quite a lot of military leaders as well that vote for throne. They all don't want no red bone people come and say that I'm gonna run things just because I'm light here. Yeah, it's not gonna happen in Nigeria. It's force of arms that helps you run Nigeria.
Yeah, but what is that? All right, I'll ask you when we get to the second one.
What is the word?
No, I'll wait till they scroll down.
He got a beanie on his head. What's that? Oh, okay.
Oh, they have one Igbo man. The first guy, Igbo man. Namdi.
Okay.
Dr. Namdi. He lasted 3 years. Why are Igbo people always saying that they didn't have a leader?
Again, we're gonna go just for the sake of conversation. We're gonna go through the Nigerian leaders, also from their independence. Okay, so this is the first one. This is Dr. Go on, Betty.
Namdi, from what I remember how they say it. But don't ask me to pronounce all the other names. I don't know.
Surname?
No. I don't clue.
Come on, girl. You can do it.
Your names, let alone
you have preference. You have preference.
Exactly.
You were learning Yoruba and Igbo. I'm not learning any of those languages.
You must be the one to say the name.
No.
It goes both ways. Come on now, Betty.
Hey, sister, one of them.
Your closeness and your proximity outdone us all. You must be the one to talk, Betty.
This is hilarious.
Pushing it both ways. Come on, Betty. We're waiting for the name.
Is this the very first one?
Yes, Sister Betty.
Because there was one that was killed.
Oh yeah. Come on, Betty.
It was a Muslim guy that killed that. He spoke like an Englishman. So I'm surprised. Let me see if it comes up. Go to the next one and see if that the Muslim one that was killed.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what. Yeah, I'll try to pronounce it with my
Go ahead, sister.
my Eastern African self. You get me? Yeah. I'll take the shame for you, Betty.
Go ahead. Oh.
Yeah. You see them way there. My Caribbean sister.
Mr. Cousins.
Anyway,
Bad
Mr. Azikiwe, born on November the 19th, 1904 to Igbo parents in Zungero in present-day Niger State. Dr. Ezekwe was the first and only indigenous Governor General of Nigeria. Interesting. He became the ceremonial president. You see that word there, ceremonial, from October the 1st, 1960 through to October the 1st, 1963, when Nigeria became a republic. So exactly 3 years he done. Very interesting. Number 2 was General Johnson Agui Ironzi. I know you're proud of me, Betty.
Absolutely proud.
Yeah, I am.
I want Betty to say it, you get me? But it's all right.
Yeah, it's true. Betty, what do you think of that? She's done 2 of the presidents thus far.
Yeah, but they've missed out the first one that they killed.
I mean, what do you think of Nyneetha's saying the names, the pronunciation?
She's doing excellent.
Thank you, Betty.
Thank you. Betty, let me ask you a question. What's that on? What's he wearing?
Which one?
General.
The first one?
No, this one here.
Oh, he's a military leader, isn't he? He's a general, isn't he? That's just a uniform.
So what, the army?
Yeah. Because in Nigeria, what happens is that if the army don't like the leaders, they will just overthrow or put a bullet in your head. You know, if you don't like the civilian leaders, if they don't want to lead, then they will just depose them.
But at this point, wouldn't the leader of the armies report to some sort of British authority at this point in this year?
No, because they're meant to be independent.
They were supposed to be independent, but there was still like dabblings or one. I'm just saying, one could say that, you know, he's not wearing his. Yeah, exactly. And
they're all
also,
gonna have some type of business relationship.
Yeah, and also, you know, it would be nice if he had some traditional gear on. You know, not something that's so.
He's the army. He wasn't elected. I take it he was probably just an army person. Isn't that just before the Nigerian Civil War?
Oh, okay, I understand. So you're saying this could be before the time, before he got elected.
Yeah, because you know what, the Nigerian Civil War.
These are all since independence. These are all since independence. These ones that we're showing you are from independence.
Okay, then.
See? Okay. Nigeria attained its independence in the year 1960, and ever since then has had a number of presidents and heads of states. So yeah, so that's why I was just doing it like that. And this gentleman was the first one. Then in came this guy, and it says anyway, he was the first military head of state in Nigeria. He was born in Abia State, Nigeria, but he grew up with his sister at Kano before joining the Nigerian regiment at the age of 18. Ironzi is popularly known as the leader that brought the unitary system of government into Nigeria. However, that system of government did not last long. Due to the fact that most Northerners didn't like his administration, he was assassinated, Betty, on the 29th of July, 1966. This brought in the government of Yakubu Gowon in 1966. And
so how long was he in government for? In power for now?
He done 3 years. Hold on. Due to the fact that so he was assassinated.
1 year, same year, January and July. So he barely did a year.
Yeah, we don't like to waste time in Nigeria.
He done 3 years.
The first one did 3 years, but you're talking on the second one, the general, innit? Because I like the fact that you wanted to take a note of how long they stayed in occupancy, right? So the first one was 3. The second one seems like it's only a year, right? I see the same year, 1966, January to July.
Okay, yeah. So we done.
Okay. But we know that he got assassinated. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's another one. There's another one that got assassinated that they've discounted probably because he got assassinated really quickly. Him, that guy, got assassinated. He was the very first.
Was Nigeria's youngest military chief of staff at the age of 31. Also known as Jack, is also known for leading Nigeria during the Civil War. History has it that Gowon was a strong, smart, and educated leader. He was born in Plateau State as the 5th of 11 children with his parents. While he was growing up, he was the best amongst his peers when it came to athletics. In 1966, Gowon was chosen to become a head of state of Nigeria. His government created the first 12 states in the history of Nigeria. It doesn't say when it stopped, though.
I think I got 9 years on that.
In comes General Murtala Muhammad. And he was ruling from 75 to 76, so not quite a year. No, not quite a year. Muhammad didn't stay long in power because he was assassinated. Just simple, so don't. Just boom. He became the 4th head of state in Nigeria in 1975 and was killed in 1976 by some members of the Dimka abortive coup. Immediately after his death, Obasanjo Olusegun took over power and completed his plan to hand over power to a civilian government. Aside from that, Obasanjo also carried out many reforms in the country in fulfillment of General Murtala Mohammed's goal for the country.
So can I ask, a lot of these deaths, some would say they were influenced by Western government.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah. Especially at this time, innit?
Yeah.
And even if you think what was going on in like South Africa and different little hotspots around the world.
I remember there was a civil war happening as well at this time. So although we're not seeing light skins, we're seeing different reflections of self-hate. This is what I'm saying. It might not be exactly the same, but we're still seeing where we're hurting each other at the interest of not our own. So although I'm not seeing light faces, I've already seen 2 assassinations. I'm seeing civil war, which granted happens in all nations. But I'm just saying
that remember that even in terms of geopolitics, the colonizer was still at the helm of all of this, I would suggest.
Yeah, I definitely think he had his little dirty fingers in this.
Especially in terms of arming and things like that. Because remember, none of these African countries build their own armament and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But we'll go on still, because it's quite interesting. So, Obasanjo is one of the past Governor Generals of Nigeria.
Oh, don't forget his second name now. You're doing so well.
Oh, gosh. All right, accountability. General Obasanjo Olusegun, is one of the past governors, you of Nigeria. That was really you see you. Just can't take me off.
You're doing great.
You're doing well. We got to 9. You're doing well.
Oh, thank you, Betty. Thank you. Really so much coming from you. So, Obasanjo Olusegun is one of the past Governor Generals of Nigeria that really contributed to the growth and development of the country. He was also called Baba Africa and was active during the Congo crisis and the Nigerian Civil War, just as you were saying there, Kushti. Obasanjo joined the Nigerian army in 1958. His leadership is seen as one of the most successful in the history of Nigeria. In fact, the majority of the achievements of the military in Nigeria was under his government. So we'll give him another shout out because it looks like he done quite well. Nice dark chocolate.
Yeah.
Thick moustache. Yeah, he looks like a good breeding still. Him look strong.
Yeah, he's a farmer now. He's retired and he's got a farm.
Especially compared to this one, right? How did he get in?
He's a Muslim. They don't have food in that dusty north.
You look a little frail over there.
Tell you, man, this one. What happened in these
the beginning of the end, man?
The elders stay there. They got a run.
This is what I'm saying. Yeah,
people have a chance.
So he actually got a good running, man. This is must be like Nigeria's Jeremy Corbyn to Blood Cleat.
Yeah.
Okay, this one now. So Shehu Usman Aliyu Shagari was the first elected president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
So 9, you getting fancy because you did something like Aliyu, like you did the voice and everything, boy. Yeah.
The dialect and everything, the flavors coming out.
It's my Dawa days, but let me not even say that too loud. Anyway, after the power tussle and military coup that followed, my man's back. Azikwi's regime, Shehu Usman Aliyu Shagari emerged as the first democratically elected president of the country. His vice president was Alex Ekwemi. Okay. Research shows that he joined politics in 1951. He was one of the respected personalities in NPM, which is the National Party of Nigeria. Even before he was elected president of Nigeria, he was actively participating in the development of Nigeria. Oh, no. General Muhammad Buhari. He doesn't look very Nigerian. If I had to,
No.
Yeah.
He's full of knee. He's full of knee, man.
Yeah.
I just about to say he looked like he's from the east. He looked like he's from the east side.
Fulani, no.
Oh, okay, north. My bad. Yeah, my direction's wrong.
No, but you probably got that because there's a lot of Fulanis in the east as well. So that's just where you must have made that connection. You weren't wrong.
See, now, once again, we could actually make comparisons here to the brown thing, but we won't do that. We'll keep it moving.
Oh, man, if you want one out of
he looked like
we'll give you the one. We can give you the one.
Listen, I can't front. He looked like some Black Americans over here look like that dude. And his face looked like a brown skinned version of what's the dude name that used to play basketball with Michael Jordan on the Bulls? Oh man, he got the flat nose. He looked like him. Somebody put it in the chat. The guy with the big nose and his sister played basketball too.
While they're getting that up in the chat, it could be another argument to be said as well that, like, yeah, we'll give you this one on the colorism thing, but it's just one so far. But also, though, and
no, because if you're no.
Okay, go on.
Because if you're gonna do that, which I weren't doing, but if you're gonna do that, then we have to.
I thought you said that. I thought you meant about him on the cut. I thought that's what you were saying. Like, if we want to go for the colorism thing, I was like, all right, you can.
No, but yeah.
Scottie Pippen, y'all. Scottie Pippen. He looked like Scottie Pippen, just brown.
Oh yeah,
skin.
he does.
Thank you, Orthodox more.
Yeah, there's only 1 9. No matter how much times you scroll, you can have that.
Yeah,
one.
you get enough. You see you.
But what?
You. You're lucky I'm in my engineering room. It's all right. You go on. You work softly, man. You work softly. You're all right, man. Yeah, you're all right, man. All right. So,
but what I would say though is the amount of Muslim names that we're starting to see. So do you know what I mean? The infiltration ain't just one way when it comes to us as a people. So now we're going to see.
It's not infiltration because Nigeria is 40%. It's either 40% or 45% Muslim. You can't expect Muslim people not to be able to lead Nigeria because that would be religious discrimination.
Yeah, okay, but haven't they been staying on at this point for how long? Has it been a Muslim leadership at this point in Nigeria?
I think there's another. Who's the next one that's due in?
Well, this is what I'm saying, Betty. Even like I won't say that I know everything within the politics, right? But I do keep my ear to it, and I do hear rumblings of people saying that it seems like it's dominant of that for a while now.
That's why you've got people from the Biafra wanting to succeed because they feel like the Muslim North dominates, even though they're not very well educated.
And this is what I'm saying. So I hear when you're saying that we should have some form of reputation, but at this point, it feels like a bit of a. I mean, it doesn't feel like
a separate argument from the colorism argument.
But what it is,
but my point is about colorism. We don't have all these.
That's your point. But my point, I understand that was your point. But my point to 9 was that it shows itself in different ways. So you can't. If you're gonna bring up a list of our leaders from the Caribbean and then Nigeria and Jamaica, if it's on colorism, they'll lose. Fair play, fine. That's what me and Mel was saying. We're not going to argue that. But what me and Mel were saying as well, that it just shows up itself in different ways. So we can do that. But I think once we've gotten to like probably number 5 on here, we've all realized that, yeah, Jamaica's probably got more light skin. But what I'm also showing is that this is where we can see that it just shows itself in different ways. So I hear what you're saying. I'm not canceling what you're saying, but I'm just adding something to it as well, because at this point, it's blatant that Jamaica has got way more colorists.
So does it flip-flop, or do they take turns with the Christian leadership, Muslim leadership, Christian leadership? Do they take turns?
They're meant to take turns.
Okay.
And is there a set amount that's been agreed?
The thing is, in taking turns, Nigeria is not a democracy. Like, the ballot papers are filled before the election has happened, and the officials are kidnapped. So there's no such thing as a free election in Nigeria. Yeah, it's just for the show for the white people and the international people that like to watch elections in Nigeria. You know, the elite decide who is going to be their president, and anyone who's stupid enough to think that the person got voted in, well, then that's just on you. You don't know Nigeria. But yeah, there's no such thing as free elections. It's already decided because they kidnap, they fill in the ballot papers, they'll kidnap the electoral officials.
And who would you say? Who, in your opinion, would you say it's decided by?
Oh, all those elites like Tinubu, all those different elites, all these aristocratic families. You know, all the northern elite families. And then some of the Yoruba, the dominant ethnic groups in Nigeria. So you got the Yoruba, Tinubu, who's president-elect right now. I think he's a Muslim, but he definitely is a Yoruba. So his family are going to be doing the deciding. Buhari, the president right now, they're going to be deciding because they're all elitists. You know, they're either chiefs or princes or emirs. Do you see what I mean? Just the aristocracy like they do in the UK. The aristocracy run things in it. The same thing in Nigeria. They've got all these aristocracy that run things. They just put on a show for everybody else. Yeah. Go, oh look, we've got to pretend we've got that democracy. Let's just put a few elections. But they were meant to have electrical counts via electronic voting. But lo and behold, that system broke down in the last elections, and people were complaining because they said that you're meant to count straight away and tell us within like 2 days what's happening. But lo and behold, there was a technical problem, and
I remember that. That was the most recent one. That was the most recent. Yeah, I remember that.
They just needed enough time to fill in the ballot papers to make sure that Tinubu won. And you know, Tinubu, he got prosecuted for holding drug money. He was an accountant. This new president-elect, he was an accountant in Chicago, and he was dealing with Nigerian mafia in Chicago and holding drug money, putting huge amounts of money in his account as an accountant. And the United States government, he had to hand over, I think it was like $500,000. He's a fucking drug runner, that fucking Tinubu elect.
Problems.
That's madness.
Yeah. I know, it's disgusting, but you saw the paperwork on the internet, that fucking Tinubu elect. Yeah, we in Nigeria, we allow a drug runner to lead the country. We go and deal with Nigerian mafia. That's Nigeria for you. But at least they're brown and dark skinned. They're not
No, she didn't say at least they're brown.
And dark skinned.
Too many red balls running things.
Yo, you can't make this up.
I'm telling you.
It needs to be a Nollywood movie. That's what it needs to be.
I would watch it.
Me too.
Put some cuties up in there.
Is that all of them, 9 or?
No,
I didn't see.
You're only in the
I didn't see my boo with Burna Boy. I didn't see my boo Burna Boy. Where is he? Scroll 9.
What?
Burna Boy for president.
Yes.
But he was insulting his sister, Steph, calling her saying that she was for the streets, where his dick is everywhere. His community dick.
All right, so let's continue then, because anyway, I find it interesting because, to be fair, I don't know some of these. So what? Okay. So yeah, we went to this gentleman here. So Muhammadu Buhari is the current president of Nigeria and so when was this done? If they're saying current, this must be old. That don't make no sense. Anyway, he was born in 1942 to a Fulani family. At his young age of 19, Buhari was already a student at the Nigerian Military Training College. At 20 years, he was given the title of second lieutenant and appointed platoon commander of the Secondary Infantry Battalion in Baikuta. Buhari was a crime fighter during his government. He hated corruption and tried everything possible to curb the problem. So he must not have lasted long. How long did he last? Yeah, 2 years. Yeah, you're not going to try to fight corruption and last
2
long.
years.
Yeah, bless you though.
Yeah, but it's good to know about it because people sit back and say that people just are corrupt and no one cares and there's no one fighting back. And
exactly.
So it's good to hear about leaders who do. But what happens is they die. and
very quick.
I mean, and they swiftly get dusted under the carpet.
This is number 8, General Ibrahim Babangida, and he ruled between 1985 August. Yo, they kill in sync. The 27th of August 1985 to the 26th of August 1993. Oh no, he resigned. Sorry. General Ibrahim Babangida is also known as IBB. I understand why. He was an exceptional leader of Nigeria and one of the best military presidents Nigeria had. Babangida removed Muhammad Buhari during his military government and ruled until 1993 when he resigned. Oh, he done well. He done nearly 10 years. 85, 95, done 8 years. It will surprise you to know that he was born on the 17th of August 1941. He grew up with his, well, why would it? He grew up with his parents until he officially joined the Nigerian army on the 10th of December 1962. During military rule in Nigeria, he was seen as the key plotter of military coups. All right.
So what was that, 93 up to 93? Because wasn't it around the 90s at one point that the Naira was just as the sterling, right? And that's why I like to put things in context to remember where the world was at certain times, because then it helps us to really like appreciate things still. But have you noticed as well that like their Eton seems like in a military school? It's like, it's like everyone has to go through military school to be in some sort of position of power. It's like the Eton lot over
No,
here.
the Muslims have to do it because the Muslims are not. Muslim Nigerians are not well educated.
Right.
Yeah? It's the Southerners that are more educated. So if their Muslims want to get power, you will find that a lot of them are in the military.
Because at least they've got some form of education or something behind
Yeah,
them.
something like your force of arms, isn't it?
Yeah.
All right, let's quickly finish. Where am I? Right, so he resigned. Okay, so in comes Ernest Shonekan. All right, Uncle, well, go on.
No, I even gave that one a bit of a Jamaican flavor on that boy.
This Uncle only lasted a few months, August 93 to November 93.
Oh, dang.
I know. It was Babangida's military regime that gave birth to this government. As a result of the pressure mounted on him to hand over power to a civilian government, Babangida handed over power to another president. Apparently, Chief Ernest Adegunle Olandede Shonekan, thank you, was the first lawyer to become the president of Nigeria. Before he was appointed into power, Shonekan was the chief executive of the United African Company of Nigeria, a large Nigerian conglomerate. Coupled with Chief Ernest Adegunle's regime was Moshood Abiola as the vice president of the country. They two worked together until the military intervened again. So they only gave them a few months: August, September, October, November, boy. Like summer to autumn. Oh, mad.
He didn't have he didn't seem to have an Islamic name either.
He's got quite a nice name. I like his name.
He got shifted after 3 months.
3 months. No long team. Number 10, in comes Sani Abaka.
He look mean, yo. Why he look like that?
Has he got some tribal markings there?
There's no flower in war, yeah?
Yeah, he has. He's got tribal marks.
I remember when I was growing up, those, like, that's definitely, the parents didn't pass it on to their children, which I find quite interesting still. When I grew up, we saw there was loads of Africans with tribal markings. but they didn't pass it on to their children.
What are you talking about? When you grew up here?
I thought tribal marking. What was it really thing? Was it? I thought it was to do with the time of war, so they knew who to kill and who not, who to identify. I don't know if it was actually had really any significance.
When I was growing up in England, a lot of the I don't know if they were Nigerians or Ghanaians, I don't know, but they were definitely like, because we knew Ghanaians, and like I've said, we had Ghanaians in our house, and they had tribal markings, both of them, the man and the woman, definitely, and it was quite common, I thought, when I was growing up. But I was just saying,
I saw a lot when I was younger.
Yeah.
But I'm not surprised that I've not seen it now growing up in the West. Number one, you probably get locked in some sort of jail if you tribal mark your child in the West anyway. But yeah, I think
although interestingly, you see the
even in the continent though, I think it's dying out as well. So it's not very prevalent.
For those really rural people that do,
those
people that are really more rural, and that Western civilization hasn't managed to eclipse their civilization, they can get away with doing all this, traditional stuff.
All right, so let's quickly go through. Abaka is one of the well-known dictators in the history of Nigeria. So he served
5 years
as the military head of state of the country from 93 to 98 when he was killed due to a heart attack. He was killed. Should they say he died due to a heart attack?
Yeah.
But anyway, see, you know what they're saying, innit? Dodgy.
Yeah. 5 years. You'll find them 5 years in office, you get a heart attack. Yeah, we know what they're saying.
During the Civil War, Abaka was the platoon and battalion commander. His government was tyrannic in nature. Tyrannic, sorry. Abaka's leadership was unlike every other past leader of Nigeria. His policies and decisions were heavily criticized in Nigeria and other parts of the world. That does not also mean that there were no positive achievements during his leadership. Number 11.
It's a shame they didn't list them.
Well, they did on my Jamaican side. Anyway, General Abdulsalami Abubakar. So he was there from 98 to 11 months. Okay. Abubakar is another significant leader in the history of Nigeria. He was very active in the Nigerian Civil War and the 78 South Lebanon conflict. He was born in 1942, and Abubakar, a well-known personality in Minna, Niger State, Nigeria. As a young man, Abubakar was schooled in Nigeria. He served in the Nigerian Air Force and the Army from 63 to 66 and 66 to 99, respectively. Abubakar also served as the de facto president of Nigeria between 98 to 99. He succeeded Sani Abubakar after his death.
I wish we had Witness on here, for real. I feel like Witness would have dropped some gems as well.
Chief Olusegun. Is he back? Haven't we done him already? Did he come back again?
Yeah, they do. That's what they do. They come back.
So we have done him. Okay, so let's see how he looks compared to.
Are we still in the 90s?
No, we were in the 90s. He was there he was when he was younger days. She went past him. Oh. You have to go scroll up and I'll show you.
Keep going.
Scroll up. Oh no, scroll down. Sorry, scroll down. You'll see him. Scroll down. He's in the 70s. Scroll. There he is.
Yeah. Oh, that's the one that you liked.
Yeah. All right.
And he was the one who served the longest at the time, wasn't he? At the point.
That's the one with the Jamaican name, Wagwan?
No, that's the first one. Is that the one who's? Oh no, he only served 3 years.
3 years he done initially. Okay. All right. So he fared quite well. He spent his money well.
He had another run of it when he got older.
So how long did he do the second time?
Oh, Uncle look cute. Alright.
Yeah, he kept his looks though. He looks well.
Uncle look alright, man.
Isn't it?
Yeah, with that
Yo,
farmer
he
thing.
looked. This is what I'm saying. He looked like he like his name is like Barrington or something, and he's Jamaican. I swear.
Yeah, like them
Like,
good black. You know them black man that just always look good. Like
yes.
You
Like,
know by
that's
now he's
crazy.
probably come to England, been Brixton, Peckham. You know what I mean? He knows the team
here
now.
and there.
You know who he looked like? He looked like Gary Google.
yeah, I don't see what you mean.
He actually
Yeah.
kind of does favour him a bit.
Yeah. I'm like, I know I've seen this dude's face before.
Smirk as well, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I like his smile.
All right, Uncle. Welcome back, man. Welcome back.
And don't upset us now when we read on about him. Don't disappoint us now, Uncle.
I know, right?
You got 8 years in still, 99 to 2007.
The man said, I won't finish till I come back again.
Okay, so a well-known political figure in Nigeria even today.
He owns a poultry farm, livestock and food, one of the largest farms in Nigeria.
Oh, that's why he has this calmness about him in that picture, it seems. He's popularly called Baba Africa.
Yeah, because he acts as a diplomat. He sorted out, I think it was Sierra Leone, when they started to fight, him and his army went in to cool things down, because the way he sees it, if you have a fight in the neighborhood, it can spread to Nigeria. He's known for,
keeping the peace,
mediated African conflict.
I just hope he has a black wife. Yeah, I said it.
I think he probably does. I've not really seen many of them that have anything but a black wife.
Yeah, I would be surprised if he didn't.
Yeah, but I mean that seems to be like a trend, like.
Oh no, his wife was the one that died with the tummy tuck. Oh, Stella. She went to go. No. I think she's the one that went to go get tummy tuck or liposuction in Spain.
Oh my God, I remember hearing about that.
Yes, she died of a cosmetic surgery in Spain. Yeah, and the surgeon was charged and imprisoned for 1 year for negligent.
What year was that, Betty?
What year was it? 2005. She had this liposuction.
So he was in presidency then, 1999 to 2007.
The misplaced tube for the liposuction punctured her colon and lacerated her liver, and she died 2 days after surgery. You see this Western mentality where people want to get rid of their belly. Exactly. We should be proud to be fat and fat, But now this Western thing is polluting the mind of Africans, where we want to have small belly. For goodness sake.
Say that line that you said earlier. I ain't never heard of that. She was plump like a chicken or something. What'd you say?
Oh, plump like chicken.
I blame Bob Risky.
That transgender guy.
Just go back on mute, man. Just keep scrolling. Talking about Bob Risky. There's no point here. Yeah, there's no place here.
I know. There's no jobs in Nigeria for the youth. That's why you got Bob Risky.
Let me go on. So we'll just quickly go through this. Obasanjo became the president of Nigeria from 1999 to 2007. His vice at that time was Shehu Musa Yar'Adua. It will surprise you to know that before and during his regime as president, he was an ardent member of the People's Democratic Party. According to research, President Obasanjo spent most of his first term traveling abroad. He was able to win at least some Western support for strengthening Nigeria's nascent democracy. Number 13. Jamhuriya Musa Yar'Adua.
He a full of me, man.
I got that one here still, but we'll read him. But yeah, I wouldn't. He couldn't have got my vote. I'm not telling a lie. All right, took over.
Why? What do you do? Why you wouldn't vote for him? Because of his name?
You see me, yeah. Anyway, let's just move on. The winner of the controversial Nigerian presidential election held on the 21st of April 2007. Like, I couldn't vote for Jeremy Corbyn. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I couldn't do it, man. Just like if I was in America, I wouldn't vote for Biden because they just don't look. They don't look competent. Now, that might be very, naive and realist, but when you add everything else, nah, man. Like Biden, I'm not even trying to be funny.
Yeah, but how old is Biden? How old is he?
He looks like he could keel over at any point, and they'll allow him to go in again.
But how old is he?
He's old.
I mean, he must be in his late 70s, early 80s. He's an old man. He's not a young. He's not.
He's senile, for fuck's sake.
I don't even know how old he is, but he's definitely old.
But it also surprised me. Yeah, whoever said the knowledge thing, this is what I'm saying. It quite surprises me now to hear people talk about it, because when I was younger, it also seemed like, for example, they said Tony Blair was too young, right? And how old was he? In his 30s, 40s. So what's the sweet spot for people?
I didn't vote for him neither.
Okay, I'm not. Yeah, okay. But what I'm asking is, what is because I know that people don't like people in leadership. Like, for example, the guy in Canada, one of the biggest deals was the fact that he was so young when he first was elected. So I always wonder, like with the West, like what is it? There must be a sweet spot for people that they feel comfortable with age in regards to leadership. Whereas I know with African culture, whether it's right or wrong, they believe the older you are, results in knowledge, wisdom, and stuff like that. So it's just very interesting. I don't know. How old is too old? Like, I don't know.
I think this man died of illness. I think he had some type of, illness. And so I'm sure he died. In his presidency.
Oh, what, this one?
The age of death caught him. But his dad was already a politician, so of course he's going to get in.
Yeah, that's too old. If you die while leading a country, I think, yeah, that's a bit much, man.
I think Ian Smith was topped off, actually, in England.
Oh, yeah, I remember that guy. Was he the one that gave some secrets or something?
Nah, it was one of the Labour prime leaders after, what's his name? After the Welsh one, the one that would never ever, even if they were voting today, he would never have got in. What's he called again? Come on, what was at the time of Thatcher? Who was against Thatcher?
That was before my time.
Shut up. What was the Labour? I'm gonna have to go to Google now. Fuck's sake. What was his?
The Rivers of Blood? I don't know.
Oh, we had a kidney.
That was Powell, and that was the 50s and 60s. Stop it, my God. What was Labour's? Oh, what was his name? I can see him.
Oh, what, the Brixton boy?
He used to have comb overs.
The Brixton boy, they used to call the Brixton boy. What's his name?
No, that was someone else. No, I'm gonna have to hit Google, man. Sorry. I can see his Labour. Oh, what was his name? Got ginger hair, bit of a comb over.
Oh, it's Robin. Robin. That Labour guy, Robin.
No,
Edward Heath, Ivor. Edward Heath.
No, after him.
Oh.
I'll soon tell you, man.
That work now. So she had that second to leave.
Nice having you on panel, sis.
Hold on, I'll soon tell you. I'm sorry. Neil Kinnock, that's it. Yeah. Neil Kinnock. Yeah.
The Scottish guy.
Nah, he was I thought he wasn't he Welsh?
Oh, was he Welsh? Oh, sorry. You get confused.
Yeah. But yes, thank you. Yes, G Block and Leroy. Yes, Kinnock. Yes, people, Kinnock. Thank you. We'll go out to hit the thing. But yeah, man, can't even remember why I went to talking about him. But yeah, that's how it goes sometimes. You know how it goes sometimes. I think all right, let me go. I'm gonna finish this, and I think Biggie just tried to ask a question if I go back up, but I didn't see it because I was doing this, but I'm gonna see if I can scroll back up still, or maybe you'll type it again. But all right, let's just finish off these.
What was it? A question?
I believe he was asking the panel something. Yeah, but because I was reading, right. So let's just finish this off. So, Yahudu took over power from Obasanjo after he was declared the winner of the controversial Nigerian presidential election held on 21st of April 2007. He was the former governor of Katsina State before becoming the president of the country. It will surprise you to know that Yahudu took over from his father, who was also an ardent politician. In fact, his father was the national vice chairman of the National Party of Nigeria. That sounds like nepotism. Even before becoming the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Yahudu has been contributing to the development and growth of the country. He was a member of the 1988 Constituent Assembly. Even before becoming the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Amurua Musa Yahudu has been contributing to the development and growth of the country. He was a member. Did I not just read that? Sadly,
was it when he was? Is it when he was referring to me?
Even before, but
sorry, I was just scrolling up to the G Block thing, and I see that he was asking or saying something and referred to what I was saying. So I was wondering if that's the one that.
I don't know. Is it a kind of question?
It says, but Kushti, we constantly make this point about the Caribbean all the time, and people say, pull your boots up.
No, I don't think it was that still. So sadly, he died as a result of a sickness that he traveled outside the country to treat. On returning back to the country, his vice president, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, took over power as the president of the country. Yeah, you look dodgy, mate. You look dodge, mate. You look dodge.
Who, number 13?
Yeah, he looks dodgy, mate. Considering if we look into how Yahudu left as well, you know what I mean? Died as a result of a sickness that he traveled outside the country to treat.
Is that the one that we liked?
Nah, this is the next one. This is my guy here still.
Oh, yeah, that's the yeah. Maybe he had the same feeling as you died.
So, boom, in comes Goodluck. This will be interesting.
Good luck.
Well, no. Oh, right. He done 5 years. 29th of May 2010 to the 29th of May 2015. Goodluck Jonathan is a one-time governor of Bayelsa. Bayelsa. Thank you, Betty. Thank you. And the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He was the vice president during Umaru Musa Yahudu's Yahudu's regime. After the death of my guy, ex-president Goodluck Jonathan promised to continue implementing the 7-point agenda policy framework of the former president. And when we finish, I want to ask you, Betty, which one of them you think's been the best for the country, yeah?
Okay.
During his regime, the country had one of the best leaders in the world. However, due to the incessant security problems, some citizens criticized his government for not being able to handle the problem. In 2015, Goodluck lost the 2015 presidential election to Muhammad Buhari. He pacifically handed over power to the newly elected president and said, "Nobody's ambition is worth the blood of any Nigerian." Lord Clee, what does that mean?
It says a lot. You got to read between the lines.
No, I'm reading it, blood, but I'm just making sure I'm reading what if everyone else is hearing. My man basically handed it over, otherwise there would be a bloodbath, yeah?
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Because like the first person, the first president of Nigeria, he was a Muslim and he was assassinated. He spoke like an Englishman, unbelievable. And you did this article did not show you that guy, but he was assassinated. So this is what Jonathan's talking about, that they are leaders that will stay in power and they will kill to stay in power. So at least he stepped down.
Another one, because he's look, it says that it matches what she says, because he says that he's also known as an ambassador of peace. And this is the problem, like it's the good ones that have to just, I don't know, it's the age classic against good to evil, isn't it? But it's so easy to manipulate that story if you don't look into it. So yeah, interesting.
In comes Muhammad Buhari.
Do you remember him?
I don't know if that's the real one. It could be a clone.
Because he's come back again, innit?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go back. I know exactly who it is anyway. I didn't even need to go back, but we'll do it just for the fuck of it. But I remember him. That's the east one, right?
No, he's a Fulani from the north.
That's the one that looked like,
but when
the one that Mel said looked like the basketball players.
Yeah.
I think
so. He, to be fair, he still maintained his little self.
This is a very complimentary photo, though.
But he's an illiterate. He only has a primary school education. He's not able to enunciate the English language well. He's an illiterate. He's not an educated man.
So you're telling me that a country the size of Nigeria has illiterate people running it?
Unfortunately. And they say he's senile as well. They say he's actually suffering from dementia. But we've got a cartel in Africa, in Nigeria, like many African countries, that they will put him there, as someone that's suffering from dementia. Because what does he know? He doesn't know any different. And he's suffering from illness as well. He was in London receiving treatment from the doctors. And Nigerians were outside.
They were outside that protesting, saying to go back, innit, Betty?
Yeah. Like, Buhari, go home. Buhari, go home with the drums.
But it says his government is hell-bent on eliminating corruption in the country. Do you agree with that? Oh, shit. Okay. So, of all the ones that we've been through, and obviously he's the current one, and still standing, which one do you think's done the best?
I like Obasanjo.
Which one?
Obasanjo.
Oh, the one I liked.
Yeah, the farmer.
Right.
But you know what else? Because he looks like my mum's ex-boyfriend.
Mad
Do you know what I mean? He's got this. I don't know. I think it's that. Because he was a good stepfather, so I think that's what it is. Because they're both Yoruba, they're sort of like, that's what he reminds me of too. So I'm a little bit biased.
Spirit reminds you of the same spirit.
Yeah, like the president of Zimbabwe looks just like my dad used to look. So I think, Dad looks like my dad. You sort of attach. If someone looks similar. But also because Obasanjo, he's a peacemaker as well. He's been able to mediate different African conflicts. And he understands that, like he said, if it's Sierra Leone, if they stop fighting, before, like you said, these things will just spread. Like the thing that happened in Libya, all those arms and those jihadis went into Mali, into Nigeria with all their arms and started causing upheaval. So he understands that you've got to keep your neighborhood, clean and people behaving, because you can't, if you live in a neighborhood, you can't have fights and trouble breaking out and expect to have a peaceful life, because your own life is in danger if the neighborhood ain't safe.
No, I agree.
And that's a definitely a different narrative of the constant talk of tribal mentality, because he just kind of stepped out of the box and just overstood the situation.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I think he even tried to mediate the Ethiopian, just about a year or two ago, they had a problem in Ethiopia, the Tigray region, where they've got like a civil war. Obasanjo was there. I'm not heard anything about him going to Sudan. But he is normally all over the place, trying to make sure that Africans are on cold.
Yes, EIE. Boko Haram is Nigerian as bushmeat. Boko Haram is known to be in Nigeria. That is a fact.
Let me just explain something, because I think I think you're quite ignorant of the ethnic groups in Nigeria, because I've been hearing a lot of people say, as you know, you're sending shots about Islam and the Arabs. Arabs are indigenous to Nigeria. 500,000 Shud Arabs live in Nigeria and have lived there for a couple of hundreds of years. Their ancestors came from Chad and Sudan. You should do well to know your history of different ethnic groups. So all this business of saying, they got an Arab name and all this stuff. Arabic is an African language, Afro-Asiatic language, the same way Hausa is, the same way Somali is, the same way Amhara is. It's Afro-Asiatic language. The Arabs are not going anywhere. They have every right to be in Nigeria as someone like me who's a Bibio. Yeah, many of our ancestors came from Chad and Sudan. Yeah, so don't be talking about they don't have a right to be in Nigeria. If they want to be a Muslim, that's their issue. That's their fine, because it's all Abrahamic religions anyway. There's no what's the difference between Christianity and
Yeah, but Arabs is not a color though, right? Arab
again?
to be an Arab doesn't mean that you know what you're looking. That doesn't define a color or a race, does it? To be an Arab.
No, because
there's
Arab
there's white Arabs, black Arabs.
The word Arab means desert dweller. That is what it means.
Right, so it's not attached to a race, is it?
No, it just means desert dweller. And as you know, half of the population of Arabs live in Africa. So all this business of saying that what are they doing in Nigeria in West Africa? Well, you know West Africa has a desert as well. Yeah, so you do well to understand the inter ethnic connections, how some ethnic groups came out of other ethnic groups coming together. Because a lot of people don't seem to understand that Nigeria has an Arab population. The ignorance. Or when people see Nigeria, they only think Yoruba or Igbo, and sometimes Hausa, but they're not the only ethnic groups in Nigeria.
Oh yeah, there's loads.
Yeah, because you know Herodotus. Does anyone remember Herodotus, that Greek historian? Kalam. He was telling me about a river that ran from Nigeria all the way up into the Nile Valley, and the remnants of that river that Herodotus wrote about is Lake Chad. So that is how the Egyptian Sudanese got to Nigeria, through that river that used to run. You know, like they say, there was a lot of water in the Sahara, and the river ran right down all the way into Nigeria, through Chad in Sudan into Nigeria. And it would make sense as to how those Sudanese got to Nigeria, because there's a lot of northern Nigerians that are Sudanese Nigerians. Some of them will have grandparents that are, one grandparent is Sudanese, one of them is Nigerian, one of them is Chad. Do you see what I mean? But because you're used to Yoruba and Igbo people, you think that they're the only Nigerians, but they're not.
I hear you. G Blocks asked the question. Let me see what you said up here. So are they? I think it means, are Africans worse, better, or just as controlled as the Caribbean government? What is our conclusion?
Got a different type of problem, but just know that there's no free election in Nigeria.
I don't know.
Oh, because like when I talk to my Sudanese friends, Eritrean, all of them, everybody's complaining about bad governance, corruption, messing about with election results. So I don't know anybody, and not any type of African that I've ever met, born and raised in Africa, has ever told me that the elections are free. That's just for the outsiders that want to think it's free. I don't know. In the Caribbean, do you have free, fair elections? Are they rigged?
I'll let other people come through on that. Like, the way I know that the consensus, especially like in Nigeria, where the consensus amongst people is just that it's like an absolute resounding, like, yes, it's rigged. Like you said, like, it's just a known fact. I don't know. I think it depends on what group. Like, if you ask the Rasta community, they're just not about any kind of politician because it's politics and lies. If you ask upper class society within Jamaica, they probably are believing in it because it's serving their best interest. You ask the gully folks in Jamaica, half of them don't even bother to vote, or the rest of them just believe it's a bunch of lies and tricks, is my opinion. So it's definitely like what part of the demographics or the classes that you're looking at in Jamaica. But when I look at Nigeria, it's just a resounding, like, no matter what class, whatever, like, even if you benefit, you still resoundingly say, yeah, it's corrupt. It's like, yeah, this voting, like, we don't have an impact in the way the voting goes. So from where I can see, where I'm in a position where I can see both, that's where I see the differences.
Oh, okay. But I see that, like, is it Barbados, the one that got rid of the Queen? So there's definitely some political movement for a more African, like, sort of African Caribbean centered, because it got rid of the Queen. I'm sure it was Barbados. Was it Barbados that got rid of the Queen?
It was Barbados that initially did it. Yeah, with the lady president they've got now. Is she a president?
And I've heard that there's movements in Jamaica that are saying that they want rid of King Charles too.
Yep. It's starting moving like wildfire now.
Yeah, so hopefully they'll be able to get rid of them. I think it will further the cause of reparations for CARICOM. You know, once they start to sever ties.
No, absolutely. I don't think there's a problem in it at all. Just as long as now, yeah, I think the reason why is because once you remove yourself, now it's time to focus on us. But then when you realize that they've still got their little fingers in our businesses, our economics, how we run things, loans, things like that, then it starts getting a bit political as per usual. Because then how can you really say you're free if someone still governs how you spend your money, how much you do with it, how many schools you open, how many hospitals you open? That's not freedom. Even if you call me free, the act isn't that. My life is not free.
Yeah, I'm not keen on I'm not really that keen on the I was about to say the Queen, the King. I'm not keen on the royal family, but big up to King Charles for talking about he's commissioned a study to see how much money and income they made from the Atlantic slave trade. So that's something that he's.
Yeah, I was talking about this. Yeah. Well,
at least he's doing it.
Sorry, sis. I think there's a bit of delay. I keep talking over you. What is she saying?
I was just saying that at least he's doing it because his dead mother wouldn't have never done that. She never made any apologizes for anything in relation to the colonial.
Yeah, but he's not apologizing, Betty. Let's not give him more credit that's due.
But he's acknowledging there's something that his mother would have never done. And I want to see how much money they made.
Yeah, that's the only thing. I'm not knocking it because I'm intrigued. So I'm so interested to see what information they're opening up. I'm not foolish to believe that they're opening up all of their doors to all of their secrets. I'm curious. I think there's an agenda to why he's doing it now, when the royal family has like a reputation currently of just being racist due to Meghan and stuff. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, the information's there, so I'll still see what's there. But I overs, the things that come with it as well. So I'm like you, I'll be definitely intrigued to see the things that they let us see that they've done how many hundreds of years ago.
Yeah, definitely. Well, only time will tell, hey, Kushti. Only time will tell. Yeah. Oh, you're named after the land of Kush. That's how you're called Kush. I just saw Empress Kush and I was like, why are you called Kushti? And then I realized, and I just saw the Empress Kush. I see.
It's a long story behind it, but I'll tell you another time.
Okay.
But yeah, around about that.
Nice avatar picture. I'm just seeing the avatar picture. It's nice.
Thank you. Thought I'd do some, black love.
Yeah, black love.
Well, go on now. We can hear you pottering about.
Oh, shame. Yeah, sorry. Okay. Yeah, man. So we just come to the end of that. That was interesting anyway, man, because there's quite a few of them that obviously I hadn't heard of, so that was a little interesting thing. So in fact, as we are obviously within our colonization series, and we just went through both sort of nations prime ministers since the end of since both countries got independence. Betty, do you think Nigeria will be having a woman anytime soon? Is that something you think can happen in Nigeria?
No, Nigerian men are too sexist.
Right.
Do you think that's the case even if it wasn't currently dominated by the North?
If it wasn't currently dominated by the North, then yeah, you would say there'd be more chance of having a woman leader. Because the Muslims, they're backward. The Muslims of Nigeria, they're backward. They're uneducated people. Now, how many wives do they have? Children, they don't educate. Is it 2/3 of the girls in Nigeria that are uneducated and not in school are from northern Nigeria? They're bringing down the progression of women's rights and girls' rights in Nigeria. If we could just get rid of them, yeah, and maybe they could go their own way. There's more chance of having a woman president.
So if they're so uneducated, is it just through military might that they hold the power then?
Yeah. It's military might. And the grip that they have on like the resources like Dangote. He's not from the south, he's from the north. But is he a millionaire or a billionaire? Dangote.
So what, all the arson is predominantly from the north in Nigeria?
The what? Sorry?
The arson, like the machinery, like the gunpowder.
Because Nigeria doesn't really manufacture arms.
Exactly.
Yeah. But the way the North gets into power is the force of arms and religious and using Islam and religious sentiment. That's how they get in because they're not uneducated people. This one didn't even finish high school. I don't even think he even attended high school. It was only primary school. Anyone's ever heard this man talk, you can tell that he's not an educated man. And when you looked at the Muslim leaders, you could see that it was all they went to military school. You didn't see them have proper civilian jobs. But when you looked at the leaders that were from the south, quite a few of them were lawyers or teachers or something like that. I was going to say, whether people like it or not, the Muslims of Northern Nigeria, a lot of them are very uneducated people. They send their children out to beg. God knows how many wives they have. Or they look to Arabia and they look to Islam for their way.
So has the North got more in terms of numbers then?
I think probably now, but in the beginning, when Nigeria separated, when it came independent, the British rigged the election, so the North they made more numbers in the North, but there wasn't that many people in the North, and it's just been continuing since the independence.
Yeah.
But the North is if the North was not stealing the wealth of the South. What would they use to fund the North?
So what do you think the short-term not solution, but yeah, I can't think of a better word. Or
their textile industry collapsed because of they let the Chinese and all these second-hand goods from the West come in, all those second-hand clothing industry. They let
Nigeria collapsed in Nigeria.
Yeah. There was 500,000 textile workers. A lot of it was done in the north. If you've heard of Kanu, where they used to dye the fabric, I don't know if you've heard of the Tuareg the blue men of the Sahara. A lot of that dyeing of that fabric was done in Kano, northern Nigeria. Once the Nigerian government allowed deregulation, they allowed all this Chinese and all fabric to come in, as well as the second-hand clothing industry from the West. It collapsed the indigenous industries, and 500,000 people were put on the scrap heap owing 2 months of wages. The textile workers were complaining, talking about how they need. Say that again?
They never got paid, did they?
No, they didn't get paid. That's on the stream. That's what they say contributed to the rise of Boko Haram, because they put. If you go to, I'll give one thing with the North. The North are very good at creating beautiful fabric and dyeing of fabric, far superior to what you would buy here in the UK.
I think Ghana suffered a similar thing, with the Chinese coming in.
It's interesting that you're talking about the Chinese though, because I have heard recently, some grumbles of people that how now it's very visible that, like, obviously with the Chinese coming in, the men are like targeting breeding the women. Like, it's not like I fell in love. This is like a system. Like, this is a plan. Like, there is a reason.
Absolutely, man.
Because you can't buy land if you're not of African. Right? So if I can't get land, by what I can do is breed the mother, and now my son has the skin of the mother and the mindset of who. And this is what's been happening with us. And people are worried because it's happening at such a rapid rate at this point where it's now becoming visible. Like, you can literally see. You can't tell now it's like the people worried about it were called, you're just doing it. Now it's like it's renowned in. You can't, what is going on here? It's visible, apparently. And I've been hearing this a few different places.
But that's their way to colonize. You get me?
I can leave you a link to the textile industry. It's just an article. I'll put it in the back chat so you can have a look at what happened in terms of the textiles. But unfortunately, in terms of many people want to be westernized, and not just westernized, but the ability to afford. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you go to the second-hand market in Nigeria and buy some second-hand clothes, and obviously you're not making a lot of money as it is, because obviously the average Nigerian is in poor. And then you go and buy this traditional cloth and stuff like that. The traditional cloth is obviously going to cost you more, isn't it? It's capitalism. And the Nigerian government didn't do anything to do enough to protect indigenous workers, the textile industry. Now people just wearing, like, second-hand football shirts, second-hand Primark clothing.
Right. Which I guess, and they'll be happy to wear it, unfortunately, because they're being westernized via the media and things anyway.
Yeah, this is it, and it's cheap, and but everyone's looking at the budget. You know what, ourselves, how many of us go and shop at these cheap clothing shops, and we know, but there's people that want to make clothes in the UK, but people won't buy it because they'll talk about price. Whether they like it or not, people don't want to pay the price that it costs to have someone sew something in the UK. They'd rather go and buy clothes coming from Bangladesh or something like that.
Well, I think that's something where both ourselves as Africans and Caribbeans can agree upon, whereby all of our parents, at least, all had sewing machines. You understand? Yes. And could all tailor make their own clothes and things like that, because like enough of the
yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
man. They used to build their own clothes. They used to buy fabric, and that's why enough of them just had little one-offs and that. They weren't even trying to go to Marks and Spencers and all the rest of it. But obviously that has changed, especially once you got to ourselves, for example, because I couldn't sew I think you can sew a little bit better, right?
Yeah, I can sew a bit.
I think that's really good still, man. But the thing is, as a child, we did learn how to sew, even like the most basic of sewing, even with a needle and thread. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
I was gonna say, when my nana came, I used to love her teach you needle thread, that like almost like bone kind of material, that kind of, you know, I don't even know if they make it like that, but yeah, I know you're talking about the two pointy things and you wrap the thing and I'd never get anywhere with it. Like it never used to equate to a scarf or mittens. I don't know. I used to maybe give up halfway through, but I know I knew how to do it. I even knew how to do different patterns, but whether I know I can do it that now or whether I have the commitment for it to.
Oh, you're talking about crocheting.
Okay, see. Yeah, I think I'm talking about
with crocheting. The two, because there was knitting.
So what's the difference?
Crocheting is with one needle.
Oh no, I'm talking about two. Yeah, I knew the two one. I knew knitting then. Yeah, I was right. I don't know the one needle.
Oh, my mum can do the most amazing shit with one needle. But I said to her once,
like with a whole finished product, like a scarf or a top with one needle.
Yeah, what to do? What my mum said, I said, well, how do you learn to crochet? You know, it's hot in Nigeria. She went, don't be silly. We weave baskets.
Oh, for real, yeah. I know how to weave baskets as well. I know how to do that.
Well, I think,
it's a shame, that we are, even just from a female perspective, losing some of these skills, man.
Absolutely.
To be honest, because along with those skills are really part of our culture, innit? On both sides, it could be argued. There might be different types of weaving, but it's the same thing. Like if you go, you know what I mean, on holiday in Africa or the West Indies, you're gonna leave with some type of weave and some kind of wooden thing.
Definitely, absolutely.
From the magnum. So yeah. Excuse me?
Some beautiful things that they make.
Exactly. That if you go to the higher up, when you go to the higher catwalk level, they're imitating it. That's the joke. Like they're
that's
the ones.
The fucking thing, right? And I don't know if you've seen this thing that they're saying that is it Gucci or one of them basically have copied like an African symbology.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, right.
And I think what tribe is it that I'm thinking of, Betty? The really tall ones. We were talking about it before, like the really tall ones.
The Dinky, the Nuwa, the Maasai,
the dark hair, the red hair, the Maasai, and they normally have a certain type of pattern, and they've copied the pattern. One of the higher brands typically, like now with social media, they'll just do a before and after. So literally you can see it and you're like, wow, like it's literally copying it. But just because I'm telling you,
if
you saw it on an African, it wouldn't mean nothing. But if you put something with a G on it, that reference that it's Gucci, now it's everything. We need to snap out.
You know what I found that was quite another way you can tell the connection between Africans and Sudan, nation Egypt. Look carefully at the Zulu and the Maasai and the Luha. Look at their necklace, the necklaces that they wear that are very similar to the ones in ancient Egypt, where you'll see like a beaded necklace that covers.
I said the same thing to my friend this week in regards to the beading.
Yes, you look at it; it's just exactly like ancient Egypt. That's what you got to. That's what I'm saying. That you got to remember that just because people are in one location now, it doesn't mean that 3,000 years ago, 4,000 years ago, when ancient Egypt was about, that they were in that location. Because once you go back 1,000 years, you get over 1 million ancestors, direct ancestors. And then if you go back 3,000 years, you're probably going to get into the billions. And then obviously when they get to the billions, it's not going to be just, they're going to repeat themselves, on the family tree. So you'll have people appearing on the family tree several times because people will be marrying cousins, third cousins.
They'll be staying within themselves. Yeah.
Exactly. But yeah, I was like, because I was shocked when I saw it. When I was reading an article, and then just look at what the Zulu and the Maasai and those Kenyans wear, and the necklace that they're wearing is just like ancient Egypt. No, now I know why they keep on saying that they came from the north. They keep on saying that they came from the north.
But then when people think that, they just think of the current occupants of the north. They're not putting it in a historical context.
Yeah, like all this thing about Cleopatra being black. And then you ask yourself, if you were related to the ancient Egyptians the way you claim you are, why can't we see it in your culture and your way of dress? Why is it the people outside of Egypt are exhibiting those type of cultural dresses compared to the Arab?
Exactly. I don't know. I'm not saying that because I know the people that she's supposed to have you watched the series? The one that's got Netflix. Okay, so they're saying that the Pitul or whatever people that she descended from, they're not even black. So I think that's where all of this, it's been universally agreed that those people are not of black descent, but that there's also agreed that no one can really pinpoint where a mother came from, and it's more like the evidence is more heavily based that she's probably African.
And yeah, so to me, I just think she was like the actress. She was mixed.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly. So
because what I want to know is why was she wearing? Why is Cleopatra running around with a braid wig with beads? I don't know any Greeks with black hair wearing box braid wigs and putting beads on it. The only people I know that are doing that are like black Africans. So I'm just like, and even when Elizabeth Taylor played Cleopatra, she was wearing a box braid wig, and I'm just like, even the Egyptians now, the mixed ones, you people not really representing that hairstyle, are you?
No.
But you're claiming that she was Greek, and the Greeks are not kicking off about her being black. It's those mixed Egyptians that are kicking off about it. But the Nubians, the black Egyptians, I don't hear them complaining about Cleopatra being played as black.
Exactly. And even it was so fascinating because when I watched it, to find out that when she went back to Egypt, she had this like constant need to go back to what did they call them? The original Egyptians, which is obviously the Nubia people. So that's where because that's the reason why she took it back to pharaohs and to the ancient culture, the black culture of the Egyptian history. So it just screams of someone probably yearning to get back to some form of connection. The mother wasn't about, she knows she's got something in her. She felt at home with these kind of people. Like, it's more than likely that she knew what she was, and she knew that connection was deeper than other, because she thought she changed the government wasn't going that way. It wasn't dealing with pharaohs and things like that. She brought that back, and she went to the Nubius part of Egypt to learn. She converted her religion to that. Do you know what I mean? You don't do all of that unless you have some sort of affiliation.
And she spoke Egyptian. She was one of the only ones.
She studied the
language. So, like, for me, but the only people I see complaining about her being portrayed as black is these mixed Egyptians with the Turk, the Arab, and all these white slaves that they brought in. And Greek and Romans, all these people that are mixed. But where are all the black Egyptians saying that, oh no, we can't have this here? And the thing is, the girl that portrayed her, she's not a black woman.
That is so true.
She's mixed race.
Yeah, but when you say it like that, Betty, I've never thought of it like that. Like, the actual black Egyptians don't have a problem with it.
Yeah,
it's the people who invaded the land who have the cheek to now say that no, she could not possibly be black. But the land that you invaded, was it not black?
Exactly. And they painted themselves as black, different shades of brown, mahogany brown, caramel brown. You know what I mean? Even they did even put some of the red bones in, for good measure.
The affiliation to this obsession with Cleopatra as well is definitely more of a Western thing. You don't go into Africa and people are talking about Cleopatra like how they're talking about it over here, which I think just also highlights the infatuation with blackness. Do you understand? Like this exotic, this. Do you understand? It's just same things are repeating itself. That's basically what it is, and the audacity of this person, because they have the one drop rule in it. Like, so as soon as she seemed to have a bit of blackness, she was black. So how did this black seductress go around and not only take one of our leaders and sleep with him and breed for him, but she go and take another one? Oh no. You know, so you know, it's for me, it's not the aspect that I need idols, and we've gone past that. You know, her being black or white doesn't affect anything that I feel. But even when we look at the facts, it makes sense that she had black in her, and I think it's the reaction that makes me laugh. And when we know that she's got black in her, when you look at her story, Betty, the story just, it makes you giggle a bit, right? Because then you think of it, oh, so now we know why she was so demonized and she was this, you know. So yeah, it's worth watching because I think.
And they don't mention another thing when they talk about, because her Greek ancestor, is it Partholomew, whatever his name is, there's 300 years between him and Cleopatra. Now, you can have a white ancestor 200 years ago, it don't make you white. You know what I mean? So,
we as a people know that more than anything.
Yeah, we know. You can go and find a white. I can go and look at my white ancestor who was slave master, and is it 200 years ago in 1800s? Does it mean that I'm white? No, it just means that he's white. You know what I mean? But it's, and another thing is the pre-Greek. I don't know if people know about the pre-Greece. There's a population. The Greeks are not the first indigenous people of Greece. There's something called pre-Greece. Yeah. And this is another issue that people don't mention. They always make it out like the Indo-European were the first people to inhabit Asia Minor and Greece, but they weren't. You know, when they say, if you look at the Indo-European, the Greek, when they start coming in, looking at it, it says Greek has acquired about 1,000 words from other languages. And some of it from the pre-Greek people. And they say the people that were pre-Greek were Afro-Asiatic people that were there. So whether these Indo-European Greek people wiped out the indigenous African Asian people, do you see what I mean? If you mix, that is why to this day you still get Greek people that look a little bit half-caste, what we call half-caste or mixed race.
The big thick curly hair, the thickness of the hair, the features. They've got very prominent features as well.
Oh, one on the phone.
But no problem. Hold on, let me. Are you there, 9? God, Jacob said something that made me laugh. He said, in 75 years, Shaka Zulu will become European mixed in history. And this is what I'm saying.
Yeah, they'll find it. What is it saying? Pre-Greek. So if I go to Proto-Greek language, when's the time?
Martin said that, yeah, the original Greeks looked Indian kind of looking, dark-skinned Indians.
It says 2040 BC. That is when you start seeing the Indo-Greek coming into Greece. But prior to that, these people are Afro-Asiatic people. So Afro-Asiatic people, you're going to be people that are black, and then you're going to get people that you know how Northeast Africans look like.
And so who was the later ones that come on? So you got the Afro-Asiatic, and then who's the other group? You just said the Greek.
Indo-European Greeks, the Greeks that you have now.
Indo-European.
Yeah.
Right. Well, there's a lot of, which makes sense, kind of then. I hear what you're saying.
So this is what the thing, and they do the same thing with Spain, don't they? They try and make out like the Visigoth Germans were the first people there before the Moors, but forget to mention that there was African, Afro-Asiatic people and people from North Africa that were there. You know, Cheddarman's people. That's what they do. They just sort of go, oh, the Moors, the black people, the Afro-Asiatic, they invaded Spain. But they don't mention that the Visigoth Germans invaded too. And they displaced the original black Spanish Portuguese people. That is why they're still dark. That's why so many of the people of Southern Europe, like Italy, Sardinia, Greece, the indigenous populations, when they even tell you to go, oh, the Africans, they left Africa and then they went into the Middle East, and then they left through Morocco, So then, once they leave Africa, do they all suddenly lose their melanin? They
That's
don't
what I
also.
mean. That's what. Exactly.
Just one boat ride from the tip of Morocco, which is 7 miles. Yeah. All the melanin just left them straight away. Yeah. But it's not true. You know what I mean? They say the Europeans only become light skinned in the last, I think it's the last 6,000 years. They said 10,000 years ago when Cheddar Man was about, the majority of Europe was dark skinned black people. That was only 10,000 years ago. The light skinned people that you see today are Indo-European people that are coming from Russia and the Ukraine and Central Asia. They have displaced, some might will say they might have massacred, you know, what they call the West hunter-gatherers, i.e. the black Europeans. So you need to know your time frames, people, because these people are very slippy.
Exactly.
Because if you don't know, they never tell you what happened to Cheddar Man's people. You know, the black Britons. It's oh yeah, Cheddar Man was black 10,000 years ago. Okay, what happened to his people? What happened?
And these are supposed to be the intellectuals, but the way that they do their history, there's always so much gaps.
Yeah, they're very slippy.
Yeah.
I was having a debate with one of these white nationalists, and I said, he was saying that the Asians were just as racist as the Europeans. You know, like Ralph always says it. And I said, but look, why in Asia can you still see the indigenous black people that left Africa like 70,000 years ago? But in Europe, you cannot see the indigenous black Africans that left to go into Europe. You white folk have taken them out.
Yeah, but are we talking about black folk as what I would think as black folk in the African continent, like what we would put as black, or are we talking about Indo? Do you know, like a mix?
No, I'm talking about black people like
dark skinned.
Yeah,
because
go to India, the Andaman Islands, you'll see little black people that's still there. And
no, I'm not talking about that. I was still back on what you was talking about in Europe and how extensive the dark skin is there fundamentally, right? And how you're right, because even when we talk about Cleopatra, it's just the erasure of it, isn't it? And the gaps. And I get you moved on, sorry, but I just wanted to ask one point before you move on that. But are you, when you're talking about, are we talking about dark-skinned people, or are we talking about like black African black people?
Black African. That's what Veli played the video maybe about a week ago, and there was one. It was called I think it was Akeem, something like a scholar. And he just gave the time frame and said that 10,000 years ago, Europe, 90% of it was black. That the people that you're seeing now have come from Russia, those areas, these light-skinned people have come. Veli, I don't know if Veli's still listening. Let me try and see let me go on Veli's channel and I'll give you the link for the video.
Yeah, thank you for that. I've got to look into that one. I know Veli was doing some banging videos though, I must admit. I'm gonna go back and look at some of them again. That's one of the ones I have to look into.
Yeah, we did one. I was like, it was cool. Where was it now? Oh, Veli, you just put drive time as well. Let me see if the community section.
Yeah, he ain't gonna make it easy, is he?
Yeah, look at the community tab and you'll see on the community tab. See, I think it was talking about the black European, like British experience. Yeah, he was talking about that.
Yeah, do you see what Brother Jacob said? I had a VIP Admiral's tour of the Vatican years ago. The 4th level down, an area not made for public view. The Israelites and Egyptians are black. We weren't allowed to take pictures.
You see?
See it there? And there was the one time that me and my partner, we went to this history talks things, and they do keep a lot of things in the vault. So at that time, they lifted a lot of stuff up that they had in the cellar in London. I can't remember where in London this was. And we got to see, and there were so many like scholarly people there, because you could tell that at this point, you're not going to be able to see this artifact. And that's when I realized, like, yeah, there really is a lot of our stuff that we just do not know. That is just literally in this, like in London right now, that we should be able to go and see, but they've just got in the basement, and only certain Yeah, and only certain times, if you're lucky enough, you might get a view. So it's crazy.
Is it this one? Is it the rise of racism in the UK? I'm trying to see which one. Did anyone see when the Pope, is it Benedict? Was it Benedict or which one was it? And he was praying to the Black Madonna with the other Pope. They're both sitting there in Italy praying to the Black Madonna. They just a newsreel, and you just see them praying to the Black Madonna. You little fuckers.
Because they know the truth. The top ones know the truth. They're not. Yeah. They're not as ignorant as they keep their followers. They're more than aware of the truth.
Yeah, I wanted to go and visit because I've got a couple in Germany. I wanted to go and visit some of these Black Madonnas. And I will, next time when I will go and have a look. Because they all seem to be hiding out in these random Catholic churches in Poland and, like Czechoslovakia, Czech. You know what I mean? They just hold on to little Black Madonna and say that she's got like special powers and stuff to heal people, and people go and do a pilgrimage to her.
It's only when we have conversations like this, I really realize why people go so hard on like the Vatican, the Catholics, the churches, because although when you're talking about history in a context and you understand religion had a great aspect, I think now when I think about it, I think of the system and the systematic things that we have to deal with. And you literally, when we're talking now, you just think, when you're talking about how they're praying to this and they've got all these artifacts, you're like, wow. Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why certain people in their fight just keep with these religious whatever, these vanguards, religious institutions on their neck, because when you talk like this, you realize, yeah, they're still are reeling. There's still artifacts. There's still evidence that they're sitting on, and they've not even been attacked yet. They're just watching the government like, yeah, it sucks for you right now. Black Lives Matter. Yeah, you know. But I think, yeah, these institutions need to get it as well, because yeah, they're keeping a lot of secrets, a lot of wealth as well that people don't like to talk about.
It's shocking though, isn't it? Because I remember when I was 14 and I'm talking in Black History Cast, I'm saying the first people of Britain were black. But now it's not as... then next minute, in my 40s, I'm hearing Cheddar Man, they say, oh, the first Britons being black. And I thought, when I was in 14, you white folk wouldn't have even allowed that to be on the TV to let everybody know. It's amazing how
that's so funny. It's amazing how history all of a sudden changes in your lifetime, right? So if you marked a test at one point in your life, either way, you would have been wrong at the same question. I say the same thing as well. What I used to say to my friends is like, when I was growing up, there was 9 planets and Pluto was a planet. Do you understand? Now science tells you that you're a fool to believe that. So it's just, this is why you see why it's science for a period of time. No one absolutely knows something absolutely. Not in these Western. No, they don't know what they're talking about.
They hold it. It's so terrible the way they hold so much information. Maybe it's this one. Maybe it's this one. Diversity in medieval Britain, Black Britannia. I think it's this one that Veli was playing. Yeah, I think it's Dr. Nubia. I'll put the link to that. That's the one where he starts. I'm sure that's the one where they start talking about the first. They're called the West Hunter Gatherers, the Black Europeans. But I think the issue is white people don't want to let you know that black people are the first people of Europe, because they want to claim every single piece of land, even Africa, Australia, the Americas. And even though they're trying to go to space and roaming around Mars.
Yeah, because they're going to be saying that the first people, we can tell you for sure now, the first people on the moon were white. So this is our land. You have Earth. Do you know what I mean? We've got documented proof now that it was us. Remember that quote? One short step for man, one giant leap for mankind. This was all us. You Africans have Earth.
I feel sorry for those the Marsians, the people from Mars, yeah, because
exactly. They don't know what's coming for them.
Yeah, they don't know. They should start running now.
No clue. I feel like we should send a message to them to let them know the colonizers coming. The colonizers coming. They have no clue.
But saying that, joking aside, I'm definitely gonna take the time. You know, obviously because of Ryanair, you got these cheap flights now. I want to go and see all these different things, like these Black Madonnas. I know there's some in France as well, and Spain. Go and see them and see. Like, you know, I might have to take the sister home and stuff. So it's just such anti-black sentiment.
Yeah, and it's still available to be viewed, because I see even Cotton said that, you know, this in Greek there was images of black people, ancient blacks. So yeah, I think now's the time out of any time. I feel that need as well. I have that urgency to see things, because you can see the changing of things happening. So you don't know how long these artifacts are going to be available to even be able to be seen. You know what I mean?
Before they damage them.
They damage them, or they make an AI equivalent, or do you know what I mean? So this is we're in our last times to actually see, feel, and really get that full hand experience or something. So I get it.
Yes, this is it. And I think because, like, that's the benefit of being in Europe, that you're able to investigate the black, what they call the Grimaldi people. I think that's what Sheikh Anta Diop called the first black people in Europe, the Grimaldis. You're in. It's not going to cost you too much to go and visit these places, you know, compared to, like, you know, I don't know, flying to America or Asia to go and see, you know, the original, you know, black people and stuff.
It's so important. It's so important to do your own research and see for your eyes, because you just see so much more. It's not just that; it just opens your world to so much more things, because you fall down a rabbit hole.
Yeah, because I've got to go and see my. I think I don't know. He doesn't. I got to go and see my ancestors in Manchester Museum.
Which ancestors are this? Because we know you got a lot now, Betty.
Yeah, the Kushite, the land of Kush. I got 24%. It's from the land of Kush. If you go in the middle, I think it's the medieval ages. In my ancestral line, 24% of it comes from the land of Kush. Yeah, so these two brothers, I think they were the governors of Egypt's son. It says I'm connected to one of them. And he's him and his brother in Manchester Museum. So I need to go and pay a little visit to see them. I'll do a little video.
You really are seeing the ancestor, aren't you? Family reunion. I said you really are.
It's weird to think that my relative is in a museum as a mummy. Do you know what I mean? It's called the Two Brothers.
That's good that they give you a timescale of history as well. So did I hear right when you said this would have been a medieval time?
Yeah, it's on my
really
True Ancestry. Because I joined that website, they match once you upload your ancestry to the website, they cross-reference it with all these ancient results and tell you who you're related to. But obviously I'm related to. But I think most black people are related to Ramesses the Third.
Oh, the third, yeah, I've heard that.
Because I've seen some one or two African Americans that are direct offspring of Ramesses the Third. But I think he had a lot of kids. I don't know. I don't know, maybe like 100 or something. And he's like the Genghis Khan of Africa. But yeah, there's two little brothers that are in the museum, so I've got to pay them a visit, you know.
Wow.
I mean, say maybe you should come. Maybe I should, you know, I don't know, bring you out.
Listen, we need to find out a bit more about that ancestor.
Yeah. It's
Can you film in that?
You can. Manchester Museum doesn't really have a lot of security. From last time I remember it, they don't really have lots of security. You know, it's free to go in. You know,
you should record it and vlog it.
Betty. I will. I'll put it on my channel, so we can see the two brothers. Yeah, the two brothers. Yeah, that's the. I'll put a link to so you can see what I'm talking about. The two brothers. But I'm related to the light-skinned one, not the dark-skinned one. The light-skinned one, because I think the two brothers, I think they might have had the same mother but different fathers.
Okay. I'm just looking at the link.
Yeah, the 12th dynasty.
It's interesting.
Yes, if you do a DNA test, definitely join My True Ancestry. You never know, you might find a few relatives from ancient Egypt yourself.
You know me though, I'll go all cunder on them. I'll go in with like a spear and some axe, like, let my people get out free. What you got my buried bones in there for?
It gives you a whole different feeling to think that your ancestors, your relatives are actually in a museum. You know, when I was a kid going through that museum, I didn't really think. Obviously, you don't think anything. You're just like, oh my god, it's scary. They're mummies. But it's definitely going to feel a lot different now. I know you're my relative.
Hi, nice to meet you. Yeah.
Sorry that you're in this predicament. Could you imagine though? No, but just seriously, but could you imagine if Africans did that, like Nigerians or like the Caribbeans, they just started making a museum, started putting Queen Elizabeth on show.
Well, this is
But they could go and have a go up.
And
the worst thing is, they used to charge to see these things in the museums. It's not. They made a lot of money out of robbing dead bodies from Egypt.
I do wonder why though they still like they're so hard on still keeping these artifacts, even when certain countries have asked them to go back.
They don't have no history.
I don't understand why they just won't give them back. Like it's not like the average British guy is like, oh my god, do you know what I mean? I was gonna go and watch some Benin pieces just after the pub, and I've just found it. It's gone back to Africa. I'm heartbroken. They don't care. So I don't know why they just don't take it back. It's very interesting.
Yeah, this is the one I'm related to. This guy. The one beginning with the K, I don't even know how to pronounce his name.
You could have got Nynaeve.
Yeah, where's Nynaeve? Couldn't say my relative's name.
So what do you think about the way Nynaeve was pronouncing her names then, baby?
Oh, she did good shit. She really put her back into it, as the Americans say. It won't be long before she'd be speaking like Igbo or Yoruba.
She had the dialects on some of them very well.
Yeah, she did really well. It's really difficult to even pronounce a lot of African names, because, especially Nigerian names, because it's just a different way of pronouncing things, and because a lot of it's tone languages. High, it's like Chinese. It's high, medium, and low. And if you don't raise your tone when you're saying the words, you can just end up mispronouncing things. It's difficult.
The whole thing sounds wrong. Yeah, you gotta have the right tone.
But you know what? Now I'm actually really looking forward to just finding out a bit more about my Caribbean side. Even obviously, I do have that American side, but I've been to America anyway, so I know what I mean.
What islands are you from? Guyana.
Dominica.
Yeah.
Puerto Rico. St. Martin's, and Barbados.
How much European did you have in you, Betty?
In modern time, it was 2.5% Finnish.
You only had 2.5% European in you.
Well, it depends on which. It depends on which company you're talking about, because what I've noticed, this is what I think. Depending on which company you go with, they seem to, if it's too small, they seem to just ignore it. When I went to the Spanish company, they went through Italy, Finnish, England and Scotland, Spanish. But obviously, because it's a Spanish DNA company, it would make sense that they could home in. They have a bigger sample of Spanish DNA, won't they, compared to it.
That's what I was actually leading to. So did you have specifically Spanish DNA in you?
Yes. Yeah.
Was that the majority of the 2.5%?
No, that 2.5% was MyHeritage, which is an American company run by a Jew.
Oh, and where did they say your two? You made me laugh, man. that detailed information there. So where did they say? Where did you say that 2.5? Where did they say that 2.5 European come from?
So like the 2.5 in MyHeritage is Finnish. But when I looked,
I thought you meant finished. All right, yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Sorry. No, Finland.
Yeah.
But when I looked online for MyHeritage Nigerians, I found 4 other Nigerians that also had Finnish ancestry. So I'm thinking maybe they might have been missionaries, because the Finnish were missionaries in Namibia, as you know, around the 1800s, and I do know that I do have some ancestors from, you know, further down, like, you know, Namibia, South Africa, Angola, you know, those type of things. So I'm thinking it might have come in through that way. Because you know, Europeans, they love to come to Africa. Any way to come to Africa is, we've got to find God. We've got to bring God to the Africans.
Yeah.
And they're doing more than just bringing God.
Yeah. You know that for true.
Yeah. Well, I don't really care about the Finnish in that way, because they didn't colonize Africans, isn't it? Let's be honest. The Finnish are not.
But when you say you've got Puerto Rican in you,
yeah,
that's why I asked you how much. I mean, what are we saying that is? I mean, I guess
I don't know. I don't know. Because what it says it says 21% of your African ancestry is from America, the African Caribbean, and the South Americans. So it doesn't specifically say what percentage is the Puerto Rican. Do you see?
Yeah.
It just says, you know, the islands, and then it says Denver, Colorado, Maryland, America, South, West.
So be honest. Now you know all this information. Are you still the Betty we know of before, where you're
I'm still a Nigerian?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm an enlightened Nigerian.
Okay.
I did apologize for anyone who felt like I was being anti-Caribbean. I do apologize, and I hope my Caribbean brothers and African American brothers accept my apology. But I didn't know it, because it's 1800s. When if I go back to the 1800s, I've got two.
I nearly just choked on my bones there, but I'll accept your apology.
Thank you, Naive. Thank you. But like, and also, I haven't told my mum, because like Sosa asked me, "Did you tell your mum?" And I said no, because I don't know whose side these Caribbean and American came from.
Yeah.
It does. The DNA test won't tell you whether it was your mum's side or your dad's side, and obviously I can't test my dad because he's gone. And then if I tested my brother, he's only my half brother. But I might be able to do it because he's my dad's.
Yeah, I was gonna say they might be able to take the DNA from you and your brother, which is your dad's, and then maybe be able to give you something. It might not be accurate, but it might be something.
Yeah, I'll probably do that when I go and see him this year. So I'll probably do it because he's obviously got dad's DNA and stuff. But yeah, it's amazing. It's shocking how.
Bless up, came back. Sorry to interrupt you, sis.
Okay. But yeah, definitely, I would recommend anybody to try these different DNA companies. I know some people don't believe in it, but it's really enlightened me. It's nice to be Bayesian, a little bit of Bayesian, and my niece and nephew go, we're all Bayesian now.
But it just kind of just reinforces the whole Pan-African aspect, that really when you see another brother, when you see another Black person, you are in every kind of sense seeing yourself. You don't know where down the line that one thing that you think you're not, you could be.
Yeah, because obviously you don't know. You don't know.
So best you just, when you see another Black person, just see that as you see in yourself, man.
There's even
it'll be the one group that you don't want to associate with. That guess yeah.
Every time I mention
the ancestors play, they don't mess about.
Watch carefully when I mention, oh yeah, I've got some fully Nigerian ancestors. Watch all the Nigerians go, oh. They just think fully hurts, man. The one with the AK-47s that are shooting farmers in Nigeria. And like, you know, the jihad.
So is it through the Asiatic side how you get that beautiful texture hair, Betty?
A little hell. What texture good Asiatic side? What good texture hair?
Tell her, Betty. What do you think?
I can't be telling you my trade secrets. What you like? It's
sorry, but because I know you got that beauty. Oh, sorry, Betty, because I know you got.
I can't be telling you the trade secrets. I tell you the trade secrets in the back chat.
All right, cool. Say nothing. Say nothing.
I tell you who's got the nice hair. Because you know, like Lady D, if you're listening, you were talking about how you proper Bantu, you got that nappy hair. No, you haven't. You got that Somalian curly hair. That yeah, she's got that.
Lady D just choked now. You just made Lady D choke. They just made Lady D choke. Go ahead, babe.
Yeah, she was talking about how Bantu she was, and then she got that nappy hair, and I was like, no, you got that little curly hair. Those big curls, I've seen it. When you put hair gel on, your hair lay flat. Forget me, put scarf, I put the hair gel, got to put scarf, got to hold it down. She just like puts a little bit of hair gel.
Wavy hair, Lady D. You got that wavy hair.
Yeah, you got 360-degree waves. Talking about how she got that.
Lady D, I don't feel safe. I don't feel protected, Lady D. But listen, though, but let me ask you a question, seeing that Nainif is close to the mic here. What do you think about this redundant chat that if you've got hair that is of a certain, I don't know, Nine.
It's not really Indian hair, Nine.
Exactly, Nainifa.
Sahara, the Sahara, the people of the Sahara tend to have looser texture hair. And you know,
but it's not about looser texture because you can still have tight curls.
Yeah, you can.
You can still have tight curls and still have a big fro, right? You can
fight for your right.
Babe, pull up some pictures. Come on, you're good at this.
Yeah. Put up the pictures. You know those people of the Sahara, all those people of sometimes the Fulani, the Ful, you know, the Darfur, those type, the Tuareg, them people of the Sahara tend to have looser, the taboo of Chad. Let me put
but I'm talking about someone who ain't got no admixture in it. Like for the last few recent histories,
I've got the nappiest hair and I've got a bit of admixture. Having admixture doesn't mean
I did find your
loose hair
interesting, actually, Betty, in terms of the Asiatic thing still. So big up yourself, because there's people out here that were thinking that Nigeria couldn't have such, infiltration, as it were. But you came and let us know that there's definitely some Asian blood running up in that fucking place, right?
Yep. Yeah, Kenya. It seems to be. I don't know. It might have been from the African Caribbean ancestors, but also I think it's to do with Kenya.
Yeah.
How the fuck? Yo,
we're lost.
You got to finesse out in this bitch. How we went back to African Caribbeans, Betty?
Because you are me and I am you. That's how. Because when it comes down to it, it's all mix and blend. You can't. No one's gonna. It's all the same. It's all mixed up.
All right, ladies.
But we all saw the way that Betty did that. Still, do you know what I mean? Through the Caribbean lineage. I'm just saying, let's just confirm the answer. You asked Betty. Betty said, through the lineage of the Caribbean coming back to Nigeria is where the insertion of the Asian gene came through.
Now we're so big boy that we had the ability to go and come on.
Talk about it.
If we're gonna rewrite history, let's do it right. So we were just going and coming, Betty.
There were so many people coming and going when I looked at because my ancestry.
Betty said there's so many coming back and forth. She couldn't keep up now. She said, I can't give you an accurate reading. Do you understand?
The way history is going to be written in the future is going to be mad. I'm telling you, it's going to be mad. But yeah, man. No, I hear you still, man.
You know what it is? The whole of it is like, for example, okay, how it all starts, the Asian and some of it starts is, obviously, I'm a Bibio ethic. A Bibio people are semi-Bantu people, meaning they're a mixture of the Bantu and people, I think, probably from West Africa and maybe Central, yeah, and they mix together. Once you get Bantus obviously went to Kenya and Tanzania. Once you get there, you get the Islamic conquest. This over the I think it's 635 AD, when the Arabs they go into East Africa, Kenya and Tanzania, kidnap or whatever, take the Bantus, and then they take them to Arabia, and then after Arabia, they then dump them in Pakistan and India. So then people then do a little bit of mixing, yeah, and then when things start getting peak, they create the city people, you know, the Afro-Asiatic people that you see today in Pakistan and India. But then some of them decided to say, oh, fuck it, Asia's too peak for me, I'm going. And they went back to Kenya, and then they started mixing with the Africans there. And then, you know, the Arabs probably didn't want to leave the Kenyans and Tanzania people alone. So my ancestors started walking, and they went to South Africa, and then they went up from South Africa, and they went right up again, up to Angola, and then went right up to Cameroon and Nigeria to get away from the Arabs. But then when they got to Nigeria, they found the Arabs at the north, and then the white.
Oh my God, it's so peak. It's so peak for us, man.
Yeah, they were just not able to get away from the Arabs and the Muslims.
The story of so many Africans. Like I could, like that's what I'm saying. Like it is fascinating because I could see it, but this is why I restate how I am. See me, I'm fully black because I'm not claiming anything else. Because anything else is just through aggression and just abuse, man. Like even that story, it's wild.
You know, because like I didn't realize how far back the Islamic conquest of East Africa goes, but I can tell who is the Asian person in the DNA because you look at the haplogroup, and there's an Asian ancestor round Congo with an African woman, and I think that's like 800 AD. So that's how you can tell. Because, you know, obviously these haplogroups are allowed to certain groups. And then obviously then I went into like GenMatch is really good. It's a free website. You just upload your DNA, and then there's all these different calculators to find out. There's the Asian calculator, the African calculator, the European calculator. So they focus on certain groups. So you can find out which different ancestors that you have. But I'm glad that I've been on Speaker's Corner.
Do you find out if? Oh wait, no. I was going to say something, but I think it's all black women that have the Eve gene, isn't it? I don't think.
I think from what I know, most African have the Eve gene.
Yeah. I think it was the Henrietta Hicks? It'll be fascinating if anybody would come up with those kind of DNA genes as well. Because you know the story of Henrietta Hicks, right? I think it's Hicks. I don't know if God or Jacob or one of the American family are in there. They can come in and correct me if I'm wrong. Let me just Google it. But basically, you probably do know the story.
Go on.
Go on, Nine.
Go on. Google it anyway, man.
Yeah, because these are the other things that would be interesting. So while we're figuring out what races we got in there, why ain't the Eve genes coming up or the Henrietta Hick genes coming up? That's the thing I want to see.
You know what? You have to go.
Yeah, they're not going to tell you, but they've stored it somewhere.
Yeah, of course. Because remember, like, as much as there's things about, you know, getting people to know their genealogy, I think there's also a more sinister thing behind it. Because you
know what I think as well? You've got to one thing I noticed.
You know that, innit?
It's Henrietta Lacks. Excuse me. I'm gonna copy and paste this.
I kept saying Flax, but I know that's the girl that's committed suicide, but I knew it was similar. But imagine they can clone you, my girl.
Oh, I know. I've heard that they can duplicate your DNA. I saw that I'm Russian today. Once you get your DNA, they can plant your DNA.
What can follow you in a Betty? Man, not telling a lie, you know. One of you is all right. So I hope you put in your disclaimer that they mustn't do like clone you or nothing.
I hope they do clone. I hope they clone your most militant gene. And let them off. Let them let you go for them supremacy.
For them. You know what? I think you know what. I am so glad that I found out. I was really interested to find out about a BPO ethic people because we're a small group, and this is one of the things that Lady D was talking about with Reg. And saying that one of the reasons why Reg is not interested in finding out if he has any Caribbean or American ancestry is because he's from a dominant group, the Yoruba. And people like me from a small ethnic group in Nigeria were dominated by the bigger groups. Yeah, so he doesn't care about I think it's his mother's side that is from the Delta. He don't care because he's from a dominant group. He controls the Yoruba, the Hausa, and the Igbo. They control the narrative in Nigeria.
Yeah, but also let's remember that there is cases where some people just come up as fully black mixed with black. Like Jessica said that when she did hers, her Nigerian father was just predominantly Nigerian.
You know what? This is another thing.
And so, like,
what you need to understand DNA test. Look, it depends. When they say you're fully black, yeah, some DNA companies will say you're fully black, but how far back did they go? That's one thing you have to remember, because your DNA doesn't stop at 500 years. The average DNA test that they're doing is 500 years. But if you're an African, your DNA didn't stop at 500 years. You've been on the planet for 3 million years. That is why some of the DNA tests that I've done go back to 5,000 years. And that is how
I think it's still possible to go back 5,000 years and it will all be black.
No, I don't even think it's mathematically possible, because how many people were around 5,000 years ago?
Yeah, but when the land started, it was predominantly. You sort of said that you said that you believe that there was dark-skinned Africans even in Europe. So it's definitely so there is a way. There could be people that was just had a militant mindset of mine, and I've just inherited this from my father's fathers. Like other people could get, I mean, we could have just been that kind of militant people. Just like people can get tastes or looks or eye color. Why can't it just be a mentality or this love for self?
This lady, is this the one with the cancer, the cervix cancer? Is this the woman with the cancer cells, lady?
Yes.
That's right.
And this is what I'm saying, Betty. Like, when it comes to things like this, you know that they're testing for this because they use this woman's cells well beyond. We're still benefiting through her cells now. Her cells are in our medication.
And they didn't tell her neither.
And they never told her ever. Her family are currently, the family left now are still fighting. So you can only imagine. Now, if you know that you've got this and you're still harnessing this and this is still getting used now, like we could have been recipients of her cells because they've put it into medicine. Now, how many years on? And now all of a sudden we've got the invention on telling people, look, get your DNA. That's one. And I know that you're a black person. I know that looking at this person, this is a black person. The first thing on the test for is to see if they've got that gene.
Yeah, I think there's. I'm not really worried about people having my DNA. If you're not doing anything wrong, like, why should I worry about whether you got my DNA or not? Do you know what I mean? I'm not some big profile person that got to worry about, getting set up. You know what I mean? I think people who.
But if you had Henrietta, I just want to say her name wrong. Is it Lax or Hax?
Lax.
Thank you. So if you had Henrietta Lax's, sorry.
But cervical cancer.
It's Lax. So if you had Henrietta Lax's
HAP virus, because they say that cancer is normally with someone that's got the HAP virus.
But it's about her cells. It's not about the cancer that she had. It's about the cells that they found when they tested on her. So I'm saying, if you had those kind of special cells within you, would you want to know? Or would you
what do you mean special cells?
So you'd probably have to read more about her. I just thought you knew about. I could have swore I spoke.
I do. I know the story that she had. They were duplicating her. It was They found that it duplicates something to do with the cancer, duplicated really quickly. Yeah, and her cells were used to, I don't know, detect or help with preventing cancer of the cervix. But that cancer in the UK isn't common in black women anyway. It's common in black women in America, but not in the UK. Cancer of the cervix is common in white British women.
All right, so it says here, Henrietta Lacks, born 1920, died 1951, was an African-American woman whose cancer cells are the source of the HeLa cell line, the first immortalized human cell line, and one of the most important cell lines in medical research. So this is what I'm saying. It ain't no small thing. Like, this was a big deal. An immortalized cell line reproduces indefinitely under specific conditions, and the HeLa cell line continues to be a source of invaluable medical data to the present day. And this is what I'm saying. We don't appreciate how much wealth we've got in us. And what I'm saying is, and I get it, this ain't an attack on you as well, Betty, because there's parts of me, these are the kind of reasons why I could see why I'd want to do this. But what I'm saying is, if I did do it, and I just would want to know, as well as where I come from and I think this would be a nice thing to know if I had this going along in my DNA, if it's from my DNA line. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's all nice to know. But there's not a lot for British black women that are listening. This type of disease, cancer of the cervix, is mainly a white woman's disease. It's African American women that have this cancer of the cervix. Yeah, it's popular in African Americans, but not in British black women. British black women have like breast cancer. That is what is popular with black British women. That's why sometimes it's so. That's why they're always going on about having a smear test, because white women are always suffering from that cancer of the cervix. But the average black woman, you're not going to have that issue. You've got to worry about your breasts, not the cervix in the UK.
No, I hear you. It also stands to reason to why they did what they did to the family, right? Because as you said, it's not really helping the black women. It was vital though for the survival of the white women. So again, it's even more interesting. It comes down to that Eve gene, and this is why I always tell people: you're talking about black women, you're talking about black women. They're a totally different entity. We are not the same as other women. Like,
of course we're not the same, but it's nice to be the original, isn't it? That's why I'm talking about representation. I remember I don't know if it was a year or two ago, when me and Aifa were having a talk about the beauty queens. And we were talking about representation and like Miss World. I think she was a South African beautiful sister, and she looked nice because she had like a teeny weeny afro. She had what did they call it? What did they call that thing? Kid and play haircut.
The high top.
Yeah, the high top. Yeah, the high top. She had that, and it was nice because you don't see quite often. You don't see that with African women, and for her to get to such a high position and Miss World, it was just nice to see representation matters. Now, I'm not knocking anybody that wants to have straight hair or weave or whatever, but I'm just saying it's nice that we represent all types of African women, the beauty, and that there's nothing wrong with having a high top, keeping it short and sweet.
Again, I do think that also that these are what you'd call reparations, it could be argued. You understand? Even in terms of hair and beauty, do you know what I mean? Whereby women are now not only comfortable to wear their hair natural, but even making statements, in that regard. So I do think that that's a reparation kind of situation still, in terms of where we're coming from. It could be argued.
And we're also fencing that off. We're making sure that you understand that this is a black woman's design, even when someone tries to replicate it or call it a different name. It's black women that know how to. What's the right word I'm looking for when they gatekeep? So that's one thing that they do very well. Like, for example, there's a new series that's been out on Netflix. It's a follow-on to what I don't know, one of these dramas that she's doing. It's like a medieval kind of, not medieval, but very old school kinds of. Oh, what is it called? Let me just get it. The name.
Is it that Queen Charlotte?
Yes. Okay. So, and this is a more black. Have you seen it, Betty?
You know what? I'm not keen. I watched it and I thought, oh no, I don't like all this. I don't like to big up royalty. Like,
I find it so fascinating how black people have just instantly just been repulsed by it.
Yeah, I don't know who's in the chat, but I don't know. And I don't know if it can work on this live, but maybe if not our next one. But maybe we can do a situation where, where previously we've done, or, you've done book clubs, and maybe we can do like a film club and come and review it and shit like that, man. That could be an interesting thing, especially for this one, because I know because she's been speaking about this particular. There was this one and one next one, isn't it, Kushti? That's
I was talking more about the Cleopatra one. Yeah.
Right. And I think you've watched some of it, Betty. Is that right?
Yeah, I watched the whole of the Cleopatra one, and then I watched Queen's. Is it Zinga?
Yeah, Queen and Zinga. That was the first one.
I thought that was. Yeah, that was well better.
You should start with that one. You want to start with that one, then.
The thing with Queen Charlotte is these white people won't admit that she's mixed. So for me, I feel like I don't care what she was doing in it, because those white people that she married into want to lie about her heritage.
Who's this now? Charlotte, you talking?
Yeah, Queen Charlotte, that German, Spanish gal, because her ancestry was Moorish and Belgium. I'll
tell you who done quite an interesting. I don't know if it's still up, but you remember what's your Nigerian brother there? What name there? The one that was a Hebrew from Coventry.
Oh, Uncle Ty.
Yeah, there's a time where he went to Europe, and he was definitely showing pictures of whether it be black royalty or just black people in certain part. I can't remember where he was.
Well, this is what I mean, but I don't understand why people don't like this Charlotte thing. Is not based on Charlotte either. It's just, I think what the writer, who is a black writer as well, Sandra Rhimes, what she's doing, she's poking at it. She's like, if you know like little bits of history, like at the beginning of the thing, she goes, any depiction or anything that seems like it's might be associated to anyone, I'm taking that liberty to do it. Like, this is why I feel like it's very surprising. I wouldn't have thought it was black people that'd get vexed at this, because she's definitely doing little nods to things. She's putting placements in things. Yeah, it's not about, it's just, even the play on Charlotte, it's a play. It's nothing to do with the actual Charlotte. It's not about her story. This is what I mean. But she's just inserting black history in places where people like to deny, right? Okay. So there's a little, but I mean, I saw all of it, but it's more for me the reaction to people on it. So I'll wait for you to see it. But also, just on the back of their hair, every single time that they've gone and done media, like interviews or whatever, if you look at them, if you just type it in now and just look on YouTube, all of them have got natural black hairstyles, and in every interview it's different. Like, there is so much things that this black woman is trying to do out. So I think if we just dismiss it, we might be doing another disservice to a black woman that's trying to do a thing. Do you know what I mean? Like, so
I'll give it a go then. I'll have a watch.
Yeah.
Because I got a bit Cleopatra. I didn't like it in the beginning. I just thought I thought it was going to be filmed, but then I realized it was like a docu film. But when it was a bit slow in the beginning to start, get started. But after I watched it, like I got through the first episode. It was good. Big up to Jada, Pinker Smith, or was it Pink or whatever her name is?
Yeah.
Jada Smith for doing it.
Yeah, but I think the Queen and Zinga one was so powerful because I just think we're just repeating like some of her problems are still the same problems that black women go through now. I was like, wow.
Her brother killed her newborn son. That's when I thought, oh Lord have mercy.
What, when she murdered the child?
No, the son murdered her newborn son first.
Well, this is what I'm saying.
That's why she murdered her nephew, because the brother murdered her newborn son.
All right.
Spoilers. But this is what I'm saying. Nine, I'm telling you, this story, you'll be like, rah, this is true. Like, I'm telling you, like, this is why I keep on telling you to watch the Nzinga thing, because it's very reminiscent of now.
Yeah.
In every sense, like it's.
I think it shows you toxic black masculinity.
It
When you
also
watch that Queen, Zingo, you got to see the toxic black masculinity.
it's wild. But also the way that she had to maneuver. So I don't want to do any spoilers, but the way that she has to maneuver within her masculine spirit and her feminine spirit, depending on what situation she finds herself in. Because at certain points in her life, she was on a high, but on certain points in her life, she was left to nothing. All she knew is what she knew, what she come from, and what lineage she come from. But she had no backing. And the way that she had to maneuver as a solo black woman in that time, yeah, and the way she had to switch it up and switch it in, it's just this is what I'm saying. Like, it's wild.
She was a warrior, very.
It's
like
wild. We've got our own heroes. Like these smashed. Like this is when the historic says that most of these superheroes stem from us. When you find out our own, like when you find out this is one person's life, it's mad.
It just shows you how ruthless that royalty can be, and it just toxic, black man masculinity. But have you seen the other one I want to watch? Is Queen Amina of Zara, the House of Queen. Netflix had done a movie about her too. She was another woman that fought on the battlefield in northern Nigeria.
That's interesting. So how come we're getting all these little gems? Well, go on. How come we're getting all of a sudden? What's going on?
Where did
I think that George Floyd, Black Lives Matter in it. Netflix have to pretend like Black Lives Matter in it. So that's the film Queen Amina of Zara. I've got to watch that one.
What is that? Is that a part of the Netflix Black
Queens? Yeah, it's. I don't think it's. I don't know. I don't think it's a part of the Jada's one. I think it's already been done. The movie in 2021. It says Netflix. But because I'm trying to find out about my Hausa heritage show, because she's Hausa, obviously. That's why I want to watch it. But she was supposed to be a great queen, Queen Amina. So it's nice to know that people are trying to do representation. Because so often, the black woman's story is not written. We always keep hearing about the black man's story. It's time to hear the black woman's story. Her story instead of his story.
Agreed.
Have you not seen that Queen?
About the past, like you really do. If you, it really is Sankofa. Like if you really don't clock what happened and what were the little traps, you will repeat it. Like there's so much things that you repeat that we're repeating subconsciously, not consciously knowing.
But it's ruthless because the same thing, Cleopatra, the story of Cleopatra, where the sister, her father had his daughter murdered because Cleopatra's sister tried to overthrow the father, innit?
Yeah.
So then Cleopatra tried to kill her sister, innit? One of the sisters.
She killed her brothers.
Yeah, it's this royalty thing, man. Power corrupts, It seems like when you become
power corrupts, absolutely.
Yeah, it's just like when you become royalty, the family ties don't matter. Do you know what I mean?
This is what I mean. You got to remember the time. Well, that's the truth, for real. But when you think about the time as well, this brutal tactics was happening in do you know what I mean? Got whatever the British version is, the big series that were happening was the same equivalent, right? People just killing off and wanting to be supreme. And in Black people, it was the same kind of, well, not the same, but there was some brutal kind of things going on as well. It was just the time, innit? Like life was cheap when it came to like the currency of being king.
Yeah,
like it's just
it made me not want to be.
But then one person
I said I don't want to be a queen. After I saw all that ruthlessness, like I'm not being funny for your own brother to do that to your child. No, that was just fucking wrong, isn't it? But because you say I can't say anything about this because I'm gonna ruin it.
Yeah, that's what I said. I don't want that to be.
But it just shows you why we're having so many problems with the leaders in Africa today. Toxic masculinity. It seems to be very reminiscent in many of the stories of African royalty. But the next one I would like to see. Does anyone know if there's a film being done on them Fon warriors? There's the Fon.
But at the same time as well, though, women were seen as leaders. That wasn't unusual. So, and there was plenty of times around that time as well where women could freely have different partners, because that's what they were saying in and women could choose and divorce, and it wasn't a big issue like how it is in the West.
Yeah, but this is what they say about this Zara woman, Queen Zara. Didn't she have? Which one was she? The one that was mating with men and then killing them after she finished mating with them? She had another a man every night.
Black Widow, Spider Boy.
yeah, Queen Amina. I don't know if it's the Queen Amina. It's one of those African queens that was doing that. She was just like going through the men folk. Everybody wanted to be everybody wanted to share a bed with them, but they wouldn't live to, dusk.
I think I've heard of this story, I'm gonna look into it.
Yeah, have a look at the film, because if you've got Netflix, you can watch the film as time. Like Naiva said, you can do like a film review. Let's see what you think. It says, she had 14 female slaves, a number of suitors.
Yeah, I think we should try and do that, because I mean, if there's seemingly, from what you lot are saying, that there are, a few interesting things that can be watched, then I don't mind, especially if it's something that has some sort of, anyway, both entertainment and historical reference kind of thing. I don't mind.
Yeah,
time after time. If you fall, I won't catch you. I will be waiting. Time after time. Name that tune. Time after time.
It's Cyndi Lauper.
There you go, 161. Come on, I knew you watched all the pops.
Yeah, no, I love Cyndi Lauper. To tell you the truth, I did. I was a big fan of
you did, man. I know, man. I could imagine.
Girls just want to have fun. The rah-rah skirt and the funny hair.
Yeah, just wanna have. Yeah, man. I'm a secret new romantic myself. In fact, you know what? Just to upset my friend, Hold on, let me think, man. Chat. Hold on a second. Let me see, man.
Why would you want to upset your friend?
Oh. Sorry. Right. I'm gonna do a couple things. Hold on a second.
Oh, Thingy played Queen. I've just googled Queen of Sheba. So Halle Berry played Queen of Sheba.
When?
I'm just looking at on YouTube and seeing that iconic African American films. It looks like Halle Berry.
It looks like her. Is it definitely her?
I'm just looking now. Let me Google the film and see if it's her, because it definitely looks like her. Because like the African Americans, they've got like a little independent movie market, and then they've got their own little indie movie market. Let me see. Queen of Sheba.
I'd be interested if that actress is African American as well.
Yeah, she did. Oh, it's a TV movie in 1995. Halle Berry. I thought it looked like her.
This is what I'm saying for this.
Hold on, Halle Berry's playing what? Sorry,
Queen of Sheba.
No. No. She can never ever be given a serious acting role again.
After the Monsters Ball.
Again.
I think this was before Monsters Ball. What year was this?
1995.
This is before Monsters Ball.
She's lucky. She's really, really lucky, because after that shambles. Oh my god.
That is the example of selling your soul, though, isn't it? Because she got to the point where everyone would want as an actor, because she won the Grammy off of that performance, right? But it's like since then,
that was a mistake as well, man. That was actually 2 fingers up to black people, man.
Yeah.
You want the Grammy so bad? Here, you can have it for this.
Have you heard the rumors about that movie?
What, that it was a real fuck thing?
Yeah,
it was.
I did hear that.
Yeah, I told you that it was real. I heard that as well.
It just seems like that movie was more about fulfilling the white man's fantasies of, being a racist little fucker and dominating, black women. That's what it
Disgusting.
seems like it's more about. The
But
white
why
man's
would she even allow? Like, how much money, extra money, would you get for it to be real?
And it wasn't even like a young stud. It was like an old. What's his name?
Oh,
Bob.
yeah.
Oh my god.
Bobby,
It was
is it Bobby, Jimmy, Bob? Oh, I don't know, something Bob
Bobby
Thornton.
Job Fonton Job Bobby Joe son.
Some real hillbilly name as well, man.
Oh.
Bobby Lee Thornton or something. Yeah, after that, she could never get no ratings from me, man.
I feel like the whole shine of her died as well. So for a Grammy, look.
Nah, man.
She literally sold out for that boy hard.
I was shocked when they said that it was supposed to be real. I was shocked when because they say there's a couple of films where they think that people have done it for real, especially if they're partners. If they're already in a relationship.
Well, that used to be a little thing, innit? That it'd be like in an artistic way, it'd make it more authentic. It was like a nod, innit? Like, oh, this is very like kosher. This is real acting. Like, this is all professional kind of, you know what I mean? In that kind of, rocking you to sleep way. That's how they spun it. But in the end, that's what it was. It was a raw like nastiness for all to see.
And with her one, it was all daylight. There was no covers, no bed.
No, it was the begging. It was the I just can't even.
I watched that film, but I couldn't understand why people liked it. What was so great about it? That film? Why did it get an Oscar?
But this is what I mean. I think it is for what you both said. It was just someone's fantasy. Someone said it well just then. Like it was literally the old man's fantasy, innit? The white man's old man's fantasy. So that weren't for us. There ain't no black people that be like, oh, one of the classics, Monsters Ball. It never comes up. It never comes up. Like no one was rating that. It's just
slavery in Technicolor.
Yeah, it was like that other film. That film that they kept raving about, and Brokeback Mountain, and I finally saw it, and I thought, what the fuck is this? This is just like some homosexual propaganda against heterosexual unions. That's all it was. Talking about heterosexual marriage being boring and not exciting, and homosexual union is what's exciting. That's all it was. Brokeback Mountain.
Have you heard about what they're doing now? In Stratford East, they've got a play. I don't know if you sort of heard about it. They were all like outraged, the good white folks. That there's a play in Stratford East, and they have a blackout night.
And is this what Gummy was banging on about? This must be what Gummy was banging on about.
When I don't listen to her, but probably.
I know, but hold on a sec. Let me just check something. Is it something where it was only black people allowed to go or something?
Right. So it's a play, and the play is about charting black people or black family from slavery to future. So it has past, present, and an aspirational future. Yeah. And it's showing in Stratford East. And they have one day where they're saying that they want a blackout. They're calling it the blackout. Where they're saying that they would prefer that, it'll be an all black audience because there'll be themes and topics on there that can be, very close to our heart, but nothing to somebody else. Or could be jokes in there. And this is the nuance, right? So what they said is that there could be jokes that could be happening. So someone could be doing a joke, yeah? But it's one of them jokes where as a black person, you can get it, but you don't want to see the next white person joking too hard on it, right? So, and then they kind of framed it in the context of the white glare. So there's a saying that's a white glare and it has fundamental meaning to it. So they're just saying one night, we just want black people to be able to go through this because there's some trauma, there might be some traumas and stuff like that. And we just want it a place where you could just, we know what they're saying, right? So they're just doing that. So they're doing for one day. Bearing in mind, there's bare other days. Yeah. So I found about it. Mr. told me about this morning. So you know what Kushti did? I'm like, so when we booking? So then I went on to look into it and it is sold out. But there's other days that are not sold out. But what you can do is you can, there's a link, so you can just click the link and show that if they did another day, you'll back it. So I click
another
that
blacked out day, you mean?
Yeah, another blackout day. But there's other days which are not a blackout day.
Yeah,
You understand? So that's what's currently happening. I think the blackout day is on the 5th of June or 5th of July, one of them.
Well, I mean, that's interesting still.
Must be the 5th of July now. Oh, no, it could be the 5th of June, 5th of July, yeah. Yeah, it's very interesting. So that's what's currently like circulating. Apparently, I've been talking about it since yesterday, but I only heard about the uproar this morning, you know, doing the run and having the news on and that in the background. So, but you know why I'm so proud of my peoples? Because by the time today, when they talked about it, they were like, well, it's booked up. And I'm like, yes. Do you know what I mean? Because back in the day, it would have been a thing like, oh, we don't want to hurt, especially in this country. But there's a form of militance that's growing there where heads were like,
there's so many reasons as to why that's necessary, yeah, because you got some coons out here, yeah, that will go there taking all type of people with them.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. Sorry to interrupt you, but I know exactly, I could just picture exactly what you're talking about. And imagine you're there now. You don't want to even deal with that.
Nah, man. Trust me.
Let me get a link for you to play. Or maybe I can play actually. It's I don't know if you want to play actually. It's GMTV.
Yeah, well,
it's GMTV where they're having a debate about it. Do you want me to play it?
Yeah, go on.
Okay.
Okay, Kale, you know, you and IE have been at me for about at least an hour now. One thing that I don't like in a man is a man that has no balls. And then you want to have side conversations about me. Why don't you find your balls and just say what you need?
I was about to just say big up to everyone in the chat still locked in. We've been doing very well, Listen,
you don't mind me respectfully asking, because one thing I don't like is I don't like a man that's a coward. Because one thing with me is I say what I say, and I don't hide. If I've got something to say to someone, I'll come to their face. But what I don't like is this type of man that claims to be a productive African. This is what Kale likes. He says he's raised in the Pan-African movement, but spends his time bitching about me for an hour with this sideman. You know, his backup dancer. Everything is everything. Now, since I'm on the panel, I've got two balls. They're called ovaries. I seem to be exhibiting more balls than you right now, Kale. So what's the issue, sweetie? You don't need to have your side conversation with your backup dancer. What is your issue with me? Since you've been bitching about me for about at least an hour. Exactly. I didn't. So you didn't want to say anything. Okay, continue to bitch, but it shows you what.
No, he's on panel. I think that was on panel.
He is on panel, but he's too busy bitching with his backup dancer in the comment section, all about Betty. Well, carry on. You wanted to play something?
Yeah. Let me. How do I? Do I press present? Sorry, fam. It's been a long time. Should I press present? Yeah. Is that how I? Can you see it?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, one sec. Can't press play.
Now, are we looking here at a case of what you might call theatre apartheid? A London theatre performance has urged white people.
And Kush, just pause it every now and then. You know the thing, yeah?
Yeah. No problem. Is it okay though? Yeah. Nines, is it showing up all right? Am I cool?
Yeah, it's showing up good. Thank you.
He says that the performance of Tambo and Bones, which is about African-American history, should be, at least for one night, free from the white gaze.
It has been accused of turning an attempt at diversity and inclusion into actually a cause of division. Theatre producer Jack O'Cody says a safe space is needed and backs this, what's called Blackout Night. But women's rights activist Dr. Shola Moz-Shogbamimu says no one should ever be excluded. So very good morning to both of you. This has sparked a fierce debate. It's very interesting. If you go onto the website of the...
Just because Nine said to pause it. It's interesting, isn't it, that she's taking
Wow,
this...
you paused it at the right time because you know I was about to tell you to pause that blood cleat. So,
okay.
Yeah. So, all right, who are these two ladies in? Obviously, sure. So who's the one on the left? Let's start. What's her name?
So number one, let's overs the white supremacy-ness of this all, yeah? Two white people. Huh?
Yeah, straight. Go on.
Straight, yeah. So we've got two black people for opposing sides of an argument for something we all understand there's a need for, yeah? And as Nine says, we all recognize this lady, right? I've given her many ratings. My ratings ain't gone down yet until she does something. But it's very interesting that she's on the side, or seems to be on the side. Let me repeat what she says. Let's not F it up, actually. Did she actually say she don't agree? Let's see.
Should ever be excluded. So very good morning to rights activist Dr. Shola Moz-Shogbamimu says no one should ever be excluded. So very good morning to both of you. This has sparked a fierce debate. It's very interesting. If you go onto the website of the theatre company, this one night is one of only 2 nights that has sold out, or there are tickets available for all the other nights. So it's obviously very popular, but Jack, we don't know who it's popular with. The theatre has suggested, or the theatre company has suggested, only black theatre goers should attend on that night. Why do you think that's something you can sign up to?
Nines. Betty, do you want me to carry on, or?
I just want to mention that this Shola, Dr. Shola, she's like from a royal family. She's not the average Nigerian. Yeah. So I just want to point out she's from the elite of Nigerian society.
I think she holds herself as such, and that doesn't even surprise me.
She's the great-granddaughter. She's the granddaughter of the Nigerian monarchy of, is it Yoruba? I think it's a Yoruba monarchy.
Really?
Yeah, she's
in
not.
this capacity, what is she talking as? Who or what is she talking as? Under what? If you know what I mean.
Again, so they know what they're talking about, a certain thing that's happening in the theatres. We know Dr. Shola, right? Because we know her as the person who has attacked peers down, taught the thing, and then we've got this other lady. We don't know what she's about. Right? So that's just what it is at the moment until we hear him speak. Do you want me to press play?
Yeah, please.
I think it's great that there's an opportunity to have an audience where it's just the community that it's been written by, and it's a moment that they can enjoy it without, it's satire. So I think if you're sat in the audience, for some black folk, if you're watching it, and some of the humor, and there's someone there who's white laughing at it, for some people, they might feel vulnerable watching it in that capacity.
What do we know about the play itself? Because we're not talking about a play which has a diverse...
Do you notice how she just interrupted and brushed over that very serious point? But okay.
Cast or a diverse story, or it's a specifically black story. That's the point of the night, isn't it?
Yeah, and there's nothing, it's a black story, and it can be enjoyed by everyone because everyone gets something out of it, no matter what color you are. So whether you're a white person, whether you're a black person, whether you're any other race, you get something from watching it. But for some communities and for some people within the community, because everyone experience is different, they can enjoy watching that show more and feeling that it's a safer space. It's not segregation in the way that the newspaper articles are putting it, because no one is being told that they can't come to watch it. There's 29 performances. There's 28 other performances.
But for one night, it is segregation. Let me read you just two.
Segregation is probably...
Dr. Shola is trying to get in as well.
Yeah, I'd love to hear.
Can I just say that I'm disappointed in Dr. Shola to have a problem with it. She's always complaining she's always supposed to be uplifting the rights of people of African descent, Black African people of African descent. I'm truly amazed that Dr. Shola, she got a problem with it, with the amount of fire that she burns on white people and white supremacy. I don't understand what a problem is with it. I mean, most of them don't even want to hear about Black people's stories anyway. So why do they want to come? They don't fund a lot of Black people's independent theatres and films. So why do white people want to come? Just because for once they got told that they can't come, but they're not doing that to us all the time anyway. I even heard in London that Black people, there's certain clubs that Black people can't go into this very day. They've got a colour bar there. Yeah. So what's the difference? What, it's just because Black people tell them that don't come for one night, but they did that in London. To this day, Black people still get turned away from the club.
Let's hear what she's got to say.
Dr. Shola is trying to get in as well.
Yeah, I'd love to hear because so let's just nip this BS in the in the bud. This is not segregation. It's not what segregation looks like. And please, white people, you ought to know what segregation looks like because you did it for centuries. And we're still segregated and there's still white-only spaces. This is not racism. Again, white people, you need to stop claiming a false equivalence of oppression. This is not what racism looks like. White people are not subject to systemic racism. But the reason why I don't agree with the rationale is because, I have 2 or 3 key points. The first being that the manufactured outrage about this is causing an unnecessary distraction from the main issue of addressing, systemic racism. We know that the context of this play is about the African-American history, the way, racism has morphed into modern day racism and the way it impacts our lives. And I want all people to be present to watch that.
But everyone is going to be present. They can still come to it. They're not even, they're not excluded from that fight.
I could press play, babes. I was just stopping just to have a stop, but I'll press play now. I'll get the family wants to hear the rest.
No, hang on. What did you she said something about? She said something about she didn't agree with. She said it's a distraction. So she doesn't really disagree with the idea of telling white people once just stay away. Yeah. She's just like she thinks it's a distraction.
Yeah, it's the way they've gone about it.
Okay, so it's a bit of a weak argument what she's put forward.
To it. They're not even, they're not excluded from that final show where it's only for
when people understand as well. I know people talk about white gays. Heck, look, my Black gays were out gays any white gays, so I'm not really worried about that.
And that's great for you, though, that you have that confidence, but not everyone feels comfortable in those spaces.
The point here, though, is that people are making this about a white issue. It is not about white people. Please stop centering yourself. This is about Black pain. And I get the reason why we need safe spaces for Black pain and Black vulnerability. I just don't think this is it.
The phrase white gays has been used by this company. That's not white people centering themselves.
People need to understand
that's part of the marketing of this particular concept.
People need to understand the context. And I think Jack, she alluded to this earlier about vulnerability in being able to digest what is being watched. And let's also understand that Black people are not a monolith of single thought. So I could go watch this performance and have a white person to my right and a Black person to my left. Now, the white person to my right could be feeling what I'm feeling, not because they share my lived experience as a Black person, but because the core of their humanity recognizes racial injustice, racial inequality, and maybe they're just as determined to fight it. But the Black person next to me could easily be another Kemi Bateman or, God forbid, Suella Braverman, right?
And on that, this is the thing, and I do 100% agree with you on that. I know that. I have those people in my life, those white friends who I can go and watch that film with, and all that.
One thing, Shola, this is my thing with Shola, Dr. Shola. You were born with a silver spoon in your mouth. You are from an elite Nigerian family. Your grandfather was the king. So I'm sure of some Yoruba land. But you know what I mean? So you don't speak for the average working class Nigerian like me. You feel comfortable because you're highly educated. Your family can afford to educate you. You've not suffered what the average working class Nigerian has suffered. So yeah, you'll feel comfortable to bonfire on white people and sit in the audience at the same time. Yeah, because you have the money and you have the power, especially being from the elite Nigerian family, to be able to rebut anything that comes your way. But the average black person, probably working class person that's going to go and see the play, they might not feel comfortable like the sister in the pink is saying. Do you know what I mean? They're just, I think it just stinks of elitism. I think Shola's just not. I think she's just born with a silver spoon. She can put up with a lot because she's from a certain family.
Nice.
Yeah, and I think that's probably the more disappointing part of it regarding her view in this, because she's gonna be able to watch it and go back to her privileged situation, whereby probably what she's watching doesn't even have an effect on her in real life. Do you know what I mean? Compared to the other sort of persons that might be going. So I agree with that point, Betty, to be fair. And you know, they're saying 27 other shows. I don't even see what the big deal is, man. And I do believe it's a little bit of I'm gonna just call it a little bit of supremacy, man. For real. You know? And yeah, because you know, even in these YouTube streets, there's a vibe where certain people feel that they have a you know, I can't think of the right word, but just to be in our business. Do you understand me?
Yeah.
Because if there was a way in which we could talk about certain things and certain people don't, fucking, I would love that.
Exactly. It's neat. Well, okay. So let me give you like another side of things, right? Because I saw another debate recently. I'll try and find it to give you more context to what I'm saying if I don't explain it right. But I think that there was two black people again on opposing views, and they thought that they were going to play him off, but effectively they kind of were agreeing. And so where one person was saying one point from the aspect of a young person's side, another person was talking about it from an adult point of view, but they were agreeing. And literally the two whites in the middle were dumbfounded. And this is what I kind of like to see. So where I'm not going to where she's not, Doctor's not completely slewing her argument. She did say initially, let's dead out the fact that these people are calling it segregation, stuff like that. White people, you need to hold your own. Yeah. So we always know when it comes to Doctor who she's aiming at. Yeah, she is always going to be aiming for them. Yeah. So, but what she's saying, which I agree with you, Dottie, I don't think that this is needed. The first time I saw this, remember, I'm seeing this with new eyes. So the first time I saw this, I was like, and I was disappointed because I like this lady. I follow her. So I was disappointed. I don't agree with what she's saying as well. So I do think it's a weak argument. Like, if you're going to disagree, have a decent argument, or just go about it and go on there and support her. Because even when they were talking to the other girl, you could see that when they said, oh, we're going to bring Doctor, she's like, yeah, bring her in. She thought, like, do you know what I mean? She's a young teen. She's probably in a bit of activism. She thought you was going to do something. And then you turn around and kind of just be like, okay, I understand, but I don't like the way you did it. It's like, really?
Yeah. You know what? As Dr. Shola, you eat your fufu with fork, Englishman's fork. The rest of us eat the fufu with our hands. This woman, man. She's out of touch.
Show with, and I know that they're laughing with me, not at me, and they're laughing at the nonsensicalness.
All right, can I just cut in here and just give you two quotes from people who are watching the program who've texted in, and these are typical, okay? And I don't know whether these people, I don't know what colour their skin is, but this is what they said.
Chris, I'm just quickly doing something. 5 minutes, yeah.
And they made a point of no blacks allowed. There would be riots in the streets. I'm not saying I'm agreeing with this. I just want you to hear. This is what people are saying out there. Jeremy says this is absolutely ludicrous, almost laughable. If the tables were turned, there would be outrage with claims about racism. Racism works the same for everyone, not just black people.
No, well, we know that racism is not a two-way thing. That's a very simple thing. And if people don't understand that, you shouldn't really be having any of the conversations, because you've got a very basic level of understanding to go grapple. But the thing is, it's not, you wouldn't turn it the other way. It's a privilege that you don't need to have this particular show put on for you because you have privilege. That is great. That's a great thing. But you don't go, okay, so we have access performance where you lower the sound down and you might change the lighting and stuff for people with different access needs. It's not going, if we went, okay, let's have a night where only able-bodied people can come.
To the point
no one's going to kick off. It's because we're talking about black
folk. Being raised about this by these two gentlemen, Jeremy and Paul, I would say to them, you better get your head out of your behind, because this is nonsense. For centuries, we had white-only spaces. The decade I was born in the 70s, there were still signs that went up saying, no blacks, no dogs. And let's bear in mind that today, I still walk into meetings where I'm the only black person. It's full of white people. There are boardrooms with only white people. There are schools that only have white staff. So yeah, white-only spaces exist every
Dr.
single
Shola, is
day.
it a more helpful comparison to say, what about if there was a play about an experience that only women have, and you had one night where it was just women in the audience who were free from the male gaze?
Absolutely.
Is that the comparison? And would you back that?
No, I would still have the same, because think about this, you're talking about one night. And my point is that the manufactured outrage about this is, I think it negatively impacts it and far outweighs the benefit for a few hours.
So you're saying it's bad tactics?
That's my mind. It's the strategy. I'm not against safe spaces for women or for black people. I get that.
Right.
But I'm saying that right now, especially with our joint fight to fight racism and white supremacy, this is being used to feed the false narrative of racists who want to go, oh my God,
No,
white
and
people have been
100%,
excluded.
if there are those...
What do you think about that argument?
Oh, you know me, I'm just disappointed in Dr. Shola. You know, I'm not even listening to the woman's argument. I'm with the pink girl.
Yeah. I don't even see the film coming from her. She doesn't she knows it's rubbish.
Yeah, it's just, why is it that when black people want to have an exclusive party, there's always some wiggers, there's always some white folk that want to come to the party. Yeah. Literally. You know what I mean? We'll make the party, we'll pay for the party, we'll rent the space, but there's always some freaking white people that want to come to the party. But when they had their own party, we had to get laws, we had to fight. And to this day, like Sister Fiona's saying, she's saying that the elite clubs where elite men go, they don't want black people in it.
Exactly.
Yeah. So why is it now we just want it one night, and there's how many? Is it 27 other nights where you can see it? They got to come. I feel like the white people just want to come to spy on the black people.
They don't even want to come. That's my thing, because if they wanted to come, the other 27 slots would be filled. It's just that they don't want us to have our own. That's the problem here. Because if you wanted to go, there's 20 other days that you could, 20 other plus days you can go. So what's the problem here? It ain't for the access. It's because you're out, and they hate being out of things. But they will exclude us from everything. But how dare you have a sense of black pride where it's only black things? That's a problem. One night, you know, babe.
One night.
And that's the only night that's sold out. So if white people really wanted to go, they would have sold out other nights where they could have sold out. It's the blacks who sold out that night. The blackout night is the one that sold out. So if white people wanted to go, why isn't more dates sold out?
But they did, like, when I studied hairdressing a few years ago, I spent 3 years doing hairdressing in college, and these little people did not, what they did, the curriculum was based on white people's hair, Caucasian hair. They made it really exclusive. I remember when I did hairdressing in around 2004, the white girls got a chance to pick whether they could study Afro hair or just Caucasian hair. These white people have been uninviting black people to the party for a very long time. They've only now, just last year, the other hairdressers, the black sisters, they campaigned to make sure it's put on the curriculum, to make it compulsory for hairdressers in the UK to learn about Afro hair, since we have to learn about their hair to get any qualifications. So it's just a double standard once again. They're allowed to have their little exclusive shit, but the minute black people just want to have one night exclusive, then all of a sudden all hell breaks loose.
Problem. It's something you're not even interested in. It's like you can't win. They don't know what they want us to do. When we stop moaning and pull yourself up by the bootstrap. When we're like, all right, you know what? We've got personal business to take care of. Hold on, no. We can't have you doing that. Do you know what I mean? It's just,
you know what? I'm not. One moment, sorry, Kushner. I'm not. Me and Jupiter are not friends. I'm just perfectly civil. Me. I don't know why people just think if people can talk on the panel that automatically you must be friends with someone. It's called adulthood and being, like, you know, civil and mature. I don't have Jupiter's number. I don't fucking ring Jupiter. We don't go out. Allow it, man. But I'm telling you, Jupiter knows my views anyway. You know, this is an exclusive black party, and you're not getting an invite. End of. You know what? I'm so glad that in the Nigerian, the little BBO community that we have, my mum goes to when I go to the BBO meeting with my mum, we don't have all these white people turning up. I mean, we don't have all that. It's just the BBO people. That's it. And if you're married to the BBO person, you can come. Yeah. But luckily, we don't have all this white people trying to infiltrate the thing, making themselves at home.
All right, I can't see the chats, by the way, but I'm going to press play because I'm interested to hear the rebuttal that Nine's heard from Gummy in a minute, because I'm sure it's probably similar to the crap we're hearing now. But yeah, I'm in agreement with the sisters, man. I don't think Doctor had to do this. Like, she could have used her position and just tag team. This young one looks like she's looking up to her as well. She looks disappointed. You know, she could have just done something in a leadership role and just, you know what I mean, given her the little wink. And you know what I mean, she's got some one-liners, boy. So yeah, I don't know why, but let's hold out. We've got 1 minute left, just under 1 minute left.
Those people are always going to do that. They're always going to do that.
This is being used to feed the false narrative of racists who want to go, oh my God,
no,
white people are being excluded.
If there are those people, those people are always going to do that. They're always going to do that. And do you know what? If it's letting them cry about it and woo-woo with their white fragility, that's fine, but we still have to make safe spaces.
We do. I just don't think this is the right.
Okay.
strategy.
Well, what might be interesting?
That is some people's safe space.
Jack and Dr. Shola, thank you so much.
Thank you both.
What might be interesting, because that night is sold out, I wonder whether they might put another night on now for
Extend the run.
Just to make a point.
Well, because they, you know, it seems to have worked, doesn't it, for them?
Let's hear from the theatre. The Theatre Royal Stratford East have told us, we have chosen to embrace this initiative for one performance during the play's month-long run as a space for black audiences to experience the play as a community. While we are hoping audience take this performance in the conscientious spirit that we intend, no one is excluded from any performance. Okay.
Now, thank you both.
She's too elitist. Like, looking at this girl, Dr. Shola, she got an MB from Cambridge, an LBM, the London School of Economics. So a PhD. It's a PhD from Cambridge. But she's an elite. She comes from power and money. It's disappointing.
I've already got people's backs up here. Sorry, sis. I don't know. Pay attention. He is getting heated. You pay the fee, get in. Show me the club that excludes black people openly. There's none. Oh my God. You don't just wonder about the...
You know, it's probably right. You know how white people are. They always like to deny.
But this is what I mean. They showed its ignorance. Like, that's said it's illegal.
So, just because it's illegal doesn't mean it doesn't happen.
Did they say no is actually excluded? So can that be racist, really? Did they say no one is actually excluded? So can that be racist? It's not racist, no. Because if you wanted to see the show, you could go Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Probably not Thursday, but you could go on a Friday. You've got all the days in the month dedicated for when anyone could go. And one little day is just for the black folks. You know, so I don't see the racism.
You know when it's discouraging? Because they haven't actually said they're going to stop them. They just said they discourage you from going. So how do they even know whether the people are white or not? Do you see what I mean? So,
well, you'll know when you show up. But when you buy the ticket, yeah, you're not gonna know. You're not gonna be able to know. You'll know when they show up, I guess. But I did look into it because I remember I wanted to buy it, and that was one of my questions. And I think I saw something on their website. So I'll just look at that while you finish your point, Betty. But that is a good point. I just assume that they probably know when they show up.
Yeah, I don't understand. Like, also when they come to the door, like, are they going to say, "Look, listen"? Do you know what I mean? It's not really that. She just said they're going to discouraging people from turning up and watch in the play that night doesn't mean you're actually going to stop them 100%. You just discouraging. But if you turn up, we'll let you in. That's what I got from saying.
Yeah, it's just that when you go to somewhere and it's free, but they ask for donations. You know what I mean? It's not in law, but it'd be nice if you could. It's not in law that you cannot come on this day because we know that would be illegal. But it'd be nice if you're coming to a black play. You know what I mean? Because you got to think the person who's supposed to, quote unquote, really wants to go to this, right, is going to a black play. That means they should have some form of empathy for black people or understanding of black people plight. So if you are that good white person that's going to support something, you should understand when the black people are saying we need our own space. Yeah. So it just goes to show the people who are complaining, the people who'd never go, would never show up and don't care. It's just ridiculous.
Unethical code of conduct. Big up, sons, sisters. Unethical code of conduct.
Big up, Cal.
But you know what though, it's true, because you know, one day for us to sit down, absorb the sunshine in a place and get consciousness, and I have a problem with that, and I got all the other places. That's what I'm saying. It's, I hear where everyone's coming from, but you know, they all practice unethical code of conduct, man. You know what I mean? Just sad, man.
I think it highlights the necessity for owning one's own whatever, because if you own that building or whatever it is, wherever it's being done, they could have no say.
Let me read it. Let me read it to the families. This is on the website when you go to the booking details. Blackout performance, Wednesday the 5th of July, 7:30. Due to interest in our blackout performance, there are currently no... Sorry, that's my part. While the performance has been... Okay. As part of the run of the show, we will be hosting our first ever blackout performance on the 5th of July. While this performance has been arranged for black audience members specifically, no one is excluded from attending. What is a blackout? A blackout night is a purposeful creation of an environment in which all black identifying audience can experience and discuss an event in the performing arts, film, and cultural spaces free from the white gaze. So like what G Block was saying, no, you're not excluded. Like what the rest of the family saying, you're not excluded at all. You can go if you wanted to go, but I say again, why would you want to go if you're like quote unquote ally? Why would
Doesn't make any sense.
Exactly.
You're discouraged from going, but you know, if you turn up, they're gonna let you go. And so, but I remember when I used to go to a Black History class when I was about 14 to 16, run by like this mixed race Nigerian guy, like a Jamaican guy, and white people weren't allowed to go. They weren't allowed to go. It'd be like maybe like from 6:30 to 9. But I do remember one or two white people moaning. It was held in a high school, because they were teachers at a high school. But you did have one or two white folk, you know, saying, "Oh, I really want to like, I'm really against white supremacy. I've got a mixed child. I think it's wrong." They always used to accuse the mixed race teacher, Paul, of not liking white folk, and I don't think he really did anyway, because for other issues. But it was like just a sense of entitlement that certain white liberals thought they had to be able to come into black spaces just because they didn't believe in white supremacy. You know what I mean? But she didn't get away anyway. Did this white teacher who wanted to come? You know, she still got excluded. It was just for black people.
I think liberalism has its own sort of supremacy, you know. But
of course it does. Of course. And Malcolm spoke about it as well. He says that the liberals are the worst.
Worst types, yeah.
Yeah, there's some of the liberals got a sense of entitlement.
I like how the family's breaking down all of the ways where black people were excluded in the chats, because it's just like, this is why I laugh. Because there's still people out there this ignorant. Like, it's wild. I mean, even in America, there's places called I'm sure the family in the chats will correct me, but is it Sun Downtowns?
Yeah, Sun Downtown.
I mean, if that is an example, I don't know what is. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, it's giving. I'm so glad that black people are not caring about other people's feelings. Did this, committed to this, even though the outrage. And then what did we go and do? We supported it to the point it sold out. Now that happened in UK, black. So I'm very proud of that.
Yeah, man, that's a high form of synchronization.
Yeah, that is a big win for us. Do you know what I mean? Because we talk about we don't.
Where's it been?
It's like Stratford.
Right.
East London, and that East London. Wow. East London, and South is more predominantly, isn't it? For like That's amazing, that is, man.
Yeah, I've put my name down. So if they do another one, which I hope they do, like I'll let the family know in it because they'll notify.
Yeah.
But
No, I would like to attend, man. Definitely like to
Yeah.
attend. Definitely.
I
I
hope
think
it's recorded as well.
and you
'cause
know
I'll
it
be-
makes such a and I know there's certain people that'll be listening, be like, but it makes such a difference, you know.
That's why I hope they get somehow it gets captured.
Huh?
That's why I agree with you. Sorry, I thought you'd finish, but that's why I was saying I hope that it get captured on some sort of film. Because like you said, that's people just say, okay, it's all black, but they don't understand that energy that will create, that vibe. You know what I mean? That kind of level of higher vibration.
I do think outside of being there does restrict the experience 100%. One way or another. Because I might want to call someone a coon and someone's gonna look at me and fuck all of that, man. But yeah.
Yeah, man. Anyways, I think it'll be brilliant. Do you know what I mean? That energy. So I hope it is captured somehow, just to see what it looked like. You know, I hope people show out. You know, I hope they wear their Sunday bests. Like, I hope they just go all out with it, like unapologetic,
like they did for that not cartoon. What was it called?
You talking about Wakanda?
No, the first one.
Black Panther. Oh yeah, but you know, they don't have to go so traditional. But you know what I mean? Black people will anyways. Like if they know that it's sold out, like if I knew I bought a ticket and I found out it's sold out and I know it was a blackout event, that means every single person there is going to be black. We're supporting something. That's something. You're supporting something. It might be small to people, whatever, but it's the first example to look back on and say, oh, people here don't do this. That's an example right there where we did it. Do you know what I mean? Like, what are we going to do next? So even for that, it's nice. You know?
No, I agree, man.
Set some precedences.
Yeah, exactly.
Looks like Betty dropped out still.
Big up
Betty. She's probably gone to her mum's to get her dinner, unless she started cooking. But yeah, big up Betty. It was nice having you still. It was nice and calm. That was very enjoyable.
Yeah, it was good. Thank you for participating in that, Betty, and keeping the energies light.
Yeah,
I mean,
bullets in the clip blood.
Trust me, she was ready, boy. But Fiona said that she went to saw Black Panther, she saw in the Caribbean, and the energy was fire. That must have been fire. You understand?
Okay, especially definitely.
In the Caribbean. Come on, that must have been.
And they're very animated over them.
Exactly. When they're killing off the colonizers, you can imagine the whole pot. Blah, 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 blah.
So what conversation are they having in the chat then? They want us to act as if racism don't exist by ignoring it. Yeah, that's a definite, man. But I think ignoring seems to be a new tactic.
Not new. I think that's what we're trying to come out of a slumber of. Man said this is like asking us not to see danger. Like I think that's what we're coming out of, a slumber of ignoring. That's what they don't like, isn't it? Like, how dare you do this, you know?
Indeed. I mean, yeah, and it is. So can we say it's an act of white, if the disgruntledness, is it an act of white supremacy?
Oh, most definitely.
Yeah,
it's unethical code of denying while controlling the African human rights. You know, that is exactly what it is. You know what I mean? We have to control every progress, what they're doing. And there's no need. And it's like what Sister Kushi was saying, if they are our friends, right, why would they have a problem with just one day? Just one day, 3 hours communicating with our people. You know, it's unethical code of conduct, man.
3 hours where you can't get to study us at will.
Yeah. Exactly.
And you'll probably have a couple of coons in there doing the job anyway, so I don't even know what the big deal
is.
Well,
I 100% think there'll be infiltrators in there, but I don't think people realise that there's infiltrators in London same way as there is in the US. I have no doubt.
Everywhere.
Exactly.
But
this is what I want black people to realise. Like, if it's for one day, why do people think this is what? Yeah, we can put it under supremacy and racism, but what is it? Because do you think they care when the other people are doing their own little thing?
No.
Like, exactly. So what is it? Like, this is what I want black people to ask that kind of question. Yeah, we know what it is. But it's the power line. There is something.
Absolutely.
There's something deliberate where every time black people congregate together, it is automatically seen as an attack or something to fear.
You know what, Sister Kush?
What happened? Why? What happens when black people get together that is so worrying? Why don't we make those dots? Because God forbid we unify. God forbid we unify, you know. If we looked around in that little room, in that little fear, and just said, you know what the are we beefing over? What's the bigger problem here? That's the biggest.
But that's why I keep saying
unity.
Yes, since BLM, there's been nothing but factions, man.
Exactly.
Since BLM and George Floyd, where the people them actually came together, including outside people, nothing but factions. That whole ADOS thing just blew up. Do you know what I mean?
You know Napoleon Bonaparte, right? In his autobiography, he makes it perfectly clear to his regiment. He says that, you know, if the Africans in Haiti were to start to collaborate, you know, we've got to shut it down forever. And the regiment, his words in the book, he was saying that, well, what do you mean forever? He was saying that to stop other Africans following that example, what they might do. So that is why they do these things, man. They can see the future, that if we make all this economical, there's no more what they can do, man. So, you know, it's that's why they do it, man. Sad.
But that's why it's so imperative that they mess with the minds, because right now it could be argued that we're in our best financial situation for a long time indeed,
I agree.
But mentally,
we're the most lost we've ever been.
Yeah.
So it don't matter, because you know what I wanted to ask. I don't know if this is going.
It's like that. It's like that saying in it. What is it to gain the world if you lose your soul?
So what I wanted to ask you, you know this dude, Tekashi 6ix9ine,
Ugh.
All right, fair enough, no problem with that. But he keeps appearing on my timeline, right? But I don't know what he's up to. I don't know if he's now no longer under house arrest and he can leave America or whatever. But everywhere he's going, he seems to be just giving out money. You get me? Going to poor people. I think he's in Mexico. I think he done it in America as well. I think now he's in Mexico. And, you know what I mean? He's giving out, poor people. And he's even saying that none of these other rappers are out here doing what I do. Do you know what I mean? In terms of giving back. So I wanted to know what you might think about that.
Wait, hold on. Did I hear that last part rightly? He said with chest people.
No, he's saying that there ain't other rappers out here doing what I'm doing. So now I want to put that to the. I mean, let's actually say doing it publicly, because obviously what he's doing is very public, right? It could be argued that there's other rappers that are doing it more in silence. Do you know what I mean? But I just wanted to ask that question still. Because even for publicity stunts, they could be doing it, but are they doing it? I mean, even in America, it often amazes me the amount of rich athletes, media persons, this, that, and the other. I don't understand why they ain't coming together to build shit.
No, but you got see. This is what I'm saying. I've learned to not do that, because when we look at our past, we see that, like, what is that connection between Sam Cooke, who was the artist, was it Malcolm X, and someone else? There was a connection there, and then all of them died. Yeah, I think it was to do. Yeah, so I think when Martin Luther's wife spoke to Malcolm because Martin was in jail, this is what I'm saying. Yeah. Look at all of the elements here, yeah? She made sure that them two banged their heads together and made it work, yeah? So you got our two leaders. Sam Cooke now said, if those two work together, I'll finance it.
Yes, he did.
Not even 3 years later, all three dead. Right? So this is what I'm saying. Same with who's our legend now? The big vocal queen.
So are you saying
Aretha Franklin? Aretha Franklin. But I can give you lists. Is what I'm saying to you, yeah. And we should. And these are the things we should be highlighting, because none of these things were publicly. We only know about it now when they're dead. Yeah. So people at the time would be like, look at all these people getting money. We're the best of we ever time. This is like Motown times. First time we see money. What are they doing? But we don't understand the infiltration, the MI5, all the things that now we do. But even if you told them people there that was going on, they'll probably look at you and tell you that it's all what is it, airy-fairy conspiracy theory. And now we know it's fact. So what I'm saying is we don't know what these black artists do. Do you know what I mean? Behind the scenes. And I know why they might do it behind the scenes, because the same reason as before then. Look what happened with that rapper who paid for black kids to go to uni. Was it Stormzy?
It was Stormzy, yeah.
And what happened to Stormzy? Because he made that public, right? And what happened to Stormzy? Although all of these exactly thrashed out, he was getting rinsed out by all of them little white boys that are there with their little tracksuits at the concert. Do you understand? What about the other whites? What about the other people? And this is what I'm saying. Like, although I get you, because there's some people out there where I know in my heart they ain't doing nothing for black people, but there's other people where I can't say that for true. And when, as much as now, as recent as now time, I've heard of people from the music industry who have donated money. When I went to Kemi Saber's event, I told you, he listed I don't know who I can say what I can say yet because the video ain't out, but he's listed again people in the public eye who have helped him, right? And this is what I'm saying. But even him would say that there's certain people I can't even say to you lot who were there. Yeah, I'm worried to even say the things that he openly said because I know about code. But the ones that he said, those things I can't even say because they are currently in the works, in the system, making money. But you know what they do with that money? They take a portion of that and they do what the Christians call, what is it? Tithe. And you know what their tithe is? The community. So I can't openly bash them for that because it is currently happening now and it's been happening like that from the past. The only problem is we don't ever know them until they die. That's the problem. We can't give them their flowers.
So are you saying that basically still now you think that if they were to do it sort of overtly that they'd still be in danger type of thing?
But sis, look what happened to Stormzy. Stormzy's recent.
Right.
All Stormzy wanted to do was send these black boys that keep getting on your good white people's nerves that are on the street to uni, and that was a problem. So he was supposed to be multicultural when he's sending people to uni, but then when we're talking about knife crime, you say it's predominantly black youth. So make it make sense.
Right. So we say that in the future, if anyone wanted to move like that, you just got to do it in silence. Then
you have to do it.
Most definitely, you have to. Anything on the continent, you can't let nobody know with any project what you're doing, and that is a no. That's a no. That's a no, man. Especially YouTubes as well. Since now you got certain unsynchronized, you know what I mean, and that they'll go back to the continent, cause problems. And you being now, you definitely can't do. Or even on the Caribbean as well, you can't, man. Definitely can't.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Even if you just were to take it from that perspective, I get that in that regard. But obviously that. Don't
get me wrong, not all of them, you know what I mean? We can think of all three of us can think of a bag of people we're like, yeah, did nothing for the community. Do you know what I mean? Like, I can put money, but even at the end, you probably ain't done nothing. But there are a few, and they might be the ones we don't expect. Do you know what I mean? Because we're just, you know what I mean? Because we are people like that. Do you know what I mean? So that's why.
And I guess if anything, what that Stratford thing has to remind us is that any type of autonomy is still going to be an uphill struggle, man, because even when we can have it, even through our own self-determination, seemingly they're still going to want to, you get me, have something to say or have a finger in the pie, which going forward is a little bit disconcerting still. I'm not going to lie.
Well, it's like what Sister Kushi said before, you have to stand in your truth. And I totally agree with that, man. Like, sometimes you are going to get backlash of people, but as long as you remain in your truth and what you're about, you won't get overthrown, man, mentally, because you know what your agenda is. And that's what I saw with the ancestors, Garvey, Afeni Shakur, and all the rest of them, and they stood in their truth, man. They went against all odds, you know what I mean? So you have to do it, man.
No, well, yeah, I mean,
as well, because some of our leaders as well, like any leaders that come out of the West, he ain't gonna come out shining, you know. Like I think we need to be understanding of that. Like if he does come out of the West, yeah, he won't be shining. He ain't gonna come with, a brilliant record behind him or anything like that. I don't see it that way. They're gonna be human, just like, and I'm always reminded of that. It's because the brother mentioned Afeni Shakur, and I've been watching the Dear Mama doc, and that doc was just, it was wild, because to hear her actual story as a panther, like, okay, she gave birth to one of the greatest people going, but her journey as a panther, you come and the interactions and the different people that she met, you realize all these people have got flaws, man. Like they're heavily flawed. Heavily flawed. Like some of the survivors, some of the leaders, I don't even know, like some people saying it, some of the leaders won't even be able to survive this critical kind of era that we're in now because of all of that. Like the people say they would have been cancelled. Do you know what I mean? Because of all the baggage that they had come out of. It's a tricky one.
It's very tricky.
It's a tricky one, man.
That's what I say. If we take the blueprint instead of the personality, it's more better.
Yeah,
because we all flawed. We all are. Sons, we all are, man. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. That's what I come to realize more and more. Like I think the way we've been fed certain people is just, we need to look at them as a whole, and then you just kind of just, you don't have so much pressure on people. Like you have a bit of understanding.
Yeah, because if you build them up,
exactly,
it's easy. You know what I mean? When they fall, yeah.
I think it's the prophet syndrome, some sisters. It's the prophets. I think we look at each other like that. You know what I mean? Like you've got to be, immaculate as what is perceived in that Abrahamic religion, and we can't be that, man. I don't want to be that. I can never be that. But sometimes I'm gonna come with my foot dragging. I'm gonna, Sister Kushi, already. So you understand what I'm saying? That there's gonna be some mistakes.
We all have mistakes. We're only human. That's why they say for us, we're supposed to strive for perfection. They were not supposed to be at perfection. We're constantly striving at it, right? So because we know that we're constantly balancing bare stuff, unsynchronization, everything, from what we get fed. So that's why we're constantly striving. That we're constantly trying to tackle out that unsynchronized thought, learn better on that, move differently on that. We're constantly striving for perfection. There is no perfection. Like, for example, if you think of like Malcolm X, he was a pimp. He was, do you know what I mean? Like, if you go back his past, he would have been cancelled 1,000 times over. But what a loss. Do you know what I mean? If that would have been the case, that was the mentality of the people then. If they just dusted man off at a point when he was Reds and not Malcolm X. And not the, what's his name? What's the Nigerian name, bro?
Mawale.
Exactly. Because this is what I'm saying. This man went through so many changes, evolution throughout his life. And he was cut short. They were in their, 30s, 20s. We've all outgrown their age. So,
young
man. I wouldn't want to be a leader. Like, that's what I sound like. That's the more I read on things, the more I realize I would never want to be a leader. Like, it's not easy. That's why when we do have someone in leader positions, I would support them. Because I understand the weight. Like, heavy is the neck that wears the crown, right? Or the head that wears the crown. That's a real saying. Cal just sits there and says black love. And man's like, what? Cal? Do you know what I mean? Like, imagine being a leader later. Like, for a bunch of people that, half of them are going to stab you in the back. Oh, my God. Like, to love our people is not easy. I'm telling you. That's why when people love it that much to go out in a limb, you just got to give them some reverence, man. But let's hope that most of these musicians and things are doing the right thing. You know, I don't know if it's the same equivalent as the 60s. I wouldn't say it was, because there was an essence of Black love, Black power in the music. It was a consciousness. Now the consciousness is get money. You know what I mean? So I don't know how many people are in that consciousness now.
It's like what we were talking before, innit, on the Black betterment. Until they get it figured out, we should still be on code, innit, without economics. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So.
As individuals,
And then when they've got it,
it's mapped out for us. Yeah, there's no way that an individual say, I don't know what to do. Systematically, it's tricky. But as an individual, we all know what we could do individually to do the right thing for ourselves on a Black conscious tip. You're right. And people shouldn't use that as an excuse to be like, well, you know, the whole thing's doomed. What's the point? Now you could do your part though. Do you know what I mean?
Ooh, on the TLC tip. Yeah, colonization continues, man. But I mean, so do we think that there'll ever be an end to the results of colonization? Do you think there is a you know, some over the rainbow type of settings, or is the genie already out of the bottle? And because obviously the next thing is to talk about is the new sort of colonization. It could be argued that's happening via China, etc., etc., etc.
Oh, the mountain people. Yeah.
It's interesting that we don't have any continents on here as well, because I don't know if you saw the clip that Veli put up on his shorts. It was an interview between some sort of ambassador from Africa and a Chinese reporter, and he was just trying to paint this picture that it's different with the Chinese. Like, and I'm just I'm just like, because their kind of thing is that, okay, and I see what at this point I might see where they're coming from. So let me say it to the family. So he was saying that how Britain will tell you put your government in place, tell you how to conduct your life, what to build, where to spend. They are very much hands-on helicopter micromanagement, right? Yeah. And they say you've got the Chinese. Chinese don't care what your government is, don't care. And this is what he's saying. Don't care how you government your people. They just want to do business. But they're saying that for the West, in order for the West to do business with you, they want to do your business, but they want to rape you while doing it, and then tell you when and how to dictate your country. So what do you think about that, family?
Well, we know already that with non-African people, there's no such thing as doing shared business, because they want to put their ideology in you so they can get more out of you. And that's what we see with the mountain people, especially on the continent, you know what I mean? So that kind of thing of, well, you know, they just want to do business, that we have to stop all that, man. We have to get more political. You know, the ice, mountain, sand people, they have the same ideology as what Chancellor William made it perfectly clear in his book, that they want to control and take everything and leave you with nothing. You know what I mean? So being more political on that is very important, man.
And obviously they've got the benefit of seeing in the more recent colonization, so know how to package it differently, innit? But ultimately it's going to be the same result. Although, like I said, I have heard arguments, you know, saying that they're doing better, but I don't know, man. I just think it's a shame that in 2023, in a real life, that another nation's been able to come and do the same thing after what, 60s, 40, like not even 100 years of independence in most of these places, man. Before it could be argued it's colonization through the back door.
We are the key, though, Sister Naifa. If we use our black dollars, black pounds, black euros, and our skills, expertise, and that, we can stop all this, man. Because all we've got to do is invest in that continent and the Caribbean, and it's game over from there, man. That's
true, but also they then, and I think this is a really important point, they, as African leaders, Caribbean leaders, they gotta make it easier. Because right now we're not gonna think, well, you may think different, but do you think that there's lots of easy pathways to invest in Africa and the Caribbean? even to, you know, get properties and things like that? Do you think the pathways are easy? Yeah, because I don't. If for what, and this one's even to extend it to the whole Pan-Africanism thing, because I agree with you in it. The in order, like, Africans' expansion would have highly what would you call it? Would have been not dependent. Do you know what I mean? But those in the diaspora would have helped a lot in it, because at the end of the day, a lot of money gets sent from the diaspora to Africa and the Caribbean respectively, yeah, via Western Union, Remit, MoneyGram, whatever the fuck, yeah. People are definitely sending money home. Yeah,
they are,
for varying reasons. Yeah, some are like keeping up family, some are obviously trying to do their little business and build up their little thing and all the rest of it. But what I would definitely say though is that I think some of the governments should make better and easier pathways to do it, whereby it cuts out the element of risk, corruption, this, that, and the other. I really think that if they were really serious about utilizing the people in the diaspora, do you know what I mean, to build up the continent and the Caribbean.
There's an old saying: if when the people are ready, the master will appear. And the leaders, because they understand that the people are not organized correctly, that they lean on the non-African people. I'll be honest with you, sister, I'm going to codify this. There are ways where you can maneuver on the continent with certain building up certain things, but it has to be done very calculated in ways where you're not alarming certain things. So
that's what I'm saying, though. That's already problematic, though. That's my whole point.
Why is political science?
Yeah, but the thing is, though, and this is the problem, isn't it? Because whilst we have to be doing it in silence and undercover, this, that, and the other people are going there brazen, big chested, and getting through.
But remember, they collectively have that power, sister, and allowed to do that. We're not. So because we're disorganized, we're gonna have to, and we're doing it anyway.
No, but you keep going back to disorganized, though, and I'm disagreeing with that. I'm pushing back against the disorganized, at least on this end, innit? Because I'm saying, if on the other end, right? And I'm sure I think there's even people from the diaspora even going to some of these countries to try to do it themselves, like set up what I think governments should be doing. Get me?
Yeah, they are most definitely.
Right, but I'm saying that should be the job of those governments. You get me? If you're really serious, that is, about properly. You see, like England advertised for the Windrush to come over to do their thing, yeah?
Right.
Because he was in need and this and that. That's what they should be doing.
They do it in a subtle way, Sister Naifa, because remember, for example, with the citizenship of Ethiopia for the African Caribbeans and in West Africa, right? That also has to be done in codified way. Because why? Because as I said to you, beloved, we do not have collective power. When you don't have collective power, you have to maneuver differently, sis. You cannot just kind of do things blatant and visible, whereas people will shut you down. So it has to be done through like certain names and certain organizations.
Like Ethiopia then hasn't got any autonomy over its thing then? Is that what you're saying, effectively?
Well, sis, the IMF loan, we got to be honest, you know, the continent, right, as powerful as originally is, right, we don't control it completely. So you have to use political science. You have to use stealth. You have to use certain tactics. People may say it's, oh, you know, spy, whatever, and that. But at the same time, who wants to go and say, oh, I'm just going to get myself killed? No, you have to use tactics. Do you understand? You have to be like a form of, yeah.
Okay, so let's just look at it in a sort of practical way or whatever, or although it's a fear. So you know, you got an African nation, yeah, they start saying to their diasporans, they start encouraging them to come home, you know, based on A, B, and C, you can get citizenship. If you've got this, that, you can get a plot of land, you know what I mean, and try and start your business, this, that, and the other, right? So why would something like that have to be done undercover? Like, because, yeah, who would it be hurting?
Because remember, if you have a pot of land and you're a synchronized African, that means that you can import your own free marketing, you know, tea, rice, etc. That means all the things that are imported from the non-Africans will no longer exist. You see, remember two things that hurt non-African people that they take very seriously: loss of their lives because there's less amount of them, and the economics. When you start tackling these two, they start to take things seriously, and economics runs the world, right? So when you start planting things and selling it, especially from the continent which they benefit from, you know what I mean, they're going to come hard on you, which is why, you know, you need military codification science, man. But that's how it goes.
When you say hard on you, are you talking about the individuals of a country, or of this country as an example, or the government of said country?
They'll, first of all, they'll go to the government, and then the government, unfortunately, will carry out the orders of the non-African authorities. That's how it goes. That's why I said moving in stealth is very important, and that's what a lot of us do. You know, I mean, when we leave UK or wherever we are, we don't let too much people know. You know, I mean, everything stealth, because you have to, and at the end of the day, it works bit by bit. Because as I said, having treaties with one another, man, and building up the continent and investing. I mean, I don't want to talk too much. For example, minerals. Do you know that there's our people in UK, London, that if you were to give them like £10,000 or 20, do you know that they can extract these minerals for you and etc. Do you understand what I'm saying, sister? We know what we're doing. It's just that because we're disorganized and we don't have collective power, it's very problematic. Do you understand? So we have to move that way until we get our power. I know it seems like, you know, ridiculous, but remember, we're in a fishbowl called white supremacy. So that is how we have to maneuver. You know what I mean? And Malcolm understood this. You know, Kwame Nkrumah, they all understood it. You know what I mean? And some of them died for the cause. Some of them were in prison. But that is how it has to be until we start organizing. This is why I have a problem when we start talking about each other's tribes and that, because we're going to get in the routine of disorganization. And then if we are to do anything serious, man, that will come out, you know what I mean, and spaz everything out. So unfortunately, that's how it has to be, man.
I hear you, man. But in this instance, I was definitely trying to put more emphasis on the actual leaders and governments of those nations. You get me? Because in a real life, just like I'm saying, just like there was a drive to get people over here, I think there should have been a significant drive to get people back, to get back some of that brain power, this, that, and the other.
Yeah. I mean, as I said, our people on the continent, man, you know, they're very welcoming, and they know, sister. It's just that you know, sister, I'm going to be very vulnerable with you now. It's very scary what we have to go through, you know. The things that we have to do for the next generation is very terrifying. As a Pan-Africanist, I'm being honest with you, and that, because the things that rain upon us is not nice. And all we want is justice and equality. Do you understand? That's all we want. Our right as Sun people to be able to maneuver and to provide for the next generation. And people shut that down. And some of us will get tested that we may have to die for what we're doing in that. And it's not nice talking this way, but we got to be realistically, because it's not about individualism. Do you understand? Like, we want our kids, grandkids to move comfortably. Oh, you want to go back to the continent? Okay, but guess what? There's this business there, etc. You know what I mean? But if there's nothing that you can benefit off without relying too much on our brothers and sisters on there, because we're supposed to be funding and then building at the same time, and then build up the Caribbean, that's going to be problematic for certain people, sis. The life of a revolutionary, or those who want change, man, is a very dangerous life. You know what I mean? It's very dangerous, man.
No, I hear that still, and obviously that is unfortunate, because again, those are remnants, it could be argued, of colonization, in it, because basically we're saying the same thing, in it, because like I said, I know that there's other nations that can go and just start setting up with no issues at all, man. In fact, they're positively,
Of course, I've seen it. I've seen the mountain people waving, you know what I mean, and that, and they come and talk to you, and you like, and then the eyes, they're just there friendly, like, oh, and it's like, you think to yourself, you know what I mean,
But I mean, these are also things that on the continent and on the islands, they really got to, deal with, because I guess it's sort of, arguably, it comes back to the original point, or the start of our conversation, in terms of sort of superiority and inferiority sort of complexes, because clearly in these places that they have inferiority complexes towards the other people, then, which is, and then when we go there not having such a thing, even that can become political.
Of course. Of course. Very, because a lot of us, as I said, we're African descendants. However, we have Afro-Caribbean, and it's like, I don't want to say too much, but there's a large migration of building up over there. But because a lot of us are not on the Pan-Africanist nationalist thing, and that, you understand, they'll allow things to build up. And I'm going to codify this, because you know what I'm talking about. And then bam, that happens. And it's like, all that work that's happened, you've gone and done that, or you've done this. Do you understand? So this is why mindset, you know what I mean, synchronizing, because if we have a large amount and we're going to invest, etc., and that, are you willing to fight for the liberation? But if you're just going to pretend, and then when we've sorted things out, and then you're going to just do like the things I don't want to go into it, man, but it's just kind of, it's ridiculous, man, because it's going to prevent mountain people from exploiting the land, you know what I mean? And they're all over there, and that, you know what I mean? All of them. But look what's happening to us over there.
But that's what I'm saying, though. But that's what I'm trying to say, though, man. But that's what I'm trying to say. As much as there's certain onuses on us, I'm still saying that the governments and whatever should be trying to assist even more to their owner people, which they're not doing. Do you know what I mean?
They're sellouts. They're only in it for their own interest. That's what the brother's saying. They don't have the Pan-African mindset. They're in it for themselves.
But I mean, is that even a Pan-African? Well, yeah, I suppose so.
So I said they're not in it for the Pan-African mindset. This is what I'm saying. This is this is why I laugh when Kel starts laughing, because sometimes I feel like he's laughing because this is why he says what he says. Like, I feel like with a lot of Black people, they only understand the fundamental meaning of Pan-Africanism when shit hits the fan. Basically, it's like when they look around, they realize, damn, I really have no friends. It's like, duh, do you understand? It's like, you understand that it don't work like this. In the real world, in the big world, it don't work like this. Every community is helping each other, whether they like each other or not. We know it. But let a Black person tell you, let's build and work together. Oh my God, it's a problem.
Yeah, man. All the time. Even when you got a business, you help out some of our people out. And then they start saying this, oh, can I bring my Asian friend? What? Are you all right? You know what I mean?
That's brilliant.
But it's just the way it comes out. Like, you're sorting something out for them. This is for you. And the next thing you know, can I bring my friend? And you look around and they got all these businesses. So.
But it's not.
You know,
and as well, that notion that we don't want to build or we don't build is such a lie as well. Like there's so many. When you look back on, there wasn't just one Black Wall Street. There was loads. Do you know what I mean? There wasn't one rebellion. There was loads, or many islands, many countries. Like we are constantly fighting. Like this is what I'm saying. We are constantly fighting, but it constantly gets the full might of attack. And that's why I say to people, like, I get that it's racism and stuff like that, but Black people, why us? Why so hard? Like, is that never a question for us? Why can everyone else build Chinatown, everything else, and there's no problem, there's no sense of immediate threat when Chinese people get together and build, but Black people doing it? Oh my God.
Yeah.
Why do you don't fear something? You fear something. You fear your biggest competitor. You fear something. Do you know what I mean? They know because they know more than we know. That's the problem. They know what the impact it will be. They know what Black people have done when they've had nothing, and gotten together with a few little pennies or whatever they've got, 1 arm, 2 arm, whatever, and they scraped up and built a whole city. They know what Black people can do when they collectively get together. That's why they consistently smash any sense of movement towards it. Like Black people just say, oh yeah, it's racism, but you don't understand that they don't go this hard on other nations.
I don't.
They just don't. Like, I just wish it's just realizing our power, man. It's such a shame. We really don't. And that's why it's important for us to know where we've come from. Exactly. To understand, there's a reason why you lot keep doing this. You can't let us breathe. There's not one chapter of history I'm going through. I'm just like, right, the struggle, no matter where it comes, what island, what continent, what part of the hemisphere, there was constant battle. We weren't just laying over. That's the reason why we're probably still here. We weren't meant to be here.
Exactly. I'm sure on Canary Wharf, they tried to start the Black business there as well, isn't it?
I didn't hear about this one.
Yeah, this is like some years, there was a row of Black businesses on Canary Wharf, and they, the non-Africans, they were trying to stop that, man.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like
in Brixton with the when they did the regentrification and all of the businesses that have been there since, our aunties were young or whatever, all gone, all pushed out. Like this is what I'm saying. Continuously, it's not. And this is why we should know our own history, because they will tell us, oh, we're lazy. Oh, why ain't there any Black people doing things? Why don't Black people? Bruh, do you know how much times they've attempted? But there is some sort of force that is just like, wow. Like, why so much? Like, why so much heat? Why not just let this little community breathe? Why can't they have a Chinatown? I mean, why can't they have the industry like, I don't know, shops or the hair care market, or why not? Why can't they have the industry like for jewelry? Each example that I've got, there's a selective ethnic group that have only interest in that, and they're able to live within this Western country freely to do it.
Exactly.
The only thing we're freely allowed to do is rap about killing each other. That's the only thing they let us do freely. But don't you dare put a lyric on there against a white person or a Jewish person. You know what happened then? Oh, what? Right. I wish we woke up and saw our power, man, because there must be something there. You don't go this hard for nothing.
We're scared of nationalism, though. You know what I mean? You start speaking nationalism to our people. Oh my days, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think because with nationalism, you have to have an accountability. So to be a part of something now, there's rules. Do you know what I mean? I'm not just a part of this just because I'm this color. I'm a part of this because I subscribe to doing better, being better, moving in the upliftment of our people. That's effort. Staying on code, doing the right things, effort, especially if you're coming from religion.
That is true.
Because for many, religion is more of a whatever you want to call it than
what do you mean?
Their race, isn't it?
Well, Sister 99, they bring the nationalism in the religion, though. They bring it in there. Mountain Sand, they bring it in there.
But not for Black nationalism, not for their own national. They would be nationalistic for other nations, but not for their own.
All that money, Sister 99, goes to Israel. All the beats. You understand what I'm saying? And that all the money goes to South. That's nationalism. You know what I mean?
What I mean? again, but it's. I hear you, but I'm just saying, in terms of our people,
all the money that goes to the Vatican.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Nationalism.
All the money that they pick up on the pilgrimage. This is what I'm saying. What people wake up, man? Like literally, wake up,
When you talk about nationalism, we're the devil, you're wrong, and etc. and that. What's wrong with practicing the arts of nationalism? That don't mean you have to hurt people. But what it does mean is that if you are not from the African descent, I'm slamming the door in your face. Don't talk to me about religion, etc. But they don't want to do that. You know what I mean? They want to attack you for being a nationalist. All my life I've been getting attacked, and not just me, others. I'm sure you use that as well. Nationalism scares us black people. And non-African people, they always trigger our dopamines to validate. You're going to go against the best interest of yourself. You're going to end up this, you're going to end up that. You need saviors. We're your saviors. Remember, help us and you'll get help too. There's nothing wrong with nationalism, man. It will remove the bondage of your mind. You know what I mean? You are killed.
What you were saying, Nine? Would you say that nationalism is like religion? Was you against nationalism? I don't understand I don't understand. Yeah, what was the connection between nationalism?
I was saying that I believe that some people's religion can get in the way of nationalism.
Oh, I understand. Okay, I understand where you was coming from, Brother Cal. Sorry, I didn't understand what she was saying.
Yeah, and then for some, obviously, for some of the religions, the nationalism that it may have is not your nationalism. Do you know what I mean? So then, when Kay was just giving examples, you know,
we sorted that out with the code of conduct. You can, I know, for the African spiritualists, I don't have to worry about. But for the Abrahamic faith, you know, you can 90% help your people economically, 10% help your fellow Abrahamic followers, because you know we're not going to be able to get them away from that. Let's be honest. I think that's fair, and the 10% is because they all have businesses. You know what I mean? So
yeah, but bro, we're not even trying to get them away from it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but they think they are though.
Praying to our work about the works.
Yeah, but they think.
I understand.
Look on Sister 99 show. I'm not gonna highlight anyone. We all know in that couple of. It's like when you start talking about it, right? They start to think you're attacking their religion. There was a Pan-Africanist who came on the show one time, and he started to do a sermon, right? And straight away, the other brother said, "I've got to use my religion to attack this." Do you understand? But we could have just codified it. Just stay on mute, man. Let the brother who's using, you know, let him just say his thing, and then, but no, I gotta control this. No, this is, you know what I mean? Just be fair, man.
It goes into what Nine said, didn't it? That was his religion that interfered with it, right?
And then the brother said, "Why did you feel the need to do that? You know, you just could have stayed on mute. You know what I mean? Silent, etc." So, you know, we have to understand nationalism, man. You know what I mean? We're not telling you to hurt no one, but put the black non-African people to use their culture before their religions. Do the same. That's all you got to do. You know what I mean? I'm not telling you to leave the elderly ice woman who wants to cross the road to get run over and bun. No, what we're saying is help her. You understand? And then go back to the business. That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Brother Kale has helped out enough of these non-African people, you know, sister. Exactly. I've done it enough time.
He loves his people.
Enough time. The Asian people that ask me for certain work and help, you know what I do, sister? Because I used to go to school with Asian people. I always refer to the ones that's got their own business. You know what I mean? And they'll come around and goes, "Oh, why can't we come in your business?" No, that's for black people. And they will argue with you, right? When you're helping them, look, I'm helping with your people. And they'll argue and say, "Well, we want to work with." No, you don't need to. That's for black people. I always help non-African people, but they always want to infiltrate what we've got. And that's where I cross the line. You know what I mean? So
definitely. But I think you're always going to have them people that use religion as a clutch to not join or whatever. And I'm not trying to force them. I would rather you not join, because now if you join now, I've got to side-eye you and keep an eye on you, whatever. So I'm not for everyone supposed to join the boat. If you don't understand that you can come to a place without dropping your religion to push forward your people, I'm not here. I'm not the one. Do you know what I mean? In every respectfully, I'm just not the one. Like, I don't have patience. I'm not here to educate you. I'm not here to help you guide it through. When there's another Muslim right behind you who gets it, do you know what I mean? There's each other, like, what? Where do you need me? Do you know what I mean? So you're just gonna have it in different places, like.
And there's no excuses for the Abrahamic faith, anyway.
But look at the Nation of Islam. They're black first. But it's fascinating that other Muslims don't even respect them as Muslims. Now, that to me is the biggest thing. I didn't know that until I went on YouTube. And the disrespect that I would hear from other quote unquote pious Muslims, devoted Muslims, people who are about their deen, and the disrespect, especially people who are not necessarily black but Muslims, talking about the NOI. I was like, wow. And this is what I'm saying. They have done the worst. They've done the worst image of Islam to me, because before this I had a lot of respect, but I've seen the worst on here. But when I saw that they don't even respect the NOI as Muslims, I was like,
a big disrespect down the park, to be fair, but they held their composure still. But
they're very And you see, the Honourable Leon Mohammed is a very respectable man, you know. He's come to Birmingham enough times. Very respectable man, you know. You know what I mean? And it's like, I remember you saying before, you know what they do, son, sister? Do you know that they follow them and harass them as well? These extreme
low blows.
They do all these things, man. You know what I mean? When they're doing work for the community and that, they harass them. But they never harass these terrorists. You understand? They're not harassing the terrorists, you know, or these other groups, but they're harassing the Nation of Islam. You know what I mean? So it's to do with the nationalism, man. They don't like it. You know what I mean? Don't like it at all, but
yeah, and just a different type of supremacy. You know, unfortunately.
But it's so interesting when I heard you and Cal going back and forth, because even we talk about how other cultures can have a religion and still be, I think, within their culture. I kind of murdered it, but that's kind of what I was hearing, I think, Brother Cal say. And I was thinking to myself, that's true, but they've also manipulated it where that is the case. So, for example, if I look at the white people and their religion is more typically Christianity, that's all very much white culture. There's a white Jesus, you know, white angels, blue eyes, you know, the hearts, the little pink feet, you know, very, you know, to the point with their culture. And then when I think of, when I hear people talking about Islam, especially blacks, they say that it's very, the Islam that's getting practiced now is not necessarily the purest form of Islam. It's cultural Islam. It's been bastardized by, like, well, sorry, that's the wrong word. I don't want to do offense, but it's been, the Islam is now the Islam that's getting practiced now is in an Arab sense. So if you look at it there, when you've got the Asians and stuff, they've kind of have got their own religion, and they've definitely Asian Arabized it. And then when you look at Christianity, they've definitely whitewashed it. And then you got us. You know, and many would say
biggest practices of both of them. But without a fucking, just allow it, man.
It's very fascinating. It's very fascinating. And the joke is, a lot of people say both of those religions were originated from where?
Yeah, exactly. Talk it. Exactly. It don't make no sense.
Giving away our rights from the beginning of time. Basically, if it's time for religion. Exactly. We have not gatekeeped clearly from the beginning of time. They have been raping us and taking from stuff, our words in us, and taking stuff from us from the beginning, even from religion.
You know what makes me laugh? The unsynchronized black Muslims. Because growing up, they'll try their best. Yeah, but you know, your mum's from there. She may be from there, but we're not unsynchronized. And I would never join with you unsynchronized. And they start, you understand, you token this and you token that, you know. But I've always said that they have a white supremacist mindset in those religions, man. You can see, how in the hell is the Black Messiah black? How in the hell is Muhammad a ginger? All these things, and they came out of that region. You know what I mean? How does all that work out? You go in Persia, you know what I mean? Muhammad looks like a white man. You understand what I'm saying? And that because they've basically culturized it for their agenda. You know what I mean? Okay. Yeah, so it's mad.
And even white people who are Christians who can divorce their feelings for it, but for and this goes into what Cal says about political science, for their own agenda, they would even admit that what they got wrong was they were glad, obviously, that they implicated Christianity. What they got wrong was that they made him white. Do you know what I mean? Had they have made him some sort of something that they can relate to as in black, then you would have this same thing that we have now, what they're doing, right? Or they'll have a token black, or do you know what I mean, a black-faced person that we know is just a sellout.
Right. Yeah.
So that's one thing that they even admit, that like, when the blacks start looking around and realizing that each different continent has culturally taken over their religion and made themselves represent in it, the blacks ain't got that. And that's what I know. When I heard a white Christian say that, I was like, bloody hell, look at that. So, you know, when are we going to wake up, man? That's what I say. I always say, I can't wait for the day that just a good few, because it won't be all of us, but them good, strong few wake up. Oh my God, it'll be a beautiful day, man. And the rest of them should just be quiet. You know what I mean? Even if you don't agree, just be quiet, because this is what I don't get about black people. Even if I don't agree on something, yeah, if I know I'm going to benefit, why am I going to stand in the way? And I just feel like that's how black people should move with people who want to do stuff or move forward with the race. If you're not a Pan-African, if you don't believe in blacks getting together and working, fine. Just shut up and let them get on with it, because you're going to benefit out of it anyway.
Hi everyone, I'm back. Thank you, Naifah, for letting me on. I've done some research, so I just want to take it to this. I found a quote, and Naifah, I think you learned it, so I want you to discuss this. You're Caribbean people, so you know more about it than what I would know. And it says, the racial diversity environment of the Caribbean due to slavery and colonization led to racial mixing between Europeans and Africans. Due to the fact that many racial mixed individuals, the mulattoes, were the children of the white plantation owners, they gained privileges that their dark peers did not, such as legal status, land ownership, and education. And I think the legacy of that in a country like Jamaica is quite clear, because quite often in the Caribbean, it's not just Jamaica, quite often you see the light-skinned people have powers of position that dark-skinned people don't have, to the point where, you know, like country like Jamaica, you don't see dark-skinned people represented in as prime ministers, only just like one token one that we managed to find. And also I've heard that they don't get jobs. Like, there's a time in Jamaica where if you were brown skin or dark skin, you couldn't get a job in the bank. And I think basically people in the Caribbean, you need to redistribute the wealth, because a considerable amount of these light skinned people that are running like places like Dominica, they seem to have powers of position just because they have more white European blood than the darker people there.
Yeah, I mean, like, sorry, go on.
No, go
like,
ahead.
Naifah answer it, because the question is for Naifah, because it's her show. Can you answer
but
it?
Like we said from the beginning, Betty, I don't know if you remember when I said even when I used to live in Jamaica, that was quite a prominent thing, whereby what we're calling brown-skinned women or brown-skinned people definitely had the more prominent position. So we definitely acknowledge that. But I also said that it's something that hopefully we're working through now. You understand what I'm saying to you? But yeah, that's a definite hangover of colonization, 100%. Remember, you got to remember
Marley,
that,
like the way, you know, like Jamaicans always use, that's what I couldn't understand, because I said it to Respect as well. I said, Respect, how come, like, Rastas are meant to be like back to Africa, black love and stuff, but the way they showcase this Bob Marley, just because his dad's white. And then he said to me, Peter Tosh didn't get so much love, but they just put that Bob Marley at front for obvious reasons.
Right.
Because he's half white, isn't it?
I mean, I think we can definitely acknowledge that, just like there was a level of because that's why I was even quite interested in going through both sort of political leaders today, yeah? And it was actually had quite a similar sort of timeline, do you know what I mean? And I just think that there's the same hands were at play, but just using different pieces. Do you know what I mean? So, like I said, definitely in Jamaica, the brown skin people were definitely seen at the top. You just came back with the whole thing about the whole mulatto thing, this, that, and the other, of which I'm in agreement with. There are still places.
I don't call that brown skin. I'm brown skin. Them ones are red bones.
No, but you see, also you got to remember in Jamaica that Jamaica's a bit of a mad island in terms of the makeup of the people there, man.
Out of one, many people is our mantra.
Definitely.
Yeah, and out of one and all of these things. So I'm hearing you, but yeah, yeah.
And if you're dark and lighter than the dark skin, you class as red skin. And this is what I'm saying is that we got to understand these words because
brownie and there's red skin. They're actually two different things.
Yeah, there's two
red
different
skin is above browning. That's how peak it can get.
But this is what I'm saying to you. Yeah, I don't think it's probably colorism now, but I think it stems from something, including colorism. But there's something else, and I think that gets missed out a lot again because it is a sensitive topic, but it needs to be had, and that's of the buffer class. We do our whole selves a disservice if we just act like black people just like to say they want all different shades of black on the continent before these white people touch the land. So somehow we were able to be next to someone as light as whatever, to albino, to the deepest of melanin, and we didn't have a problem with it for thousands of years. Do you understand? So what makes you think now all of a sudden we see a light person and it's a problem? Like we forget that the literal intention of bringing in a buffer class and how that affected us.
Well, that's what it says, that the mulattoes got preferential treatment. And you can see it, because you can see who runs, where the wealth distribution in many Caribbean countries is at.
Yeah, because the mulattoes are obviously direct descendants of the slave owners.
And who got the land and stuff like that after that?
Yeah,
their children. And this is what I'm saying. So you think, and our history ain't that long. Our history in history terms is a blink of an eye. So and now we're in 2000s. Where you've just listed from 1 to how many? It's not that long ago. So then, if we forget,
what I'm saying is, so many Jamaicans would like to dispute that. A lot of the Caribbeans in general would dispute that. When I used to go on Respect Show, it's only when I mentioned Bob Marley, and obviously they would always showcase the Rastafarians. But I say, but the Rastafarians, many of them had to run from Jamaica because they were facing a lot of discrimination, and the distribution of wealth is clearly still in the hands of the mixed ones. Why did so many people from the Caribbean have to leave the Caribbean if they were all getting treated fairly, and that there wasn't a preference for the light-skinned ones, the red bones, these mixed ones?
But I think this is when culture comes into it, what we're saying in regards to what you're saying to people about understanding the culture. What Nine was saying about out of one, many people. So with a lot of Jamaicans, whether it's good or bad, they are classified as Black Jamaican. Do you understand? Like it's a melting hub.
Yeah, but when I talk to dark-skinned Jamaicans, they say, I went to one Pan-African conference a couple of years ago. There was a dark-skinned Jamaican sister, mahogany brown, yeah, and then there was a light-skinned Jamaican lady, Zita, the big one, and she said that those people, they treat us badly because they have the privileges.
Yeah.
Because they're light.
You know what, Lo? In Jamaica, just like many places, there's colorism, but there's also classism.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
And this is where buffer class but this is where the buffer class things I said come into it, right? Because they were designed to be that buffer. They were supposed to be in the middle. So when the whites went, they could have the top and the middle, and then who's at the bottom? Blacks. So the easier way to say is just colorism, but we understand that there's more to it. We understand that this was intentional. So like, for example, when you know what it brought me back to when I heard you and Brother Cal talking about there's mulatto, browning, there's red bone. It brings me back to like I said, I've been looking into this buffer class thing, yeah. And if you look in like Dominica and Puerto Rico and Argentina, They have quadribler, mulatto, molito, quadron,
merino.
Right? Exactly. And this is what I'm saying. This is something very prevalent, like what Nine said, that when she looked at when we all had leaders, these are all around the same time. So to me, it's like the Berlin Wall happened again. Okay, they want their freedom. They all want independence.
Right.
Who are we going to put where? Do you understand?
Right.
And then but you got to remember that they had a buffer class star. Like if you look at Haitians' history, the first thing they said that they were going to do is kill off the buffer class, and they did that. Anybody who was the daughter of the son, exactly. And that's why they were the first to have a revolution. That's what they say now. If you ask any Zo or any Haitian, they'll tell you that. The reason why we were one of the first, because we saw, while the rest of us, and I'll say that in the Caribbean, we have a problem of just loving, taking on anyone's black. They turned around and said, no, right? If you have the blood of the slave master, they killed them. They were killed. Yes, they were killed, slaughtered. All
because they were repressing the black people. That's what was going on. It wasn't just about killing them for being mixed. They were getting killed because they were working against the majority interests of the black people that were enslaved.
This is what I'm saying. And they saw that, and that's why they say to now, and no historians ever say, that's the reason why they were the first to have a revolution. And then the reason was, and then another thing that they say as well, is because they were still so connected to Africa. It never took them a couple of generations. That's why if you see Haitian, they don't consider themselves a Latina. They don't accept that kind of Spanish thing. They say they were very African.
Because Haitian is not really. They're French. They're French, aren't they?
Yeah, they're French, but they don't take it on. So if you see other countries who have French or Spanish oppressors, they're Latina, they're Latina X, there's a bunch of words. If you see Haitian, they're supposed to be that because they come under that. But you notice that even the whites do not classify them people as the same as they think of all the Latinas, because they were very early in their revolution.
Yeah, but because French is out of Latin, yeah. But the fact of the matter is, people don't see French is not really seen as Latino the way.
But you got to remember, Haitian and Dominican Republic are on the same land, and guess what? Dominica speaks Spanish.
Yes.
And they're on the same land.
Yes.
So this is what I'm saying. So their history is a bit technical. Technically, they're supposed to be considered that, yeah?
Yeah,
but they're not. They're absolutely like African. Their spirituality is not Catholic, it's not Christian like the rest. It's very much Yoruba, African spirituality. They were one of the first to have their revolution.
But what I'm saying is, all black people
first, basically, is what I'm saying. And
yeah, but what I'm saying is, people who are of a lighter hue, that are red bone, don't want to admit that they have they get treated better, and they have a better privilege, a better access to education in the Caribbean. It's no point telling us just because you're black, yeah, you're red bone, I'm black anyway. Whether you're black or not, the fact of the matter is, historically, you've been treated better and got more access to land, education than people who are just black, who can't pass for being mixed. And that is still a historical. It's still that historical problem still plays out in the Caribbean today.
Yeah, we agree with you on that. We acknowledge that. But what I'm saying is, if Haitian was killing off their buffer class, what was Jamaica doing around that time of the buffer class, or all the other Caribbean countries, or the African countries who had Asians as their buffer class?
I don't think,
because I don't think it's only Idi Amin was the only one I know of that kicked out the Asians. But the rest of them
still in power in Jamaica.
The rest of us?
But the Jamaican buffer class is still in power, Kushner. They're still in power. The buffer class in Jamaica is still in power.
Exactly. This is what I'm trying to say. So while the Haitians said no, right, we said love all, out of one many people. And what is the suffering and what is the result of that to now? Look at the other
Jamaicans have to flee. And then
like the other countries in Africa who do the same with the Asians. There's a lot of countries in Africa and it's the Asians that run the things. It's the Asians that run the businesses, the banks. Same thing. They had buffer class. What did we do? We embraced them.
I was going to say, in fact, Jamaica, the Indians were probably the original buffer class.
Yeah, but they're not. It's still important to. I'm not really focused on that. I'm talking about the mixed race ones that mix with white and Africans. That there's still, because there's one beautiful Jamaican girl Yeah, she's called Coco in Japan. Beautiful, dark, just dark and beautiful. Yeah, but one of the things she met and married a Japanese guy, and she said one of the problems why people keep on saying go back to Jamaica if you don't like Japan. And she said the reason you can't go back to Jamaica is because of the job situation. You have to know people to get a job, you know, etc., etc. And one of the things that she mentioned was that when she went to Japan, the African men were giving her a lot of love. And she said that in Jamaica, they don't treat her, Jamaican men don't treat her right because she's dark skinned. And I said, well, the difference is because you're in Japan and you're not going to see a lot of black women, especially a dark skinned black woman in Japan. So the African men are hungry for that black woman in it. But Jamaica, there's obviously a lot of black women there in it, so they're not seeing it special. But the minute you move a black woman to Japan, it's kind of like, you know, gold dust, isn't it? But she says she talks about the colorism and how she's treated and how they look up to people that Jamaicans that have English accents or Canadian accents or American accents. And then if you're dark skinned, they, you know, she faced a lot of colorism and that they treat, you know, these red bone people better than a dark skinned Jamaican lady like herself.
Yeah, Betty, I think we've already established that colorism and all the assets and facets that come with it are affected not just in the Caribbean, but in Africa, even in Asia too. Do you know what I mean? So this is something that's being spread internationally. I don't think there's a corner of the world that is not affected by colorism of one kind or the other.
Yeah, and I'd even say the Jamaican people on the grounds speak about this, like you said, and they know it. It's not like a thing that we're just oblivious of. It's an issue. It's definitely an issue.
Is there talks in Jamaica about redistributing the wealth and having fair representation of the darker hued people of Jamaican descent?
When you say fair representation, what do you mean, Bob?
Well, making sure that all these mixes that are descend from slave owners don't get the finest education, the good positions in Jamaica. That people that are on what you call the field slaves also get a chance to, you know, run the country in high positions of power, good education, land ownership, etc., etc. Because on the outside, all I can see is like you shown which type of people ran Jamaica, and my point of that there were these red bone people, yeah, that quite often will probably be connected to these white slave owners, yeah, that they have the power and position. They're given better, more land, better education. When are the black people actually going to get a chance?
Yeah, I think, yeah, I don't know.
You're in Jamaica, are the majority of people red bone like that, like Raven's colour?
No.
I'm sure they're like my colour and darker.
There are poor red bone people in Jamaica, Betty. Yeah,
but they're in the minority, though, aren't they? Be honest.
No, they're not in the minority.
No, not necessarily. Like I said in Jamaica, just like in England, Nigeria, wherever, there's class and colorism. You understand me? So right now in Jamaica, it's money over color.
Over shade, yeah.
That's a definite.
Come on, where is the dark-skinned black people? Okay, so I'm going to keep my eye on Jamaica and the leadership. I'm going to check to make sure and see if we're going to see some mahogany browns running the team.
Yeah, do that. Don't just look at because you're just looking at who have we been looking at? Just the presidents. So let's look at the people underneath that, the different officials.
Yeah, the Prime Minister is the main guy.
But that's one person.
Yeah, but Betty, England is 5% Asian, and it's an Asian one in the country. Do you know what I mean?
You can't look at one person.
You get me?
There's a metaphor that we have the house Negro and the field. So any of these darker skinned people in Jamaica that are in different positions and they're not the main position, they're the field slave.
But we've had, if you want to use that sort of terminology, we've had
get the main position. How is it any different from slavery? If a dark-skinned person can't run the country.
But you've
just seen an example of the dark-skinned person running the country. She just showed you
one.
No, we showed you 3.
No.
Yeah.
You did not show me 3.
Yeah, we showed you 3. Whether you want to take notice or not. Yeah. I don't really understand what your point is. You get me? Jamaica is an island of 2 million plus people.
Yes.
We've had X amount of prime ministers since independence. And we already acknowledged that in the beginning, there was definitely remnants of colonization in our leaders. But since then, you can see that we've made great strides. But at the end of the day, it could also be argued, rightly or wrongly, that the prime ministers that have been had in Jamaica is a good representation of the actual people of the island. Because out of many, we are one.
Oh, so you don't have, so you have a lot of red bone people like Raven. Are they 50% of Jamaica?
There's a whole parish that's like St. Elizabeth, and this is what I mean. It's about the culture. You need to go to the.
No, I'm not talking about culture. I'm talking about skin tone.
Yeah, and what I'm saying to you is there's a whole parish
not about culture.
I'm talking about skin people.
It's called colorism because it's about skin tone.
Betty, what I'm saying to you, there's a whole parish that's known of having
like Dominica. 50% of the people of Dominica are going to be like Raven. Yeah, is Jamaica that type of country where 50% of the population are going to be?
No, it's not.
Okay, then. Okay, then. So at least they should be represented in the leadership. If they're darker skinned people, if the country is majority dark skinned people, then
why what you're saying is holding no weight is because I just gave you an example of a country where only 5% is in it, and he runs the country.
I don't really care about the UK.
You can't fucking you can't do that, man. You can't move the goalposts like that.
Because it's the white people's country. With the African people are not even leading it. So
that makes it even worse than in it. And that's why I said in the first place that arguably it's been a fair representation of the country, in it. Whether you like it or not.
So you think that all those light-skinned people in Jamaica is a fair representation of Jamaica? And with one token black person,
all light-skinned, as much as
but one individual who's been elected is not going to represent all the people anyways, no matter how many you've got. And independence started quite long ago, and if you take into accordance all of the history and everything that's happened before, you'd understand why it looks how it's looking. Now the way that they're moving now is very different. You know, if you're going to take one person, fine. But if you're not going to look into the officials, look into all the other people who've got good jobs, high-paying people who are on the upper class, then, do you know what I mean? You're just arguing about one individual and then placing it on the whole of Jamaica. You know what I mean? So
no, I disagree with you. I disagree with you wholeheartedly because you've got another red bone guy that's right now running the country. But you're telling me that 50% of the population are not red bone like this Prime Minister Andrew. So you just go back to the same thing.
I disagree with what Nine said. Like I said, like if you look at Britain, there's an Asian Prime Minister now. If I look in Nigeria, there's loads more women. There's not one woman now. So I don't know. The argument is just, if you don't count into different factors, cultural history, it's just it just doesn't make any sense.
But it does. In terms of, I've admitted that Nigeria is sexist. Yeah, I don't try and hide it. But to say that, to bring in one token dark-skinned black person and say that that's a representation.
But Nine said that there's a problem with colorism as well.
Say that again?
Nine has said that she said that there's a problem with colorism as well.
Yeah,
so you admitted that Nigerian is sexist, and Nine said that there's a problem with colorism. She's not hiding it. She's admitted that.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, in terms of the land distribution, where it said that the people in power in the Caribbean have land, better education because they were mulattoes.
But
and to this very day, that is still the issue. Dominica being one of the prime examples, and Puerto Rico, as you've mentioned.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, but that's different to Jamaica, because in Jamaica, a lot of us come from places or families that have land. So land distribution is not as much of a key issue like it is for other Caribbean countries. So
Yes,
this whole
that
thing
is
that
true.
dark-skinned black people don't have land. My family have plenty of land and they're very dark. And that's common. Everywhere you go at one point, everyone had land or going back to Jamaica. That's what I mean. You can't, just like I agree that cultural things, you have to know the culture and understand it in one country. The same rule applies for another country. So yeah, in Jamaica, that's not the land grab thing. That's not our narrative. That's not us. There's plenty of us that have land. Go back to the land, build on land. Got problems right now from family right now calling us about land tax.
No.
Yeah, those land tax calls, they're a killer, aren't they, Cal?
Yeah, it's horrible, man. This I was telling Sister Nine before, and that it's you know what I mean? It's why.
Yeah, owning land ain't too much of a problem for us.
Do they have the same education opportunities, darker skinned Jamaicans, as their light skinned Jamaican counterparts?
Yeah, because Nine's really answered that because it's more of a class issue than a race issue. It's not if you pass the paper bag test, if you can get education. It's if you've got the money that to get the education.
But the money is down to the mixed race that were descendants of slave owners.
I think at the moment, Betty, you've got a very skewed judgment of Jamaica in terms of the whole color. Like there are black people in Jamaica, like dark skin with money. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? So I don't want you to leave here just thinking it's only what you're calling quote unquote red bone or mulatto or any type of mix up people like that have got all the power and money in Jamaica. That would be a misrepresentation. Do you know what I'm saying to you?
Especially in regards to education.
How do you explain Marcus Garvey? Many Jamaican people and other Pan-Africanists like to use him as some type of, Pan-Africanist. But why was he not able to? Why was he not able to stay in Jamaica?
You're talking about a man of the 1920s. Like, what are you doing? That's over 100 years.
Why would I talk about it?
No, because then you're talking about something else, isn't it? Like if you're
I'm not talking about colorism.
Okay,
because Jamaican people say that Marcus Garvey is a Pan-Africanist, but he was not able to stay in his own country of origin.
But we've already
acknowledged colorism
and the racism.
You're saying he couldn't stay in his own country because of colorism?
Because where are all the people that look like him running Jamaica to this very day? How many people look like him run Jamaica with his stance?
I think you're trolling.
No, I'm not. I'm not trolling. I'm genuinely interested. Where are all the people that look like Marcus Garvey running Jamaica? And give it the last 20 years with his stance, his Pan-African stance. How many do you have? Because all I saw was one black man. The rest were just light skin or medium.
There is not a problem with dark skinness in Jamaica.
Yes, there is. There is.
There's plenty of them there. They all have the right to have education. There's no land grab. Majority of us have
when
land.
You've got Vibe Cartel thinking about cake soap. You've got bleaching competitions, but there's no. And you've got people complaining that if they were dark or brown skinned, they couldn't work in a bank. So they just all these Jamaicans that complain about this type of thing are just making it up.
But I don't know what I think you're clutching at straws, because if Nine was disagreeing there was colorism, you'd have an argument, but she said there's colorism. But is she going to use that as a clutch to how you're going?
It's not a clutch. The information I'm getting pushed is from Jamaicans.
There's no education because of colorism. Marcus Garvey left Jamaica because of colorism.
It's not actually funny. It's not funny if you're denied education due to having a darker skin tone.
No, I think the notion of what you're saying is kind of funny, because I know it's not true in Jamaica. And other Jamaicans on here have told you
it's
that.
Not what you're saying.
It's not
dark skin Jamaicans say.
No problem. But there's a couple of dark-skinned Jamaicans talking to you now, but they must not mean anything compared to the one Jamaican that you're talking about.
What do you mean?
That's what if you do your own research and look at the officials and the middle class.
First and foremost, Kushti, yeah. What's your tone with the way you speak to me?
I'm not gonna
I
watch
do
my
I'm an
phone,
educated woman, and I do my research.
On
I don't
here,
look at
I'm gonna give
one
it to
Jamaican.
you the same way,
Yeah.
Betty. If you
What's your tone,
and do what you
sweetheart?
normally do,
Yeah.
Betty,
What's
you
your
can
tone?
do that.
What's
My
your
tone
tone,
ain't
young
changing.
lady?
It's
Yeah.
not gonna
I'm
change
far
for
older
you.
than you, and don't
Ain't gonna
tell me
change for
that I
anyone
just
else.
looked at one Jamaican.
I know
How
you're
rude.
hurt, Betty, because there
You
was
think
no argument.
you
for
think
to
you have a
push for.
copyright on
I know
research?
you're hurt
Do
because
you
you tried
think
to
I
start some
do you
sort
think
of
that you have a copyright on
diaspora
research?
war that didn't
Prove
happen.
that I looked at one Jamaican question.
Go ahead.
You think you know what I was looking at?
Betty.
Think
You
she
never
thinks you
triggered
think
anyone
you
on the
know,
panel. So
Kushti.
now you're gonna trigger
Prove your
yourself.
point.
Everyone get
Exactly.
your
You
books
can't
on,
prove your
enjoy
point.
the show.
You can't prove your point because you want to talk out of your arse. I'm not your picking. Yeah. I don't look at just one
Machine
person,
Gun
and you
Betty.
can't prove it, can you?
So or sweet
You can't prove it.
popcorn. She couldn't
Prove
trigger
the
anyone else.
point
Now
that
she
you
triggered
made.
herself.
Prove the
Nanita,
point that I
this
looked
is
at
a
one
classic
Jamaican.
show. She couldn't
Don't
trigger
make
anyone else, so she
assumptions.
triggered
Prove
herself.
your
Now
point,
that is
Kushti.
special. This is
Prove
the power
your
of being
point.
in sync.
Prove your
This
point,
is
Kushti.
the power of
You
being
can't prove your point
synchronized.
because you're ignorant and
Beautifully
disrespectful.
displayed. I
Yeah?
know Cal's sitting back
You're
smiling.
disrespectful. Don't ever talk to me
Yo,
in that
Betty,
manner.
what's the
Kushti.
problem,
Yeah?
man? I
You're
fucking
an
went away
idiot.
for
Couldn't
2
trigger
seconds.
you.
Are you gonna tell me that I looked at one person? Prove your point, then.
Betty,
Since
the
you
thing
claim
is,
to be
yeah,
so
look, I've been
educated,
trying to explain
Kushti.
it to you, yeah?
Yeah? You
Right?
don't
You're
even
obviously
give your
not
real
having it,
name, and you got
Betty.
the
And
barefaced
at the
cheek
end
to
of
Come
the
come
on,
and
day,
tell me
EIE.
that I
You
just looked
don't
at
have
one
to sweat
you're
on the
person.
not having
truth.
it, man.
Yeah.
So what
You
else?
can't
There's
start
nothing else
cussing
to
and
be
talking
said,
about
man.
someone
Yeah,
can't
I
talk
can.
about a
I can. I
nation.
just
But
did.
then you come on a panel with
Innit?
three
I just did,
people from the Caribbean and
Shut your
talk about you
dirty
know
little
better than
mouth.
them. And
Hey,
because you
ignorant,
still couldn't trigger
ignoramus.
them, because you've seen the same play for how many years, you triggered yourself. Now that's a classic. That's a classic. That's like someone starting beef with themselves in the mirror. Not already. She ain't gone already.
Did she leave?
She must have. This is what I'm saying. When you don't engage in the, okay, well, what did you do? And you just say, yeah, there's colorism next. Do you know what I mean? It just goes wild because the need to start some sort of beef or kick off or some back and forth, do you know what I mean? Is so strong. Like when you're saying that Marcus Garvey left because of colorism. Yeah, I'm gonna laugh. I'm gonna laugh.
The thing is, I mean, I don't know why, you know, she wanted to keep going down there, but just a quick
JD said she fled.
Investigation into, you know, is there colorism in Nigeria? You know, and we come here and like there's bears, so I don't know.
This is what I mean. If you wanted to do tick for tat, you could have, and this is why I rated you for just not even engaging in it.
Necessary, man. Walk into a store in Nigeria. Nah, look, I'm not even gonna bother, man. To be honest, because there's a plethora of thingy bobs, so I don't know what should dip on still.
And just like there's nuances in Nigeria and different cultures, there's nuances in Jamaica the same way. And if people want reverence to have be the vanguard or the only voice on certain things or the final voice, then when you're asking other people from that country, it's like, oh, there's a land grab. Not really. How much of us have got problems with people from home calling about land tax? You just look stupid. What do you say?
The thing is, I said there seems to be a particular fascination with the whole colorism, this, that, and the other. But at the end of the day, we know that Nigeria is suffering from something or the other because just recently they stopped allowing what sort of advertisements?
Exactly.
Using what type of models?
Exactly.
So it's just foolishness, man.
And I rate them for that. This is what I say. I would turn around and say, that's good. You've acknowledged that there's a problem. You said, I'm not going to have these images on our people, for our little boys and our little girls. They're going to see images of themselves represented. That's what happens when you acknowledge a problem and move on. Be like, all right, that's a problem. What are we going to do about it? That's progress. Some people don't like progress. They like to sit on, no, it's your fault. No, it's your fault. No, you got more colorism. No, you got more colorism.
The 11th successor of the UNIA is a dark-skinned man by the name of Michael Duncan. you know,
No, all
it's
you'd have to do is do your research. To think that Jamaica ain't got like it's not. That's why I say it's just raw. Yeah, it's so important. This again, Pan-African wins, boy. Staying on code wins, and Pan-African wins because it's so important to learn both everything of your history. Do you know what I mean? Big up Black Saturday schools, man.
Yeah, man. Big up to them, man.
Indeed, man. Indeed. Yeah, like I said, just a cursory look, and you know what I mean, there's articles for days, so I don't think we really need to do that. Although, Betty, I do think it's interesting about your fascination regarding the whole
Colonism aspect.
Yeah. Especially the quote unquote red bone. I know that's definitely been something you've spoken about for quite a long time still, but yeah, man. I mean, as much as that's definitely been a problem in the past, I think going forward, I think Jamaica's got even
to be like that. Like I think that's just we've moved. Thank God, like people who know what they're talking about and doing have moved on from that aspect. Do you know what I mean? There's so much to it. Like the buffer class to remove a history is just like you're gonna look like a fool. You need to understand. It's not just all of a sudden in the land of Jamaica, people saw light skin, dark skin, hated each other. There's so much to that. And like you said, it really does fall on class. You know what I mean? Like it's a capitalistic world, man. The only thing that language that people understand is money. I think that's any different because it's in the Caribbean.
But that's the thing in Jamaica, yeah. You could have a dark skin, red bone, brown skin, coolie, Indian, and they're all as poor as fuck.
Poor as anything.
Yeah, that is true, man.
Living in the same ghetto, same thing. You understand me? So
because there was one family, yeah, and there was 2 kids, green eyes, light hair, blonde hair, curly, and they always used to come down my granddad, know him by name. At a certain time, every time, come and get some money to pay for their school fees and everything else. So this is what I mean. You need to see it. You need to be in the land to talk like that. Do you understand? Because then you'll realize it really is about class.
It is even like on my dad's side, and it like my nan and my granddad, Spanish Town, and my nan's from Milan, and like my nan's like dark skin, and she used to have like maids and that, man. You know what I mean? So when I'm hearing all these things about only the dark skin just have like maids, my nan used to have maids in Milan. I don't know if you've heard of Milan in Jamaica and that, but it is class. It is definitely class, man.
What parish is that in, Bab?
You know, Milan is like it's not too far from St. Elizabeth.
Okay.
Yeah, St. Elizabeth. I would say my we're online sister Naifa in it. So, but yeah.
No, yeah,
you know,
that's cool.
on my dad's side it's Kingston, Milan, and obviously other of the islands. But as I said, they had like maids, man. You know what I mean? So
exactly, Fiona.
What's he saying? But he say she's gonna. Well, there you go. You like go already. She done well. So
yeah, she lasted quite long.
You get me? We weren't even thinking we'll be on that for too long, but yeah, definitely. What's it called? Colorism again is a definite hangover from colonization via the mulattoes, as we know, and then even going back to the whole Willie Lynch thing, whether it be real or false, in terms of the dark skin against the light skin and all them type of thing there, and so many other things in between, which still, unfortunately, because I'm even hearing in 2023, which it does make me, it makes my heart sink. I'm not gonna lie, whereby in the playground there's still girls sort of, doing the hair thing and all that type of bullshit. Do you know what I mean? So I think that's a little bit
What do you mean, like relaxing and stuff?
No, well, girls talking to each other about their hair, innit? You know that.
Okay, yeah. texturism stuff and
yeah,
good hair,
exactly.
bad hair stuff. Yeah,
exactly. In the young ones, like in primary school, which
yeah, but you know they get that from their parents.
Well, indeed, must be, you know.
This one's got good hair. This one's got bad hair. You know what I mean? Like
that's why you have to keep your kids away from certain relatives that don't understand that, because that's very dangerous. That is very, very dangerous. Though, very dangerous.
And I actually rate people who have the strength to do that, because this is what I was thinking when you were saying tonight. Like, when you say that you fear for your people, you're sad for your people, and you think about what has to be done, because that's not a hard thing to do, you know. Because I know some people who come out of some of the worst kind of, like, I don't know, like even just being young and just overhearing some of the things that like their auntie would say or stuff like that. It's just so much ignorance in a household, and to think that that won't rub off on a child is just a problem. And most of that does spring off of white supremacy, or the proximity to whiteness, is what Mel said earlier.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
So I do rate those who have the strength to say, yeah, no, you're not around my kids, blood or not, like I'm not dealing with that. Because a lot don't.
Yeah, because seemingly, you know, them kind of things, people are still suffering. That's why I always say foundation is key in it. But people seem to still be suffering from, you know what I mean, events that have taken place. And you know what? I think even what we just saw there was probably actually a display of that as well, when I actually deep it. You get me? But I was saying that people are still suffering from events from their childhood and that, because you get me. And even from the beginning of the stream, when someone kind of put something on the stream, and then, you know, whereby I think what a lot of these things are is childhood traumas. You get me? Being represented by adults. You know what I mean? And that's the sort of language that's being used.
Yeah. Definitely. And then they become adults, and then they become pillars of society. And do you know what I mean? So this is the reason why. This is the reason why you have your problems that you have. You know? So like there's a lot.
Let's not underestimate how what happens in our childhood can carry through to adulthood, and you know, in many ways can shape how you are as an adult, how you think, how you present yourself to the world, this, that, and the other. Do you know what I mean? Because just as an example, a bit not even tongue in cheek, but you remember back in the day, Jerry Springer and that. I don't know if Maury used to do it, but definitely like Jerry Springer and maybe a bit of Ricky Lake, when you know, when you're like, when they were like, look at me 10 years later and all that type of thing, and because I was fat and I had on blah, you know, then one pow, they come through the, do you know what I mean? Through the fucking curtain, looking all $1 million and that. But
and they were thinking about that person every day for 10 years to get that comeback, while that person didn't even remember you. So it's true.
That's what I'm saying, Kush. And then when they're doing it, sometimes the people don't even remember who the fuck they are, which is even worse. Do you know what I mean? Like every day I'm stressing about you. You done forgot me the day you bullied me, as it were, but done forget about it already. Do you know what I mean? But I'm
10
saying
years
that
later.
Exactly. But I'm saying that to say that for real though, that we can't even underestimate how childhood traumas represent themselves in adults, and how they're then communicated. Do you know what I mean? Because I don't remember.
That's why I say now you got to be careful who you put as a representation for all. Case in point.
No, yeah, all right. All right, babe. 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 All right, man. Jesus. All right. But yeah, because fair play, I got you, man. Because do you remember that film Flatliners?
Ooh, Quiet and Sister Knife. I remember that film, man.
Yeah.
My man from Last Boys, isn't it? My man from Last Boys is in there, isn't it?
That's it. One of the
I remember. Yeah.
Yeah. So when I
Sister.
watched that film there, you know, because even when I watched that film, you know, I just raised back into my mind type of thing, just make sure I didn't fuck up no one. Do you know what I mean? Because me believing I didn't sit in their bedroom, maybe not to that extent, but do you know what I mean? Karma is a bitch. Do you know what I mean? And but yeah, in terms of just the storyline of, you know what I mean, the people them that he had bullied, you know, and they come back to fuck him up, man. But yeah, it was a good film still. But yeah, childhood trauma is a serious thing, and I think a lot of people have got a lot of trauma for varying reasons. I think counselling and these things should be on the national health.
Yeah, most definitely.
Easily accessible. And instead of fucking spreading vaccinations and the pill and contraception, all them thing there in Africa when you're doing all your what's it called? Work.
So true. Why not find out why you're so promiscuous instead of trying to deal with condoms?
Yeah, we'll provide them with some African or there's probably a lot of African psychotherapists out there, and this, you know what I mean?
Yeah. And it's interesting you said that. I was gonna ask you.
Instead of making them not be able to breathe and all them fuck shit there, man. You get me? Which is what
I was gonna
doing
ask
now.
you. I was gonna ask you if you could promote that. I was gonna ask you if you could promote that. I was gonna ask you in it, like in every show, there's a she's closer to the family. There's a black psychiatrist who deals with that. She's qualified. She works London, Birmingham, all over the world. If you could kind of put that on your show for our people who may need that help, that she's there, you know what I mean? Because it's very interesting.
Her thing in the
yeah, I'm gonna get that
in the thing, Virgin,
in a private chat, and we can put it in a chat.
Yeah,
as well.
because
I think it's not just therapy. I think it has to, like for me, if I needed therapy, if I needed to suggest a friend or a family member close to me to go to therapy, I would, like you said, I'd want it to be a specific kind of therapist for them, because the thing I think that black people, or certain black people, I won't say all black people, but they're a bit cautious of therapy, because you hear about people who have gone into therapy and the person can't relate to anything they're saying. So while you're supposed to be in a sense of relief and offloading, you're now in a position of teacher and having to explain a culture firsthand, so you understand the dynamics of how I felt within that culture. Do you understand? That is exhausting. Before I even talk about the problem,
now I think there's a lot of Afro-Caribbean action, you know what I mean? But you know,
whether or not they're getting that funding, though, that's the problem, like you said.
Well, yeah. That's what I'm trying to say, though. But I'm saying, if Bill Gates and then people they're wanting to be, you know, helpful, then they could employ them in it, because they are there. It's not like they're not there. Times gone by, you maybe could say that there weren't a lot of black, you know what I mean, therapists, psychologists, but they're definitely there now. That's a definite.
Yeah, but this is the thing where I understand why integration all the time is not a great thing. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't want an employer to even think of that avenue, because once you're in, like anything, when they're in infiltration, they'll start moving. I'd rather you not talk about that. I'd rather not this. That's a bit uncomfortable. That's not the kind of language. Do you know what I mean? That starts coming. They start encroaching into our culture and how we communicate and how we are. So, and do you know what I mean? It's just, I think I get it though. But I just think it should be just a generic thing where you could get a credit to go to any therapist you pick, and then hopefully there's a spot where you can find a list of black therapists, kind of thing, like where they can be as independent as possible. Like,
yeah, that's posted in the back.
Because you might even have some of the family that don't even want to see family. So yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That system could be even more helpful, to be fair. Get me. So
you need sonology to restore you, to be honest with you. You need it. You know what I mean? So very important, but
well, hopefully ADOS and that, because I don't know if it is, but I don't know actually. I don't know if, in fact, GOJ, in your reparations package, is counselling or anything like that part of the deal, God of Jacob?
I know it is in the Caribbean one when I went over it with Shakara. By the way, I've just posted the link that Brother Cal was talking about. So anyone feel free to click on it. Send it to any family that you think that might need the sister's services.
Andrew, let's stop now.
No problem, bro. I think that's important. If anything, you should see if she's got like 5 minutes to maybe speak. Do you know what I mean? And come and speak to heads, whoever it's on the Betterment show or whatever. But
He's gonna get her under the raven. Yeah, he's gonna get her on the book. Yeah.
Yeah, it's important to have these kind of conversations because majority of our problem is mental. Let's be honest. So the sooner we get tools to handle it, then the better.
It's very important. Very, very important.
Yeah, no, definitely.
So that's a good point. What Sister Nine said as well about the reparation, because is it going to be to holistically restore back the mind? And a lot of the reparation I'm hearing doesn't involve in that. So that's a good point. That is good point.
Yeah, all you ADOS, is it ADOSers, ADOSians? Let us know. Wink, wink, nod, nod. Got to Jacob. Are you including therapy? I think they are, but we'll see for what he says.
I think it'd be very important to do so, though. If we're gonna if we're gonna take this reparations thing serious, then that's definitely especially if you're gonna be.
And they should get. Sorry, I was gonna say they should do the course before they get the money. I think you might start off sell out and come out the most righteous man ever, and you want to invest in building. Do you know what I mean? So if I was managing that boy, the first thing you'd get, if I knew that you're successful, you're getting therapy star.
It's true. Yeah, man.
And I know it wouldn't be able to work because the organization isn't there, but if I'm in charge of that, there's only certain things you can spend the money on,
Oh, you got we're talking cows language. You got a militant, yeah?
Come on, man. I can't give you that money, and the first thing we're doing is going to the Korean shop. No, we're not. I didn't do all that for that. You know what I mean? Or you're going to your local crack. No.
So let's say
that's where it has to be very strategic, man. Like very. In fact, we would be the first to offer it, be using digital money, and you get me,
right? Yeah. You're not even giving it in currency now. You're going straight digital ahead of the curve.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm not even joking.
Okay. So let me ask you two something, right? So now everybody gets 500,000. Yeah, 100,000. Yeah, why not? Everyone gets 100,000. Now under Nadifa and Cal, yeah. No, and me. Number one, you must have therapy beforehand. Yeah, that's a standard. We all agree with that. Next, now, guys, just say there's rules to how you're going to use this money now, right? Yeah. So as a person's the recipient of £100,000, I've just done my therapy. I come out red RBG. Yeah, I'm ready. Now, what is it now? What do I have to understand before I get my money? What are my rules? What can I spend it on? What can't I?
Well, just off the top of my head, yeah, what I would say is, that I would allow a percentage to clear any debts that you may have. I think I would definitely give you that.
Come on, Nine. Okay.
Yeah, a percentage. And I don't know, that could be a means tested percentage, you get me?
Yeah.
Look, and it could depend on what your debts are, yeah? If we're gonna get really, scientific about it, you get me?
For real.
And we're not talking about no drug debt, you get me, Benjamin?
But
moving luckily. Yeah. So things like student loans, maybe things like, I'm not even talking about mortgages neither, yeah.
You're not including mortgages
but that's why I said just a small percentage for you to maybe distribute as you will in it. Maybe I don't want to get too thingy bobby than your business, but
Yeah.
It'll be a percentage that, and if it
tie
can't
up loose ties.
So
maybe just tie up loose ties then to just alleviate any debt.
Yeah, like I said, a percentage in it, and if that
Okay.
can't do the whole of your business, then you've overstretched yourself from before, and you get me. It is what it is. You're gonna have to use the rest of the money to make the money to pay off the rest of your debt. So bam, but you'll get a starter pack, a debt starter pack. There you go.
Next, I've paid off all my debt. They've taken 10% of my earnings, 20% of my earnings in this King Charles climate. Yeah. So what's next? I got what, 80% of it left. Actually, it's probably fair to say 10%. If it's £100,000, it probably would be like 10%, right? Like that's, or maybe 20%. Yeah, okay. So you've still got quite a lot left, right? So what are we saying next? Sorry, brother Cal, go ahead.
Yeah, well, the continent and the Caribbean, businesses and resources, definitely has to creating jobs from there, and yeah, because that would help out a lot. You know what I mean?
Mel said, "Is there a?" Oh, sorry, bro.
Francis.
No, I was just gonna, but go ahead because I don't want to interrupt your train of thought. I was just
Yeah, it was just that if you're saying we got that amount, which is not that much, then you have to Pan-Africanize. That has to go on the collective. You know what I mean? That will secure. Well, it's generational wealth, isn't it? You know what I mean? Building up the countries on the continent and the Caribbean by building up, creating businesses and jobs, etc.
Do you agree with that, Nine?
Using a portion of it. Sorry, I was trying to actually write an email, so forgive me. Say it again, Kel. My bad.
Kind of like tied, isn't it? It's kind of like tied, isn't it, Kel? Like giving a portion to the upliftment of black.
Well, yeah.
So investing in a project, infrastructure, something like that.
Yeah, that's a good way.
Yeah, I would say so, because that sort of, and that's also actually got to be built into everyone that gets it in it, because we can't. The worst thing that we could do is get that pot and then it done. You get me? So that pot's supposed to keep generating in it.
Yeah. So absolutely.
A mechanism has to be put in place whereby. Yeah, so everyone that gets money every month, a portion of that money is coming back, and you can't tell me say you ain't got it because I just gave you 100 grand, you can't.
You know them ones.
Do you know what I'm saying?
I love it.
Yeah,
real talk.
But X amount's got to come back each month, because we're still supposed to be able to do something as an organization in terms of the thing in it. So yeah, can't remember now. Money, if you make money, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
At this point, it's a business now, you know. At this point, it's a business. It's not even a reparations thing. Now it's a business.
Yeah.
And now we are all part of that business. Like it's what is it? A PLC or a limited? What would it be? Or a co-op?
It'll be a co-op.
Yeah.
It'll be limited because if you fuck up, there is Koshti?
Consequences.
There's a fucking all else policy under your blood clot.
And that's right. And if everyone's investing into the one thing, everyone has interest for that one thing to succeed. Do you understand? Everyone's got equity, sweat equity in that. Yeah, so no one's trying to get out of that. Like you said, no one wants that to happen to them, because once you're out of the fold, you're out of the fold, stuff.
And not only out of the fold, you pay a price.
Yeah.
Like
or else. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, all else policy, man.
So Melanated said, is there a group that got individual payments for reparations before? Yes, the Japanese did. It was like equivalent of 10 grand at the time for each adult when they were displaced for a short period of time.
The Irish as well, though.
The Irish.
Some of the native Indians, no?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yes, they did.
The Aborigines, what did they get? Just land? Or did they The Australian ones.
I think they got a poorer equivalent to what the Native Americans got. So like a reservation
camp.
kind of area.
Yeah.
I think, what did they give to the Native Americans? Was it like a couple of casinos? It's just, do you know what I mean? Like, people got individual payments, absolutely. And some people plotted it together, like the Asian community, and do you know what I mean? And build it off of that. The Jews have definitely done that.
The thing is, though, you know, this is going to be so interesting, right? Because it's going to be interesting, yeah. Because the thing is, that's why slightly, I mean, I wish them all the luck, but because if when it comes to black people, if one damn bus, you know, that's it. That's why they weren't. Huh?
Yeah, it's only one. Yeah, you're right.
Get an apology in it, because an apology is going to be an admission of guilt, and an admission of guilt from Dessa now. It's a matter. You get me? That's why they will not apologize.
Because they're liable. That'll be admitting liability.
Absolutely.
And once there's a liability, there's a claim.
Absolutely. And that's in terms of legal framework. It's a mad thing, man. England, that's why all of them, they will not acknowledge whatever. They'll go all around the houses, use all the beautiful language, all the flowery language, but they won't say, yeah. You get me?
Yeah.
We fucked up, because once you do that, boy, the paperwork's going to be immense.
Yeah.
I don't understand what sis is meaning here. So those with established nations got individual payments. Yeah, they did, sis.
Japan. I don't know.
I don't know what she means about established nations. I think that's why I want to make sure I'm answering it correctly. We need the black version of Israel. Reparations should go to fund that. Then we would have a nation to back us. We do, sis. It's called Africa and the Caribbean.
That's right. That's right.
No, I'm not saying that, God of Jacob. I'm just saying in England, yeah, if at any point they start off with an apology, then an apology is an admission of guilt or liable at the very least, and then it just makes it easier for the claims to go in. That's what I'm saying in England anyway, especially if you take it down a legalese route.
Yeah, I think in Britain, that's the only reason why we're pushing for an apology. If they said, well, I mean, I can't speak for the unsynchronized, but majority of us could care less about the actual apologies, what the apology would mean when the government acknowledges as Britain their place in slavery. Now we can say, all right, now we all agree it happened. What's next? So that's why
all the evidence and everything is there. Basically, she's saying black Americans don't have a nation, therefore it will be difficult. I think that's what she's saying.
Oh, okay.
Black Americans don't have a nation. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Because think about it. We're saying that you need to. The second point was paying into like a nation in it, but black Africans see America as their nation, kind of thing. Like, do you understand? That's the whole principle. They built up America. It's just as theirs as it is anyone else. But obviously, we know that they're sharing it with them folks. So when you're talking about putting in, who are you putting into? But this is the beautiful thing that I respect so much of black Americans. Like, they've shown us what to do. Like, they just built their own institutions on that land. Do you know what I mean? From their black-owned universities, their black Wall Streets, their black businesses, their black theaters, their black doctors. Do you know what I mean? Like, they've got Atlanta with all the defaults they've got. We haven't got another Atlanta anywhere outside of the continent or the Caribbean like that. Do you understand? So
I do think the black universities, sorry to cut you, but actually, as you say that, I do think that they're not celebrated and advertised enough, to be fair. You get me?
Advertised where, though?
Well, when I say advertised, I just mean in terms of like black history in America, wherever, internationally at least, to get me? Because I'm sure a lot of people in England don't know that there's black colleges in America. Do you know what I mean? of high.
Which maybe not the British people in Britain, but do you think the black people don't know that in America the blacks have their own colleges and stuff?
Some of them know.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm only saying it because from my generation, we grew up with a lot of anything black was the only representative we saw was from America who were black, and a lot of those things would be doing with their lives. You'd hear about the idea of going to black, I think they call them HBCUs or HBUs, and you hear all of these things anyway. So you have this notion of it. You have the thing where they have their own what is it, the Greek kind of, what is it, their affiliations, or
So that's
their own...
African American institutions are heavily financed by white capitalists.
Yeah, I've heard this, and I've heard something about
that's
how
where it's interesting, because is that where we can then go back to the whole different fraternities in terms of Skull and Bones, and obviously America's one is the Boule and that.
What did you say? Say that part again. I just heard Skull and Bones on my computer.
No, I'm saying is that where. So going back to where they're saying African institutions are funded by the capitalists, yeah. So I'm saying is that where there was the potential link where, because obviously in these colleges it's all about the fraternities, and the and obviously I know like in America, like you've got like the Skull and Bones and all these various ones, and in the black ones they've got their own,
different whole,
like their own crest or symbols.
Exactly. So I'm saying like, I could see where there could be like a correlation, and therefore maybe a financial whatever. Because as well, it has to be said that through that as well, through those black colleges and this and that, and even going back to the elitism and classism thing, that is another way of controlling the people there, minute. Because
by what, funding them?
Well, yeah, one, by funding them, and two, it's another, because it could be argued that there's like a buffer class in America, isn't it? Like a black buffer class.
Yeah.
Or a black.
Is it the boule or
exactly?
The bourgeoisie.
Exactly.
I love when God does his belly lash,
Exactly. And they have their job to do, right?
Yeah.
They have their job to do. You get me? Because remember, the thing, it is a big old chess game, isn't it? Unfortunately.
It is.
You know what I mean?
But that's why so much of it's mental now. And imagine, because everyone's just trying to get to whiteness. But once you knock that out of heads, that there's not, why do you want to center that? What, like, there's something greater. There's something in you, your history. You've cut out so much crap, man. You've cut out so much battles if we could get people's minds straight. Like, think about it.
But many aren't even doing what Bob said. Bob said, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. Getting more enslaved than ever, and don't even know it.
Well,
some of them are doing it whereby they're even tattooing their slave shit on them. It's a mad thing. You get me? Or wearing slave cuffs.
But now I hear, and they're here. Great. We've got some of the American family here. Because it is true. Yeah. I'm hearing that with the HBCUs now. So what is the set with the HBCUs as well, family? Please educate me first. Because is there a quota? I'd like this is how I'd like to see it, right? So I know you're not going to destroy my dreams. But if I'm thinking of HBCU, well, first of all, let me know, is it HBCSU or BHBCU or whatever? But with this, I'm thinking, because it's a black uni, I'm assuming that the quota has to be like, I don't know, at least like 90% black, like at least, like I'm just assuming that that's just understood. Yeah. So let me know that, like, is there a quota? Like, if it gets like more white or less black, is there anything that ensures that the majority of people in these HBCUs are black? And the other question is, I'm hearing that how now they're trying to integrate HBCUs, like open it up to Asians, whites, and how steadily there's been a run of and then there's been like a run of ones that have been closed down or integrated. So let me know if that's true or not.
I heard about the closing. I didn't know they're trying to integrate the other.
Yeah.
Wow.
And that's why I'm saying, like, how do they do it? You know, are they trying to fight the fact that, oh, there's too much of the quota for so much blacks is racist, open it up to others, or but yeah, I'm hearing that they're integrating it now. Like I heard Umar a little while ago talking about how there's an Asian group are literally got a court or doing something to court with a particular HBCU, which could set a precedent where they're now doing reverse racism thing. Like it's not fair that, yeah. So I was like, oh my God. Like, so that's one of the things that I wanted to ask if, okay, so he's here. Okay, I'll read your top one after God of Jake. I'm not sure if that was for me or the chat, but I know this one's about the question. So he says, white people have always attended HBCUs. Okay, thank you. However, the enrollment is up in terms of non-blacks. So yeah, that's what I've heard. Cal. Mad, isn't it? Why do you sort of think that is then? My family from across the pond. Why do you? Because you won't find that over here. I lie, family. Like, ain't no white people trying to get into anything that's too black. Like, so it's very fascinating, especially when it comes to education. So I find that very interesting. So why do the family think it is? Like, why do Mel or God of Jacob EIE? Why do you think that's the case? Like, why are white people trying to come into HBCUs? We're talking about education here, or is it just? Yeah, it'd be interesting to know why. It could be just like a regentrification thing, you know, like just once we've got enough of us in, we've just taken it over and the culture, you know. Mad. I could believe it as well. Yeah, the HBCU experience is like no other. I can't lie. When I was young, I always say this, like there was a period where I was so close to going to America. Like it was like everyone like but jokes to me about it in my family now. Cause yeah, I was so close to going. So I couldn't believe that. But you seen all of this, brother Cal?
Yeah, because I do remember everything's black out there, isn't it, man? Yeah. Yeah, man. Oh, he graduated. Big up the son, Israelite. He graduated from there. Imagine going to an all-black university.
I know. That's what I'm saying. They don't get it.
Dream, that is it.
I know it'd be wild. I always like that. Oh, I know what you're saying. Like when I was younger, I thought that would have been the best thing ever. Ever. Did you have a fraternity, God of Jacob? Was you in a fraternity? That's stuff that we can only dream about, Kel. I lie.
Of course. You have to do meth for that too when you're in them universities. You know what I mean? If they find out any Pan-Africanism, you finish.
And said meth for that too.
Actually, when you're talking about that, I'm thinking about things like the Cosby Show, and there was a spin-off, not a spin-off from the Cosby Show, but there was another like sitcom where they was based at one of them. I don't know if it was Berkeley or one of them ones, because that's where Huxtable sent all his children to, in it, Berkeley, in it, in the actual project, if I'm right. But the point I'm making is that in that time, I think there was quite a good positive promotion of black excellence in America, to be fair. You know what I mean? Because I think the Cosby Show, although some people was against it, but I think it was a promotion of potential black excellence. You know what I mean?
Of course it was. Of course it was. Of course.
Absolutely.
That was very beneficial. That was.
It was one of them two.
And when you find out the work that he put in, the research that he put in, the therapist, the psychiatrist that he put in, everything ain't just so. It just not randomly picked people out, and everything was for a specific reason.
That's right.
He understood how important to visually see it for young kids. Like whatever people are saying about him now, yeah, I'm not gonna take that away from him at all for the time that he did it as one individual, to have that overseeing of knowing the importance and attention to every bit of detail on that. Right.
On another day, we might have to have a look into old Oprah, you know.
Brother Kobe and boot camp for that ready for that topic, boy.
No, well, because we have to question how she can get through. Michael couldn't get through. Prince couldn't. You know what I mean? So many of them couldn't get through, and we're speaking about even more so Cosby in it, because we know he wanted to start up a whole network and very this and very that.
Yes, he did.
And from this on now, five of them get pulled. And unfortunately, I've heard a few shady things about my girl from a long time still. I'm not even talking about anything to do with letters, you get me?
Oh no, melanated. She wrote, I must have missed this point. Yeah, this is back on the HBCUs. She said that they probably would even get scholarships as well too, so they might go for free or drastically reduced rate. We're talking about work in the system. So not only do you go to a HBCU, you can manipulate a system that was probably made for poor blacks to now get the education for free while you're steady there regenifying the tick. Listen.
That's the other thing about reparations, yeah. How are they going to be able to gatekeep it to only, do you know what I mean? Black people of today, as you would call it. Because not people could...
Bless up, sis.
Sister son, sister, big up.
Come on, man.
Big up, son, sister.
This is well good. Nice to see you go. But do you know what I mean? I think there could even be a problem with that in terms of the reparations in America.
Oh, she just told you. She just helped you out. Is this what it is? She says it was a spin-off. It was called Hillman College. Is that what he's talking about?
Can't remember. But it was the main characters in it was a guy who used to wear glasses. He had a little low top. Very colourful program it was. And
Urkel.
Huh?
Urkel. Did I do that?
I'm going up mute. Wait.
My bad. I should have kept that in my head.
Reparations to America is sound and secure. Very difficult. Okay. Dwayne Wayne, yes. Come on, God of Jacob. Dwayne Wayne. Yes, a different world. I thought that's what it was, you know, but I didn't want exactly that.
Oh, yeah.
God of
different
Jacob.
world.
Exactly that one there.
I can't remember different world. I keep confusing that for different strokes. You know the one that goes different strokes to take. That's different.
Yeah.
Is that a different one? Allow me, man.
Don't destroy my line, you know. I'm gonna pass out.
Let me go on mute then.
Different strokes. What did you think of that program then?
I love it. I just love the end. You know that harmony. It was so beautiful, man. You know, apparently it was Robin Thicke's father who done those songs. Robin Thicke, you know the one who got sued by Marvin Gaye.
That wears the mad clothes.
The white guy, yeah.
Who's his father? The actor in it, the dad.
Yeah, some in that Thicke's family. One of them will probably confirm it, but yeah, they made the theme tune or something. So which one is a different world? That's not different strokes, is it? Is that different?
With Jada Pinkett's in there. Yeah, Jada Pinkett. I remember Jada Pinkett. Jasmine Guy. Kadeem Harrison, the one with the glasses. Can you put a thing on there,
Yeah,
Sister
you said
99?
he named his first son Kadeem because of different world. I love my people, you know.
Who did? Who did?
Yeah, you.
Aww.
It was a spin-off from the Cosby Show. Okay,
That's
so
what
all
I
of you
thought.
lot
There
know
you
what?
go.
Yeah, you're all together. You've all got it together. It's just me, you know. I guess I'm the young buck. Yeah,
Yeah, you know. Yeah, you know, but young buck. But
Different
yeah, I
world.
can't remember. I think that was like a 90s show.
Early 90s, yeah. Early 90s.
Yeah,
Everyone
but
was
if you remember different strokes, Kushti, young one.
yeah.
Different strokes was way before this.
Is it? That's what I don't. The one different strokes is the one that I remember. That's the one with the small black boy, right? Different strokes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
that's the
remember
one I
that.
remember.
Mm.
And I
That
just
was
remember
in
it was such a sad story. Didn't all of them die except the son, like the middle black boy?
I think so, yeah.
I think all of them have had a tragic time, you know, even the white
Yeah.
girl.
Yeah, on drugs, didn't she?
Yeah,
Drugs.
she was on drugs. That's why they called it
drugs,
a
yeah.
curse.
Yeah, drugs. I think it's only the tour. I
Yeah,
think
it's
this
the
and
black
he's still
brother, I
alive.
think, the
Yeah, he's
teenage
still alive.
one,
Yeah.
but he's not even doing so well.
Mm. You know, if you
Even
see on the
musical youth haven't fared well, have they?
who's that?
Huh?
Who's that?
You them from musical youth.
Really?
Well, definitely one of them dropped out the other day. I'm sure there's at least two of them have dropped out now.
But those programs made me fall in love with Black America. Like,
This is it.
I was in love with them.
About musical youth from Birmingham, you know, Kel.
I don't remember that though. No,
You don't
I
remember
don't.
musical youth?
The show? I don't remember that.
No, the group.
Oh, the group. I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Dutch part. Because I thought he was on about the show. We were talking about the show, weren't we? Yeah, I remember that.
No,
Of course.
yeah, no, I'll just quickly move
Yeah,
as another
yeah,
young set of people. Our
yeah,
musical youth did not fare well neither. They did not fare
yeah,
well.
yeah.
EIE cracked me up.
Yeah, man, I remember that. Gosh, the Dutch. Yeah, I was on about show, man.
See, when that tune come out, that tune was revolutionary.
Article, course.
We landed that day, Star. No one can tell us nothing. Top of the Pops was a mazza.
Yeah.
The Cosby Show used to come on at 8 o'clock for them. Like, that's a bit
No.
odd. It's quite late.
Didn't you come on for 6 for us? Oh, sure,
Yeah,
6
it was
o'clock,
early,
isn't it? 6.
But I
6
don't think
for us.
those lot had Watershed, you know.
Mm.
I don't think Watershed exists in America.
Yes, family. It's a good fun.
Yeah, see, look, Sister Nahanda said, and she said you was correct before, Kushti. We was all watching Black college experiences here in the UK. Enough 90s and noughties movies was all based around Black college experiences. This is what I mean. Like, what's the classic one? Love and Basketball. Like we was just we just saw it. Whether they had all wear their own the sweats to their college, we understood that this was available to people in America. Black American.
Yeah.
Where they openly were like expressing their culture and being
well,
them.
Based on that, we even started having proms over here, I would say.
Yeah.
What?
Proms, yeah.
We used to have proms before, but now proms are a thing in England.
Mm.
And I think
we started our first prom in our school and they're still having proms since then. So yeah, you're right. And we got the idea from America. I think it was like sister or something. We're like, why don't we have a prom? And then you know, schools back in the day, they'll be like, all right, make your youth cancel. This is your budget, and we did it. And apparently, it still goes on now. So yeah, as per usual, Black people setting trends all over the place.
I've seen some pictures of some American proms actually, you know, because obviously now it's all about the Instagram and that. And some of them definitely look real cute. I'm not even gonna lie, man. They've turned up on the fashion, man, for real. Actually, man and girl thing. Very nice, very nice.
It's so cute.
Nothing more beautiful than black love, man. And just
it's so cute. There's a, you know, like I go through past a few schools to get to my son's school, right? But one of them's a secondary school, and I was just lucky enough to catch them going in. They all met at the school, and they were all coming in bit by bit, like in their little rented out, you know, rentals, whatever, their outfits. And they were just so beautiful, you know, like, and they were so cute. And like, normally these teenagers that you just see on a trackie or half their boxers hanging out or whatever, they've got, you know, fitted trousers and blazers and a good trim. And the girls are just, you know what I mean, from the toe up, you know what I mean, just nice. And it's so cute. Like, I was literally watching them, like, they're my kids, like, while I'm on the way to pick up my young son. Do you know what I mean? These are teenagers, but I just had to stop and look. So you're right, it is beautiful, Nine. And this is what I'm saying, like, a lot of stuff, this is what I mean. I do give reverence and respect to Black Americans, because they were one of the first to show themselves celebrating each other. You know what I mean? And that was globally exported. That was easy accessible. So, and that's why I had this. I know probably the image I have of HBCU is probably idealistic, right? The grass is not always green. I'm sure there's problems, but like what we were saying, it can't match to what we got. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, true.
It'd still be a bloody experience.
Yeah, the image, very important. I mean, we spoke about that before, didn't we? Symbolic and grassroots, it still plays a part, man. So, yeah.
But yeah, that's the power of media, though, isn't it? Because now we know, innit, that all that glitters is not gold, innit? Because now enough people have bust out the secrets, and that we know that. Like, I think one of the most, not even most remarkable stories, but the story of TLC. You get me?
Yeah.
It makes me like, okay, now, because from the outside looking in, you thought they were the absolute. You get me? Who didn't want to be one of them gal there back in the day? Only to find out that they were broke, and you know.
Yeah.
And a lot of them actually.
Yeah, it's true. I loved me.
Times,
a bit of Crazy Sexy Cool Boy. TLC.
They were the ones, man. They changed the whole scene, man.
Of course they did. Of course.
And their tunes were banging, but they were broke. Like a lot of them, it's ridiculous. I want to know how come
we did not help as consumers, because I honestly believe I took good music for granted. Like, I never thought there'd be a point where I wouldn't be able to relate to music. Do you understand? I just feel like I took it for granted. Like,
it's not that, you know, but what it is that music of that time was making us too synchronized.
That's true.
Now you're going in deep. Come on.
That's true. That's definitely true, man.
Word, sounds, and power.
Across the genre.
Yeah.
There was too much loving, man.
Trust me. When you got blacks in Africa, the Caribbean, in London, America screaming "One Blood," there's a problem. Do you know what I mean?
No.
They're like, no. Get this hip hop thing going.
I know. It's true.
We can't have all of these blacks screaming about One Blood. What's going on here?
It was things like titles like "A Fear of a Black Planet." Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Public Enemy were revolutionary. You hear me?
Of course they were.
They could have done bits, man, but they went in and smashed them up. They could have done bits. They had that thing pattern. Remember, you know, they had the military vibe going on.
Yes, they did.
They had a code going on.
Unapologetically
yes, they did.
black.
And of course they were.
Listen. But they had to come and mess them up. Quick. Quick. Going. Oh my God.
Even that
long time ago.
Even that Khalid Abdul Muhammad as well.
One of the best concerts ever.
Yeah.
Brixton Academy. Oh my god. It was
yeah, boy.
Public Enemy and Third Base.
Ooh. Go on, sister.
If you know, you know. Listen, that place was so ram. Yeah. People were dropping like flies, bro. I dropped. Well, I nearly dropped. I'll tell you a small story, yeah, just a really small. So on the fuck, you know, you only live once, you know, you only young once. But on the night of we're going Public Enemy, yeah, and that's right, Leroy, fight the power, you don't know. And what it was, yeah, it was actually a Valentine's present, yeah, but that's another story. But you know, so I need for just too hot. But anyway, so on the night now, preparation, you get me? Nice hot bath and all the rest of it. Now in the bath, I swear to God, don't tell no one, yeah, but I smoked a spliff, right, and drank. Them days we drank Tenants, right? Well, not we.
Yeah, yeah.
But for that quick ring.
Yeah. The sister and
that quick Aggie man, fuck it up. Yo. So by the time I'm on the bus on my way, I'm already happy as Larry, you know, like seriously. But yeah, when I got in there and on the bus them days, you could smoke. You get me? So by the time we got there, we done blaze. I don't even how many. Yeah, in fact, let me not even say that too loud because I do have a job. But yeah. Do you remember when you could smoke on the bus?
Of course.
And on the train?
Yeah, that was standard. That was everything. Everything standard.
Before you got to college, you know, murder, man. And sometimes you're doing your thing, and someone be looking at you, and that's why sometimes when it comes to you, I just gotta shut my mouth, you know, because sometimes someone look at me and you look at them back like what?
To the zigzag in your mouth is like, what are you looking at, man?
This is a public announcement. Everything that has been said here is all allegedly. Thank you very much.
Man. Trust me.
Come on, you know I'm my brother and sister's keeper. Come on.
But it just goes to show how times can change, innit? Because like you could literally smoke anywhere, like anywhere. In the school, the teachers.
The teachers were smoking to us. This is what I'm saying.
Of course. And teaching in class afterwards.
Right. Thinking of it.
Looking all dizzy and that. Yeah, man.
And at college, they used to go to the pub. Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, that expression of working lunch, I only saw that when I was actually working with these quote unquote middle class people. They literally it's just another excuse to get drunk midway and then go back to work twisted.
Yeah. I loved it. Loved it. Come down to pub 9,
They love a drink as well.
They love a drink, boy. This is what I know. This is what I mean about knowing your limits and stuff. You see me, yeah. People can say whatever, but you see, when it comes to an Irish person, yeah, it's not even about just being a prejudice. But I knew on that day what they meant about Irish people can drink. Do you understand? Because there's stuff in different parts of the places, and certain islands, and certain African countries where they say that they're drinkers, yeah. But I went out on this work, like the same thing. Come on, let's go out. We went out, everyone's going out, and I stopped when I found that they still went out, never went home and got back to the office, and they were still doing work. I was like, oh my gosh, I was hurt. Like I left the recent time and was hurt, because you know how they are, they'll just buy all the drink. So I was hurt when I came back and saw that they were out all night in the morning and then came back to work. And some of them leave clothes at work, you know, just in case they have a what they call it, a bed. Like I was like, what?
They're doing Ibiza.
literally, that's the same liver in me can't be the same liver in you. No way. No way. If we're dominant and everything else, there, I'll give it to you. Yeah, you can have a dominant liver. I can't be doing that to my liver. No way. Like, them people can drink. It's not just a saying. They can really drink. So yeah, it's crazy. This working lunch, this drinking lunch, the culture about drinking is wild.
Yeah, I remember when you work with them and that, man. Years ago, I remember, man. We won't bite. Honestly, we won't bite, man. Come out.
Yeah, and this is what I'm saying. I remember.
And I was hesitant, you know, because, you know, the background, I was hesitant.
You don't want to, innit? You just want to go home, man.
I think to myself,
I think as well, this is the kind of things that you need to, I would have valued as an education. If my Pan-African school stretched to certain age, then I was still going at time. These are the kind of things I would have benefit from. It's just the culture. Like you get told to show up at work, do your work and go home. When you get into work, like I remember that shock. Do you know what I mean? Like these people they're not civilized people. They're drunk. They're behaving all sorts. Do you know what I mean? Like the hypocrisy of one person not doing it, being able to doing it. Some politics are okay to talk about, other politics ain't. Do you know what I mean? The pressure, like you said, of when you finish work and they're like, come on, like that's why I laugh so hard, because I got told that as well. We don't bite. Come on.
Yeah, I know.
Wow.
Because they know it. They know. They know this one.
And if you don't go, no problem. And this is why a lot of Asian people who are from Islamic communities would complain, right? Because they wouldn't drink, and the whole culture in Britain, adult culture, even in working culture, was around drinks. You'd go for a drinking lunch. You'd go out and get drinks. If it was someone's birthday, it was drinks or a cake. Or do you understand? Everything is about drinks. And if you go home, they see it as you're not trying to integrate. Like it's a form of team building. Do you understand? Where, like you said, all you want to do is bloody go. I did my shift, star. You got me from 9 to 5. Like, why won't you let me go?
Yeah,
so I remember all of that.
And start getting you to like their women, and you think to yourself, I'm gonna have to go. Yeah, because I remember. Yeah, it was different because obviously I used to work with them back in the days, and then you know what I mean. It's like, okay, cool, we'll have a drink, and then next thing you know, what do you think of that one? And you look at you and think, what? And yeah, the thing is, how dare you ask me what I think about this ice woman? But then that's how it is out there, isn't it? You know what I mean? You know. It's it was a nightmare, man.
What do you think of that, Nine? Did you hear what Brother Cal said?
Say it again, Bob.
Did you hear what Brother Cal said?
No, say it again.
I knew you would have heard what he said. I knew you would have intervened there, boy. Because we were just talking about some people like feel pressured in it after the work, the whole drinking culture and things, right? And I was just saying, Brother Curl's talking about, because it's true, like from a man's perspective, it's probably different from me as a woman. So like he was talking about how like obviously they all want you to go out for drinking and stuff, and then Brother Curl just dropped, and then when you get there now, they start wanting you to like their women.
Well, say get in there, son. She likes
it. Yeah.
She likes well in there, mate.
She likes it, that one. She likes her. You know what I mean? You have to start explaining to them about Imani. You know, them ones on that. And then it's like, yeah, man. It's problematic, man. Yeah.
We've all been there. We've been there too, Kel. Don't worry, man.
What do you mean we've all been? Whoa.
Cal's like, I know it now. I've been around you long enough. Like, hold on.
You're gonna have to explain. We've all been there, you know.
I'm just talking about in terms of, you know, office man them or whatever. Obviously, liking what they see in it.
Oh.
You know, no one ain't got no tree out here, love.
Natty said, no, we got olders who drink so much they go outside of the party and lean up and fall asleep, mash up uncle. But this is what I'm saying, that like I hear you, innit? That's what I'm saying. Not the uncle that then goes straight to work, puts on a new fresh clothes that they've had there in their little travel suitcase and then get on and do accounts. No, I don't see uncles doing that. This is what I'm saying. Like it's a whole different flex.
Well, I've got to touch the road for about. I've just got to quickly go around the corner. So I don't know if you lot want to go on. I'm gonna take my phone out anyway, so I'll still be here. But I'll just go get something.
It's up to you if you want to close it down or not. How long are you gonna take? Hello?
No, well, like I said, thingy Bobby, or
Okay. Oh, is that your phone coming through?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, sugar.
Pause the other one.
Natty says every house it went to, Baby Sam is in the cupboard. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true.
I still love Baby Sham to now, you know. Gives me that cozy feeling.
It was.
That homey feeling. But I think the packaging has changed as well.
Has it?
I think it might have. Last time I saw it, I just remember thinking, oh, these don't look the same. Yeah, Baby Sham was a serious thing, man.
It was, wasn't it? It was. And then remember them little Baileys? I don't know if you like. You remember that you go to your dad's and that they got them stacked up.
Yeah.
The little martinis and all.
Wild. It's so funny how many things was just representing in different households, like so many of the same things. Horlicks and Milo, you know. Yeah, he's taken us all the way back to nostalgia. I mean, I feel like I've just come out of the bath and I'm do you know what I mean? I'm ready to go to bed, got my slippers on. That's
Never liked Horlicks, man. It's far too milky, man.
What about Milo?
Yeah, in Jamaica I drink Milo. Not so much in England, I don't think. But definitely in Jamaica still. Milo for some people was dinner. Nah.
Yeah.
Time. Not obviously. Not
God.
man.
Oh man.
If they was having hot Milo at night, they know what it was.
We laughed, yeah, but it's, you know what, not to be gloomy or anything, but on the news they did say that the food will be it will be higher than the cost of will be the highest cost of living, so it will outdo the amount that we pay for gas and stuff like that. So where I just heard someone talking the last news commenting about food, they said that it will go down. Now the one I saw today, they've changed their mind and now they're saying that they're predicting, just giving us a heads up, that it's even going to get higher. Like the beans, bread, stuff like that is already high and it's set to go higher. So we're laughing about all of the old school stuff like Milo and things like that, but yo you know what I mean?
Milo's expensive now anyway.
Yeah.
Like a big job.
Are you an Ovaltine one?
No, I don't like Ovaltine, man. Have you got a light, boy? Ovaltine light. No, I don't like Ovaltine.
I wasn't really a milky baby, but everyone else around me was. Like, I feel like a lot of black boys when I was growing up loved milk.
Yeah.
I or just say, I get what she means when she says that. Because the reason why the only reason why I'm saying that is because black people are supposed to be lactose intolerant.
That is true.
That made sense to me why I didn't really like it if it's too milky, but it always used to make me wonder why boys used to just love going to the kitchen and just go like milk. Do you understand? I was like, oh. Ovaltine. No, she don't like Ovaltine either, EIE. You're going too milkish. That's what I'm saying, Mel. Which one was you, Mel? What one was you, Cal? Horlicks, Milo, Ovaltine?
Milo and Cadbury's the drinking chocolate one. You know
Oh,
the
you're
old school.
bougie. Are you going for Nestle?
Yeah.
Oh, what you bougie?
Yeah. You know it's that and steak and kidneys and Ardo bread. Boy. So, man. So yeah. Big up to the Milo. Malted milk. Boy. Is that the biscuit? The biscuits, innit? You know them biscuits, they're fight biscuits, you know, sis.
I remember them.
I know the malted milk biscuits.
Yeah.
I dip them in my tea till today.
Yeah. Did they even break off though? They're minute biscuits though. I believe this story. Who's
guilty. I saw.
EIE, you know what EIE sounds like? Them old uncles and granddads that used to say, "What's the problem? You go to school." I remember when I had to walk 60 miles to go to school barefoot with no buses and no nothing.
No.
That's saying that I used to get up early, tie the cow foot to the tree, milk it, boil the milk with sugar, with bread and eggs and plantain. I must have got up at 5 a.m.
Fresh milk is nice though from the cow and the goat, you know. We got to the elder.
Yeah, but isn't it warm?
It's very warm, man. It tastes different as well. But yeah, I remember the first time I
follow it through now. We want to hear the end.
Because obviously you've got to wait, let me mute up. I'm gonna start laughing.
No, you can't. It's nice and buttery.
You gotta milk the the goat and the cow in it, man. So
and it's warm, so it's nice and buttery and warm.
Yeah. It's when when your grandparents see you do it and your nan she look at you and go, "No, but I like it too much." You know what I mean?
Early practice settings, yeah.
Because good, some good things, man.
We won't even get onto the sheep, are
but goat's milk's supposed to be more healthier.
Yeah, it is. It is, man. A lot more.
I like goat's milk cheese.
Yeah, I love goat's cheese.
But I have had goat's milk. I'm trying to think. Because they have sort of in the Mediterranean, they more have goat's milk, innit?
Yeah, goat's milk. I think it would be probably. I don't think it'd be that bad because I don't mind goat's cheese. So I don't. Well, actually, I can't compare because obviously that's in a different form. But EIE says we used to motor the coffee and cocoa beans for tea. When I went to my granddad's, obviously, we had a bunch of cocoa plants, and it stripped it down and then give us it to show us. And I remember we bring a cocoa to my mum's like, take that to school and show them where their chocolate that they buy, where it really come from. I remember that. So that's why I remember that so vividly. I remember bringing this white thing, chopping it in front of them, and I'm like, that's chocolate. That's your chocolate. Do you know what I mean? They're sucking the bean. But yeah, I do remember him bringing it out to roast in the sun. I don't know if that's what he's meaning, but yeah, I remember that. But that must be nice, because if you're doing that straight from the bean, the coffee and that must be a different kind of taste. Like that's the next kind of that must be really nice.
Yeah, man. And chopped sugar cane in your tea is nice as well. Very nice.
I've never had that, you know.
You should try it when you get a chance, beloved, man. It's very, very just authentic. Very authentic, man.
I bet it's very sweet.
It's not sweet, but it's just got that kind of it's like a very balanced type of taste, man. It's not too sweet, but it's a bit raw at the same time.
Yeah.
It's just right, man. It's nice, man.
A question from EIE. Anyone ever had ganja leaf tea before in school?
No.
No. I'm here. I've just got a bit of a noisy background. Yeah, we need to be going back to introducing eating these teas as well, man.
Yeah. There's a sister that you know, she just met her on, you know, the clubhouse and that. She's from Dominica. She got a YouTube page, man, and she does all the Caribbean foods and that. It's Indy. Yeah, her name's Indy. And she does all the you know, the plantain and everything like that, man. You know what I mean? She does a lot of, I think she's got mixed heritage, Jamaican and Dominican, but she puts it on her YouTube page, man. And you know, goes through a lot of things. So that's very beneficial.
So it's so much healing properties in there. You know, because like what I agree with what Nine says. Like I really want to get back into the stuff that we've lost. I think that's my next stage of like where I'm focusing a lot of my energy, you know, self-healing stuff, you know, the teas and learning about what in them makes them so good and what areas they're healing us for. It's such valuable knowledge that we all need to know. We need to be our own alchemists anyway.
I agree. Obviously, you specialty, because you've got your own business when it comes to the holistic of the remedies and the cosmetics. So that kind of flows together, doesn't it, man? You know
exactly.
What I mean?
I think that's exactly why I have a more of an interest in it, because when I was working with the Jamaican High Commission, and I was working with their business side of things. So I was helping connect Jamaican businesses to our audience in the UK and housing the products. And just this one business owner that I was working with, he's a doctor, and he just has acres of land again. This is what I'm saying about people who don't understand what they're talking about. He has land, and what he does is land that he grows like lemongrass, pepper. So basically he gave me a bunch of peppermint oil, tea tree oil, lemongrass oil, lavender oil, and on this there's nothing, so there's no preservatives to keep it. It's just literally because he's got a machine, I forgot what the machine's called, in the land as well. He literally takes the grass, and then with the machine he manufactures the oil. So there's nothing added to it or nothing, and then the oil goes in the bottle, and it's so potent that even just a drop. This is what I was saying before. Remember when I was saying that sometimes when all of the boys in my yard and the men, obviously my partner is all getting ruckus, and I just put certain tea trees oil, and it just goes in, all of a sudden everyone's just calm. But they don't know what I've done. You know what I mean? They don't know what I've done. They just, they think They think it's their own accord that they're just sitting down calm right now. They don't know that in the air that they've been breathing in has made them just settle. Do you understand? So that's just the own little things that we could be doing to just help us calm, and so yeah, I'm so into like the herbal things and how it can, what it does to us in every sense, and even learning that and me saying that, you could imagine if you knew that skill back when there's slavery, right? So if you knew that there was some sort of plant or something that could send them to sleep or a heavy sleep, or do you know what I mean?
I know.
You know what I mean? So you can only imagine the kind of like trickery these ones with knowledge were doing. Do you know what I mean? These
military science.
Next thing you know, they're witches and obias, and you don't know it's just one.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Because they used to send for the the ancestors in it when they have any problems enslavement. They used to send it straight for the ancestors, man. No, we want her. You know what I mean? Imagine if our aunties back then, man, was to get some poisonousness for them.
Literally.
Yeah.
And no traces. There ain't no one doing no autopsy. Do you know what I mean? As far as you can, the last time you saw him was drinking the tea.
And they're scared of us when we do all them things as well.
Come on. That's why they banned it, innit?
They're terrified.
They're terrified. They called it voodoo. They were so scared. They made us scared of it. They were so
man. They're terrified.
terrified of it.
Yeah.
Now, if you try and get a leaf to heal yourself, they'll call you a witch doctor.
I
Do you know what I mean? So I'm joking.
What's that? Moringa. That's good as well, isn't it? The moringa.
Yeah, if you do all this, I rate you, man.
He makes me
Fever grass and mint
That's
mix.
right,
young like an ox, man.
Come on.
Yeah.
And that's how it should be for true. You keep drinking your moringa. Fever grass and mint mix.
Cersei boy, once a week. I wish I could do that, man. I really wish, and even the bitters. I wish I could.
The bitters. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying, man. The bitters is just because we felt that we didn't like the taste, we decided to stop it. Like to say it was ever made for us to like the taste. It was made for our taste.
No, for true. Once I was old enough to say no, I said no.
You said no, exactly. But it's bad because you were supposed to drink it, then get used to drinking it like EIE. Then you're supposed to force it on your kids so they get used to drinking it, and then they force it on their kids. Do you know what I mean? But I'm only saying that to you, but I'm really saying that to myself as well, because I ain't doing no better. So we tried one. That bottle has stayed in the same cupboard in the same spot for years. Even my son says there's that bottle that none of you lot drink.
It's tricky. When you're younger, it's tricky, man. My kid's more tricky than I am.
Man, if you're trying to say something, you cut off, sis. Come on, EIE. The funny thing is, the British love their Merlin magic culture. It's true. They love themselves a little Merlin, isn't it? What is it from? The stone, the hard stone. Like they love their Merlin for real. And he's on Disney. Yeah, I mean it.
I heard that Merlin.
Merlin was everybody's magical friend.
Merlin. I know. Sword and the Stone, Merlin.
Come on. That is so funny. That's so true.
And that witch. That witch is trying to peep game too, isn't it? Yeah, man. The Sword and the Stone. Merlin.
Oh, you see, my mother used to pry my mouth open when I was young till I got used to it. If I did that now, I'd be called an abuser.
No.
So I torture my kids the same to take their bit the same way. I know, it's true. It has to be done. I respect you for that, man.
Well, you just let your parents. I just let my parents do it to my kids because they're millennials, isn't it, man? You know what I mean? And that. So I just say, "Oh, mum, dad, just sort that," and then they'll do it. If I do it now, you know what I mean?
It's a problem. It's true.
It's tricky.
But if your grandparents are doing it, then they can say, "Look, I'd made your daddy do it." So
Yeah,
you're
exactly.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. That's the wisdom in it. You know the thing, below. Yeah. Yeah.
Boy, man, memories, man.
They can still call it love.
Yeah.
For bad parenting and all sorts.
Yeah, imagine.
But still, though, I do think, because I have tried it a couple of times, and the amount of noise I just give in, man. But boy, I'm gonna try it again this summer still. In fact, I'm not gonna try it. I'm gonna do it, man, because it's not even a joke thing.
But is there a way that we can like update it? Like, I'm trying to stay on synchronized code on this, bro. But what I'm saying is there a way we can update it? Like, can't we sprinkle it in some dessert or something? Is it like, do you know what I mean? Or are we now watering it down? Is it like, listen, your great grandfather firmed it, swallowed it back. Your that swallowed it back. Do you know what I mean? Or it's me saying, oh, can we add a little, spoonful of sugar? Is that just watering it down? Like, maybe it is a bit soft, isn't it? It's a bit soft. Maybe you should just be able to back it like the last one before you, man.
Because what we do now is that we get honey and black seed oil. We put garlic in there and crush it all together and have it like as a medicine. You know what I mean? And then one time, I did kind of like put a little bit of like a sweet with it, and it didn't have the effect. So
yeah, he agrees with you.
Matching up the science, and then you come speak.
Yeah, that's
you know what I mean?
True.
Now
you've got a whole different element that you've added to that you've just created like different for real. Yeah. EIE agrees with you. He's like, nah, Christy, no sugar with the bitters. Back it. Let them deal with that bitter in the back of them throat too. It's initiation, man. Boy, the initiation is real.
For real, man. But I do think we've got to build it back in, man. Because that's how our people then probably got to live so long, I
was proper thinking that. I was thinking something else as well, because obviously they started to, the exercise tip or whatever. And like, I remember I was squatting, right? And then I just got back up nicely. Do you understand? And I was just thinking about something else, like, right, in India, for example, or like in Africa and the Caribbean, I know I could picture bare scenes where I've seen proper elders all like in folded up positions. They're still probably, hold on.
I hear that.
Nah, and back in the day, there was just more natural physical work to keep you in condition, man. Now, so many things are manual, man, I mean, digital, mechanics.
Yeah, because I was saying, like, they seem so flexible in their old age. You know what I mean? Like, they're all folded up. They've got their legs crossed. They're doing hard back work on their land. Do you know what I mean? Like, they're very flexible compared to, like, when you see the elderly over here, the first thing that kind of loses is their flexibility. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So maybe Nine has a point. Like, all of that.
I don't know which one it is, one of them countries there. I don't know if it's China or Japan or one of them, but you see the old people, well, I don't want to say old people, but the senior people doing their little exercises in the morning, but it's all coordinated.
Yeah, the Tai Chi and
their little dance,
the yoga.
That's proper.
And they've got a high aging population as well. Very healthy.
The old people, Too many. But family, listen. We had a good one.
Yeah, big up, Nine. It was a good run.
Good show, man.
Yeah, man.
I'm glad it was a conversation that was kept as constructive as possible. But I want to say I want to rate you for not, not feeding into nothing and standing.
I didn't even get to. We might have to come back to it because I haven't even got to Reginald's bit yet. You get me? There's so much more lined up. Remember, I don't even think I've got in 5 minutes into actually the video that I was watching. But there's 7 days in a week. It's a miler, and the CoLoNiSaTiOn series is gonna run. So it's all good, man.
Yeah.
But big up to all the people that have remained. Yeah, have yourselves a lovely Tuesday. Yeah, the block is on, so I can see IC3 over there with his slave chain on. So go and have a why? What do you think about IC3 wearing slave chains? Hell,
it's a shackle.
I suppose it's like a reminder, isn't it? You know what I mean? Because they say, I know the elders will say that the our enslaved ancestors they weren't enslaved. It's us, psychologically, and that. If that makes any sense, because we act like we're enslaved, and they were like physically enslaved.
Sorry to interrupt, family, but as you could hear earlier, little one's just come in with Papa, so I'm gonna go and do family duties. But big up, I'll be listening in because I want to hear the feedback.
No, man, we're gonna bless it out, man. Same one in my ears all right now. So big up yourself, Brother Kel. We'll do this again. Thank you everyone for tuning in. This is InFeRiOrItY versus SuPeRiOrItY, and I think it's been an interesting build, man. We know there's definitely remnants, and we'll speak again. But yeah, man. So yeah, bless yourself, family. We'll meet again, man. See you on the other side. One love. Say bye-bye.
Hasta la vista,
baby.